Chapter 987. Damn it, it had to happen at this time. Qin Baishang clenched his fists, looking at the situation. He was filled with unwillingness and helplessness. Retreat. After a while, he sighed and ordered. Why are we retreating? Fairy Jiangyu was shocked. Luopa Valley was attacked. It was those Central Continent Gu immortals who were investigating the truth behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Qin Baishang transmitted. How did they find out about us? Don't tell me. It is Providence? Fairy Jiangyu's body shook. Providence is vast, it is likely so. But earlier, we made a huge move to prepare for our final plan, but Providence obstructed us. When we reach Etion Mountain in the future, who knows how terrifying this Providence's obstruction will be? Qin Baishang sighed. The conversation between the two happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. They were secretly transmitting their voices, so no one else knew what they were talking about. Soon, under Qin Baishang's orders, Shadow Sect's group left Langya Blessed Land. They retreated. Tai Bai Yunsheng let out a breath of air. Damn it, he escaped again. Hei Lulan clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Fairy Li Shan was silent. Her brows were tightly furrowed. She had a worried expression. The hairy man Gu immortals first cheered, but soon they felt sorrow. In this battle, not only were there bloody sacrifices, there were even traitors. The world was unpredictable. The tragedy of life and death was happening right in front of them. These hairy man Gu immortals who only cared about Gu refinement were greatly agitated. Langya Land Spirit released the ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. His eyes were scarlet red. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the direction that Qin Baishang and the rest left in. These guys, they really think we hairy men are easy to bully. One day, our great hairy man race will use your blood to wash away today's humiliation. This battle was because of Feng Yuan's inaction. It was the same as in the previous life. First, Feng Yuan and the rest guarded the Mortal Gu House cloud building, but the Shadow Sect easily broke the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. One of the Inkman Gu immortals was instantly killed by Qin Baishang, losing his life. The land spirit of Langya's original plan to stall for time had been seriously destroyed. He had no way out. He was so anxious that he kept walking around in circles. In his previous life, it was at this critical juncture that the land spirit of Langya transformed. But in this life, taking advantage of this opportunity, Feng Yuan immediately suggested for the land spirit of Langya to use ancient battle formations. The land spirit of Langya was at a loss when he heard the news. He quickly accepted it. Ancient battle formations were different from the current mainstream battlefield killer moves. The Dao marks of the ancient battle formations were much less harmful to the Blessed Land than the mainstream battlefield killer moves. The land spirit of Langya had no other choice but to use Heavenly Giant Solar. At this time, Feng Yuan suggested, how can we block them with just the few of us? We need more manpower. But the land spirit of Langya was hesitant. He had more than 10 hairy man Gu immortals secretly, but they were all behind the scenes, controlling the rank 8 Immortal Gu House refinement cauldron. Especially, he even sensed that there were traitors among them. Feng Yuan had already expected the land spirit of Langya's reaction. He suggested that he had trustworthy helpers around him. The land spirit of Langya frowned. He was against others. He would rather fewer people know about Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan smiled. Land spirit, don't worry. What is our relationship? I need to keep it a secret for you. I will not leak the Blessed Land's information. I only need to summon them, arrange them in Heavenly Giant Solar, and let them fight. After that, you can just give them some compensation. The land spirit of Langya did not want to agree, but Qin Baishang and the rest attacked fiercely. Even with Heavenly Giant Solar, they were forced to retreat. The land spirit of Langya was helpless. He could only listen to Feng Yuan's suggestion. This way, Feng Yuan sent Hei Lulan and Fairy Li Shan into Heavenly Giant Solar, causing this ancient battle formation's power to rise sharply. However, Hei Chang had the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. It could resist Heavenly Giant Solar. Qin Baishang's 5-finger fist heart sword was extremely sharp. Heavenly Giant Solar suffered heavy injuries repeatedly. The situation was only delayed for a while before it deteriorated again. The land spirit of Langya had no choice but to rob Peter to repair Paul. He sent the hairy man Gu immortals in refinement cauldron into heavenly giant solar. In the intense battle, the other side of the land spirit of Langya was stimulated. After sending 3 batches, Qin Bai Sheng finally found a chance. He activated the traitor and removed refinement cauldron. Eventually, he snatched many core immortal Gu from refinement cauldron and retreated. He brought Xuesong Zi and the 2 exposed hairy man Gu immortal traitors. After the battle, Fang Yuan lent fixed immortal travel to Tai Bai Yunsheng. He asked him to bring He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan away. He did not stay for long. This way, he completed one of the contents of the new alliance agreement that he had signed not long ago. He had already provided a chance for He Lulan to kill He Cheng. But the latter did not capture him. That did not mean that Fang Yuan did not follow the rules of the alliance agreement. Even though He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan had a lot of questions and curiosity towards Langya Blessed Land after the incident, but Fang Yuan did not answer any of them. The alliance agreement did not state that all information had to be shared selflessly. Since Fang Yuan already knew about it, how could he shoot himself in the foot? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were helpless. They felt that Fang Yuan was very mysterious. His background could not be underestimated. He was actually connected to such a mystical existence. They could not help but think of Fang Yuan's master, Ishan Makoto. They had many wild and fanciful thoughts. First, he borrowed Attitude Gu, and now, he used Langya Blessed Land to deal a blow to He Lulan's side twice. This made Fang Yuan even more confident in dealing with Blazing Heaven Demonis. At the same time, it was a small preparation for him to ally with He Lulan and the rest to take down Langya Blessed Land. If possible, Fang Yuan wanted to take Langya Blessed Land for himself. But many times, ideas were beautiful, but reality was cruel. This could be considered as Fang Yuan's insignificant preparation for any future mishaps. Land Spirit of Langya turned into his second personality, like in his previous life. After the battle, he prepared to relocate Langya Blessed Land. At the same time, he reformed Langya sect and invited Fang Yuan to be an external supreme elder. Fang Yuan agreed. Speaking of the rewards for this battle, Fang Yuan did not ask for the rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe of all-out effort Gu. He asked Land Spirit of Langya for a large amount of support. At some point in the future, if Fang Yuan was in danger, Langya sect would need to send Gu immortals to save Fang Yuan immediately. This way, Fang Yuan brought Langya Blessed Land's hairy man Gu immortals along with him. Land Spirit of Langya gave Fang Yuan a sect mission. He was to go deep into the icy plain and contact the alliance of the Rockmen and Snowmen. As long as you complete this mission, I will give you a portion of the Immortal Gu recipes. As long as you have enough sect contribution points, you can use these contribution points to exchange for the Immortal Gu recipes you want. Land Spirit of Langya did not forget to entice Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's thoughts changed. Can I look at these Immortal Gu recipes first? Of course. After looking at them, even with Fang Yuan's vast knowledge, he was moved. Langya Blessed Land only had dozens of Immortal Gu, but the number of Immortal Gu recipes was hard for Fang Yuan to estimate. At least, Land Spirit of Langya showed Fang Yuan 200 of them. Fang Yuan soon saw many Immortal Gu recipes that suited him. He asked, "Can I choose other missions?" But he was rejected by Land Spirit of Langya. "My Langya sect has just been established. There are many things to do. Of course there are people to deal with. But this mission is the most dangerous, so I will give it to you. Anyway, if you die, I won't feel any heartache. Hairy Man Gu immortals cannot die easily. They are truly on the same side." Land Spirit of Langya could only speak the truth. Fang Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry, but also felt somewhat relieved. "But don't worry, I want to create the Hairy Man world. You variant humans will need help. I also have a transformation path method to let you abandon your human body and turn into a hairy man. When you truly become a hairy man, I will open up the Immortal Gu inventory. You can use your contribution points to borrow or exchange Immortal Gu." Ha ha ha. Land Spirit of Langya patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, encouraging him. But this kind of encouragement was a bit too direct. Fang Yuan did not mind. His first question was whether familiar face and becoming a hairy man. Could he fool Land Spirit of Langya? But soon, he discarded this thought. Not to mention the fact that familiar face he had now was only an incomplete version. and the original familiar face was obtained from land spirit of Langya. Even though he was direct, it did not mean he was stupid. I will definitely not consider becoming a true hairy man. Humans are the true masters of this world. It has been like this since the remote antiquity era. This is the general trend. How can it be changed? Back then, even long-hair ancestor, who was the land spirit's main body, had to hide his true identity. Now, he is only a land spirit. What tricks can he come up with? Wishful thinking. Fang Yuan was not optimistic about Langya's sect's future. In the 500 years of his previous life, Langya's sect was taken over by the Celestial Court. This was the final outcome of Langya Blessed Land. Even if there were changes in the future, if it was not the Celestial Court, it could be other Gu immortals or organizations. Humans would always be the rulers. The status of variant humans would not change. Fang Yuan's plan had always been to gain benefits from Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya turning into his second personality had both advantages and disadvantages for Fang Yuan. But at least this time, there were more benefits for Fang Yuan. The original Land Spirit of Langya was quite conservative. He would not create Langya's sect and recruit Fang Yuan as an external supreme elder. He would not agree to help Fang Yuan when he was in danger. The battle of Langya's sect ended. The 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley began. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He recuperated while refining Dream Path Mortal Gu. At the same time, he stockpiled Gu refinement immortal materials, preparing to refine Immortal Gu. A month later, he picked all the spring dream fruits and refined a large number of Dream Path Mortal Gu. The quantity was much higher than in his previous life. Chapter 988. Eastern Sea, Yulu Blessed Land. With like in his previous life, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were led by a scenic blue immortal zombie, Shan Enjiang, as they passed through Yulu Blessed Land's entrance and entered. Brother Tai Bai, we meet again. Ha ha ha. Shark Demon saw Tai Bai Yunsheng and showed a warm expression. He took the initiative to welcome him and patted Tai Bai Yunsheng's shoulder. Tai Bai Yunsheng had not been in Eastern Sea for long, but with man as before and landscape as before, he had made quite a name for himself. Earlier, Tai Bai Yunsheng helped Shark Demon's group attack Yulu Blessed Land. His man as before Immortal Gu was of great help to them. Shark Demon greeted him and turned his gaze to Fang Yuan. This must be Brother Tai Bai's good friend, Wisdom Star Qindao? Since you are Brother Tai Bai's good friend, then you are my good friend as well. I am just a lone cultivator. I do not dare to call myself that. Fang Yuan nodded, smiling humbly. He had a tall and straight posture. With a feather fan and silk handkerchief, he had the appearance of a handsome young man. His skin was white and clean. He had a tall nose bridge and thick eyebrows. His eyes were like deep pools. Right now, Fang Yuan had a smile on his face. He looked like a handsome young man. He was very pleasing to the eyes. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was Xing Xiang Zi, but in this life, he was Wisdom Star. Familiar Face's power was much stronger than Vaguely Familiar Face in his previous life. Shark Demon and the rest could not see through Fang Yuan's true appearance in the previous life. It was even more impossible in this life. Shark Demon's wife, Subai Man, looked at Fang Yuan and said, I heard that you cultivate Wisdom Path as your main and Star Path as your secondary. You were recommended by Sir Tai Bai. I wonder if you can display your skills here? In the previous life, Fang Yuan pretended to be Xing Xiang Zi. To the outside world, he called himself Star Path as his main and Wisdom Path as his secondary. But in this life, Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment had already reached Grandmaster level. Even without Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, he was very confident. Therefore, he might as well separate the major and minor sections. They swapped places. Fang Yuan nodded and said to Shark Demon and the others, It's reasonable for everyone to test my cultivation. Then I will show you my skills and give you my comments. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was very humble, but in this life, he spoke very politely, but his expression was full of arrogance. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man looked at each other and couldn't help but look forward to it. Tai Bai Yunxing's heart was filled with worry, but he did not show it. Among the immortals, Bu Dan's face was gloomy. The arrival of Fang Yuan. His position in the team was in jeopardy. and his interests were seriously violated. At once, everyone's gazes gathered on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled. One hand was behind his back while the other held a feather fan. He waved it leisurely in front of his chest. He looked around, taking in the sights around him. Right now, it was still the battlefield killer move, freezing rain-frozen earth. Thus, when he looked around, it was a vast expanse of white ice and snow. Every once in a while, here, a huge icy rain would fall and form countless snow monsters, causing huge trouble for everyone. Feng Yuan only looked for a while before saying, "I've deduced it." Shark Demon and the rest were shocked. They had thought that Feng Yuan was preparing some immortal killer move. To think that he had finished it so quickly. Su Bai Man complimented him even more politely. "Your Excellency's cultivation is indeed impressive, to be able to remain so calm and collected. You actually deduced the flaw of this battlefield killer move without making a sound. You are truly admirable." "Not at all. Not at all." Feng Yuan waved his hand and smiled. "Madam, you are exaggerating. To deduce the flaw of this battlefield killer move, I need to spend some effort. But that was not what I deduced earlier." Immediately, an immortal zombie asked, "Then what did Sir deduce?" Feng Yuan answered calmly, "I deduced some information about battlefield killer moves. For example, this battlefield killer move that we are in is called freezing rain-frozen earth." Hearing this answer, all the immortals were stunned. Immediately, Shark Demon frowned. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. He had a vicious nature. He was about to act up when Su Bai Man secretly stopped him. Gu Immortal Budan scoffed. "Qindao, are you playing with us? Who doesn't know the name of this battlefield killer move? It is called freezing rain-frozen earth. To think that you have such guts despite your low abilities. You actually dare to trick Shark Demon and Su Bai Man." Su Bai Man laughed, easing the atmosphere. "Budan, shut up. I think Brother Chen is only joking. He is about to use his true method." Feng Yuan shook his head. "Madam, this is what I deduced." Su Baiman's expression froze. His gaze slowly turned dark. "What?" Shark Demon snorted coldly. He could no longer hold back. He stared with wide eyes as he walked forward fiercely. At this time, Tai Bai Yunxing stepped forward, blocking Feng Yuan and Shark Demon. He cupped his fists towards Shark Demon, smiling bitterly. "Lord Shark Demon, it was my fault. I did not say it clearly, but this Brother Chun has such a personality, he always leaves half of his words unsaid. I have been troubled by this for a long time." "Oh?" Shark Demon's expression eased. He looked at Feng Yuan. "Io, my Brother Chin, just tell me everything that you have calculated." Tai Bai Yunsheng pretended to be distressed and said. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. "Everyone, I have indeed deduced the origin of the battlefield killer move. But it is not only freezing rain-frozen earth. Below this freezing rain-frozen earth are fighting soul battlefield, 8 doors labyrinth, and unmoving troops." Fighting soul battlefield, 8 doors labyrinth, and unmoving troops. Is this true? Shark Demon was immediately attracted by Feng Yuan's words. His eyes shined as he stared at Feng Yuan with anticipation. Feng Yuan waved his feather fan leisurely. "I deduced it personally. How can it be false?" Shark Demon and Su Bai Man immediately transmitted their voices. Shark Demon was overjoyed. "Madam, if this Wisdom Star's deductions are accurate, then his wisdom path attainment is truly amazing." Su Bai Man agreed. "That's right. Earlier, we invited several wisdom path Gu immortals, but it was very difficult to deduce the battlefield killer move. I didn't expect this person to give me an answer so quickly and silently." Shark Demon pondered. "We need to wait and see. Maybe he is just speaking without thinking, pretending to be mysterious? If the deduction is wrong, what use is it?" Su Bai Man thought about it before rejecting. "I think the possibility is not high. Firstly, Tai Bai Yunxing has a steady nature. He praises this person highly. If this person really has Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment, it is understandable that he deduced the battlefield killer move. Secondly, we can verify this. As we progress step by step, we will be able to prove his answer. If he wants to deceive us, he would not be so unwise as to give information that can be easily determined." Madam is right. Just as Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were conversing secretly, Budan could not wait any longer. He sneered at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you are really astute. Your deduction is very good. As long as the freezing rain-frozen earth does not break, how can we know that your deduction is correct? Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He had trampled on this Budan in his previous life. He had framed him before. It seemed that he could not avoid it in this life. Fang Yuan did not want to complicate matters, but he could not do anything about Budan taking the initiative to appear in front of him. At this time, Shark Demon smiled. Sir Chen, Budan is being unreasonable. Please do not blame him. Although he is being unreasonable, he is speaking the truth. The thing that I deduced will indeed take some time before I can verify it. Fang Yuan nodded, admitting it frankly. Su Baiman chuckled softly. For some reason, although this is the first time I have met you, I feel that I have met you before. I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity and trust. So even if I cannot verify it, I still believe you. Ha ha ha. Many people have said that. Fang Yuan boasted shamelessly. Not at all modest. But there was indeed no need to be modest. This was the effect of familiar face. Shark Demon continued. Sir Chan, we are trapped in the freezing rain-frozen earth. Please help us, sir. Break this move one day earlier, and you will be able to see the next level one day earlier. I'll also be able to see the next level a day earlier and help Mr. verify the contents of your deductions and clear your name. Fang Yuan laughed. Lord Shark Demon, you are wrong. I'm very confident in my deduction. I don't need any verification at all. It is just that you do not trust me and need verification. After pausing for a while, Fang Yuan continued. Since you want me to help, we should talk about the remuneration first, right? Shark Demon frowned. Fang Yuan's attitude made him unhappy. After all, Fang Yuan was only rank 6 while he was rank 7. It was already an offense for a rank 6 to have such an attitude towards a rank 7. In his previous life, Fang Yuan sucked up to Shark Demon and wanted to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Thus he was very polite to him. But in this life, Fang Yuan had already obtained the Earth Trench inheritance. Why would he need to join Zombie Alliance? Shark Demon wanted to attack Yulu Blessed Land because he needed Fang Yuan's help. Fang Yuan naturally had to use his identity to obtain more benefits. After some discussion, Shark Demon offered a high price. Fang Yuan gladly accepted and started to move. Although he did not have Star Thought Immortal Goo, he was different from his previous life. He was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster now. Even if he used Mortal Goo, he could use them in countless ways. Most importantly, he had already unraveled this battlefield killer move in his previous life. Therefore, when he made a move, the effect was immediate, and it even caused the crowd to exclaim in surprise and praise from time to time. In his previous life, Fang Yuan only focused on unraveling this battlefield killer move, freezing rain-frozen earth. But in this life, Fang Yuan dealt with it with ease. He placed most of his attention on learning. Be it his previous life or this life, Fang Yuan did not have a single battlefield killer move. He was deeply interested in any battlefield killer move. As time passed, Fang Yuan's understanding of this battlefield killer move, freezing rain-frozen earth, became deeper and deeper. What were the core immortal goo of freezing rain-frozen earth? How many were there? And how many supplementary mortal goo were there? Fang Yuan gradually understood them. Only how these goo worms worked together and how many methods they could be used. Fang Yuan could not find them all in a short period of time. Every once in a while, freezing rain and snow monsters would attack, but Shark Demon and the rest would take the initiative to protect the environment for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not make the same mistake as in his previous life. He did not increase the power of freezing rain-frozen earth. Instead, because he repeatedly unraveled it correctly, the battlefield killer move's power weakened. As for Budan, he was already cowering dejectedly. He did not dare to compete with Fang Yuan. The wisdom path attainment that Fang Yuan displayed was many times deeper than in his previous life. In the previous life, Budan was indignant, but now, he saw the huge gap between him and Fang Yuan. He lost his fighting spirit and became dejected. Eventually, when Fang Yuan almost used up all of his Star Thought Mortal Goo, he stopped. Freezing rain-frozen earth had already been unraveled by 60%. Only 40% was left. Brother Chun, why did you stop? Shark Demon asked anxiously. Fang Yuan smiled. Haste makes waste. I am a little tired. Let's stop here for today. Shark Demon was furious, but he needed Feng Yuan's help. He could not do anything about it. He could only force a smile on his face. Sir is right. I need to rest well. How about this? Sir is a guest. Why don't you come to my shark sea? My shark fishing feast is one of a kind in the East Sea. The other Gu immortals gasped. They looked at Feng Yuan with envy and jealousy. Chapter 989. At the shark fishing banquet, the fragrance of wine permeated the air. Delicacies filled the table. After seeing Feng Yuan's wisdom path attainment, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were very polite and enthusiastic towards Feng Yuan. As they toasted, Shark Demon called over many female Gu masters. Gentlemen, how can there not be music in this banquet? These are the servants that my hall nurtured. They all have Gu master cultivation level and are proficient in transformation path. Their performance of the Sea Demon dance has been praised by many Gu immortals. Today, I will invite you to appreciate it. These female Gu masters were all beautiful like flowers. They had graceful figures. At this moment, the music started. The female dancers danced. Their sleeves fluttered in the wind. They were beautiful and alluring. Suddenly, the music changed from gentle to hurried. The female Gu masters changed their forms. They grew fish tails and turned into mermaids, swimming in the air. The music changed again. It became lively and lively. The female Gu masters changed their forms according to the music. They grew 2 shells on their backs and danced like clam girls. When the music started to have metallic sounds, the female Gu masters' hands turned into the pincers of prawns and crabs. As they danced, the wind blew and they looked very heroic. The music changed 18 times. The female Gu masters also changed 18 times. They danced in different styles. It was an eye-opener for Feng Yuan. Eastern Sea has a myriad of styles. It is truly different from Northern Plains' bold and unrestrained beauty. Tai Bai Yunxing praised generously. Shark Demon saw that Feng Yuan did not speak. He asked, I wonder what Mr. Chen's opinion is. It is truly beautiful, Feng Yuan said, but he found it funny inwardly. In his previous life, his wisdom path attainment was not high. Even when he suppressed Budan, he relied on schemes and traps. But in this life, Feng Yuan displayed great strength. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man treated him warmly. In his previous life, although Feng Yuan participated in the shark fishing banquet, he did not have this song and dance to liven things up. In this life, he had this performance. It showed how much Shark Demon cared about Feng Yuan. After the dance, the female Gu masters retreated. Su Bai Man said with a smile, I wonder if Mr. Chun and Mr. Tai Bai have any questions. Which maid did he fancy? As long as the 2 of you say it, I will make the decision and give it to you. I'm old. Thank you, madam, for your concern. Tai Bai Yunxing politely refused. Feng Yuan said, I've heard of the shark fishing banquet. Instead, I'm more interested in the sharks outside the hall. Su Bai Man was slightly disappointed in his heart, but he still smiled and said, It seems that the 2 sirs are not lucky enough to choose maids. But this was a shark in the sea. But I can't make the decision. They are all my husband's pets. Ha ha ha. Since the 2 of you are interested, how can I not give them to you? Whenever there was a shark fishing banquet, he would give some sharks as a gift. However, there's another rule here. I wonder if the 2 of you know about it? Shark Demon asked. Of course I know about it. Feng Yuan nodded. He waved his feather fan in front of his chest. But I still need to confirm it with Master. No matter what we catch, or how much we catch, they all belong to us. Of course, as long as the 2 of you do it yourself. Shark Demon nodded and replied. There was no hesitation. Feng Yuan smiled. Then let me deduce which shark is the most precious in this shark sea? But if I can really get it, I hope the 2 of you will be willing to part with it. Hee. Mr. Chun, do whatever you want. Shark Demon laughed. He wanted to probe Feng Yuan's true abilities. Feng Yuan pretended. He pinched his fingers and deduced. At once, starlight shone on his body. It was dazzling. After a while, starlight shone everywhere, filling the hall. In an instant, there was the sound of bells. It was too wonderful for words. The starlight was dazzling. The aura of a mortal goose spread out, causing Shark Demon and Su Bai Man to be moved. they secretly transmitted their voices to discuss. This wisdom star Chen Dao is truly amazing. I wonder if husband has noticed. He has already used 3 different immortal goo. I wonder what kind of wisdom path immortal goo they are. What they did not know was that Feng Yuan was only putting on an act. It was just a facade. The starlight slowly dissipated. Sweat appeared on Feng Yuan's forehead. He closed his eyes and rested for a while before slowly opening them. His eyes were shooting out starlight that was over 3 meters long. The light was so bright that people could not look at him directly. To think that Shark Demon and Su Baiman have such powerful methods. They actually used the power of enslavement path to restrain a rank 8 one-finger flow shark. It is truly amazing. Although I deduced it, my methods are too shallow and I am unable to capture this beast. There is nothing I can do. Earlier, I was still speaking arrogantly. Now that my abilities are lacking, I hope the 2 lords will not laugh at me. Shark Demon and Su Baiman's body shook. Resourceful Star Chen Dao even figured out this secret. This, at once. This rank 7 Gu immortal couple stared with wide-opened eyes, fixedly staring at Feng Yuan, disbelief frozen on their faces. After a few breaths of time, Shark Demon and Su Baiman reacted, their emotions slightly calming down. Su Baiman sighed, "Today, I finally know Sir Chin's power. The one-finger flow shark is our husband and wife's greatest secret. Mr. Chin might not know this, but in order to prevent this matter from being calculated by others, we husband and wife went to great lengths to ask Song Jiadan to help us conceal this matter." Shark Demon continued, "Twin polar plate armor pill, Nan Gong hid Hua Un, and Dragon Head Tortoise returned from Adversity Sea. In the current Eastern Sea Gu immortal world, Song Jiadan is publicly recognized as one of the 3 most outstanding wisdom path Gu immortals. Brother Chin's method can actually break Song Jiadan's defense. Doesn't this mean that Brother Chin's wisdom path attainment is already comparable to Song Jiadan's?" Feng Yuan's heart jumped. He seemed to have accidentally faked it. He quickly waved his hand, trying to salvage the situation. "I am ashamed. I cannot compare to Song Jiadan. I had also performed exceptionally earlier. If I were to face Song Jiadan himself, there would be no chance of victory." Shark Demon's upper body leaned forward. He stared at Feng Yuan. "I have finally seen Sir's method. But earlier in Yulu Blessed Land, why did I not see Sir activate the immortal goo?" Feng Yuan chuckled. "Wouldn't activating the immortal goo expend immortal essence? The cost would increase. I am not a wealthy person like Lord Shark Demon. Moreover, using mortal goo can also unravel the battlefield killer move. It is just that the time needed is slightly longer. Why not?" Shark Demon was greatly moved. Feng Yuan did not care about time, but he did. He had accepted a mission from Zombie Alliance to attack Yulu Blessed Land. As time passed, Zombie Alliance's higher-ups would urge him. If he did not make much progress, he might be replaced by someone else. Thus, Shark Demon and Su Baiman were under a lot of pressure. "Sir, you do not know that I am an impatient person. In order to avoid problems, the faster we attack Yulu Blessed Land, the better." Shark Demon laughed heartily, continuing, "It seems that the price I offered earlier did not satisfy Sir. Sir Chun, state your price. I will try my best to satisfy it." Feng Yuan shook his head and smiled. "It is best to slow down when attacking Yulu Blessed Land. Lord Shark Demon, don't you know the value of battlefield killer moves?" "Of course I do. I also know the true value of Yulu Blessed Land is not just these battlefield killer moves. It is the method to use the Dao marks in the Blessed Land to set up battlefield killer moves. But these methods can be learned from the land spirit after attacking the Blessed Land." Shark Demon answered, "What if there is no land spirit?" Feng Yuan asked. The possibility is very small." Shark Demon hesitated. "Even if it is small, it is still possible. Lord Shark Demon has been attacking Yulu Blessed Land for so long. Have you seen the land spirit? I don't think so. Thus, the safest method is to slowly attack and understand all these battlefield killer moves." Feng Yuan heaved a long sigh. Shark Demon was getting angry. He continued to persuade Feng Yuan, but Feng Yuan was insistent. Shark Demon could not turn hostile. He needed Feng Yuan's help. He could only endure it. Feng Yuan was fearless. He raised the price, and only agreed when Shark Demon reached his limit. After resting for a few days, Feng Yuan followed Shark Demon into Yulu Blessed Land again. This time, he used Star Thought Immortal Goo and spent many days to help Shark Demon unravel the freezing rain frozen earth killer move. As for this Star Thought Immortal Goo, it was quite strange. After Feng Yuan was reborn, he tried to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo for the first time, and he actually succeeded. But the truth was, Immortal Goo refinement was not so simple. The reason why Star Thought Immortal Goo was refined was because of Feng Yuan's extensive practice in his previous life. Maybe after connecting He Lulan, Feng Yuan's luck became better. This was one of the reasons why the Goo refinement succeeded. Feng Yuan had already started to stockpile immortal materials. He was preparing to refine rank 6 all-out effort Goo when the time was right. Time flew by, and several months had passed. With Feng Yuan's help, Shark Demon's invasion of Yulu Blessed Land was much smoother than in his previous life. Freezing rain-frozen earth, fighting soul battlefield, and 8 doors labyrinth, they were all unraveled by Feng Yuan. After using Star Thought Immortal Goo, Feng Yuan no longer lacked star thoughts. He had already grasped freezing rain-frozen earth, fighting soul battlefield, and 8 doors labyrinth. Even though Feng Yuan did not have the corresponding Immortal Goo, he could not create any battlefield killer move. But this was already a huge gain. Feng Yuan had a deep understanding of battlefield killer moves. As long as he used the light of wisdom, given time, Feng Yuan was confident that he could use these Immortal Goo to create his own battlefield killer move. Finally, Feng Yuan faced the battlefield killer move Unmoving Troops again. He finally encountered a problem. Unmoving Troops was the final round of Yulu Blessed Land. It involved Wisdom Path and was very difficult. Adding on that Feng Yuan did not have any experience in unraveling it in his previous life, his progress was very slow. Feng Yuan gave up. He did not join Zombie Alliance. Shark Demon could not order him. Of course, the main reason was that Central Continent was in chaos. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven shattered. Countless fragment worlds fell on Central Continent. In his previous life, Feng Yuan obtained Wisdom Path and Star Path Grandmaster attainment levels in the Dream Realm of the Fragment Worlds. But the Dream Realm was not fully explored by him. In this life, Feng Yuan was looking forward to it. If he fully explored the Dream Realm, how much would his gains be? Would his Wisdom Path and Star Path attainment levels rise again? Or the attainment levels of other paths? Chapter 990. Several days later, Feng Yuan appeared in a nameless valley in Central Continent. A certain fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had fallen here. It was still stable for now. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had sent Gu immortals to guard this valley. Seeing that Feng Yang had brought Feng Yuan here, their expressions turned ugly. This time, it was all thanks to Feng Yuan's rank 6 bottom-tier cultivation level. Otherwise, they would not have been able to obtain such a huge benefit. The fragment world here was just enough for a bottom-tier rank 6 Gu immortal to barely enter. But among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, where could there be a Gu immortal with such low cultivation level like Feng Yuan? Thus, Feng Yuan was the only one who was in high demand. Crane Gate made full use of the competition rules of the 10 great ancient sects to bring them into the Grotto Heaven fragment world. Like in his previous life, Fairy Bai Qing took care of Feng Yuan and Feng Kim Hong. Feng Yuan nodded in agreement, but he was thinking in his heart, should he kill Feng Kim Hong? Because Spirit Affinity House did not announce the death of Feng Jioge, according to Feng Yuan's information, he knew that Feng Jioge had gone missing in Northern Plains. But thinking about it, Feng Yuan gave up on this idea. Even if Feng Jioge died in my previous life, the 100 Days battle in this life has not ended yet. Anything is possible. Moreover, Feng Jioge's death in my previous life has not been confirmed yet. Most importantly, the reason why I wanted to kill Feng Kim Hong was because I wanted to snatch her Dreamwings Immortal Goo. Unfortunately, even if she is immortal, she can make the Immortal Goo self-destruct with just a thought. Even if I am a Goo immortal, without special methods, I cannot snatch it. If I deal with her now, Feng Jioge is still at her peak. She will definitely be attacked by Spirit Affinity House and other super forces. This is courting death. Go in. The others have already entered, and since your cultivation is the highest, you've been arranged to be the last, Feng Yang said in a low voice. There was no helping it. If Feng Yuan entered in advance, the other 9 sects were all mortal goo masters and could not compete with Feng Yuan. Of course, from this, one could see the weakness of the Crane Gate. If Crane Gate was as strong as Spirit Affinity House, it would not be difficult for Feng Yuan to be first. The fragment world of the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was right in front of Feng Yuan. It was a scene of a blue lake. It was like a torn half of a painting, suddenly inserted into the small valley overgrown with bushes. This was not a complete blessed grotto heaven. Feng Yuan stepped into it. The next moment, he was in the fragment world of the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Looking back, the Goo immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were still in the valley. He was no longer in the same world as Feng Yuan. These Goo immortals' gazes were either gloomy or envious. There was no helping it. Their cultivation levels were too high. They had countless Dao marks. If they forcefully entered, they would directly break this fragile fragment world. This lake is huge. I remember that in my previous life, the desolate beast dragonfish was hiding near the island in the middle of the lake. It was influenced by immortal goo. It became very violent and berserk. I have lost self-strength immortal goo now. I cannot use strength path giant hand. It is not as convenient to capture it now as in my previous life. Feng Yuan recalled as he flew out. Similar to his previous life, some elite Goo masters of Heaven's Envy Manor were still trapped on the island in the lake. Around the island, the lake water was dangerous and violent. The desolate beast dragonfish was causing huge waves. Feng Yuan descended from the sky, using an immortal method. After some effort, he successfully captured the dragonfish. Other than the desolate beast dragonfish, there were also over 600,000 ordinary dragonfish. After leaving behind the stunned Goo masters of Heaven's Envy Manor, Feng Yuan flew towards the Dream Realm. He arrived at the Dreamland. Feng Kim Hong had already led the 4 Goo masters of Spirit Affinity House to occupy this Dream Realm. Feng Yuan, I've been waiting here for a long time. Feng Kim Hong smiled. Her facial features were like a painting. Her skin was as white as snow, and she was calm and confident. Feng Yuan also smiled. Before this trip, I have already told you. Your mother asked me to take care of you. I won't make things difficult for you. I'll try my best to make things convenient for you, but there's a price for taking care of you. What can you give me? Feng Kim Hong was prepared and was about to speak. Feng Yuan interrupted her. If you want to use an immortal zombie's method to regain a human body as a bargaining chip, then forget it. I've already found a suitable method. Of course, it's not the 10 extreme physique ascension method that you told me before. Feng Kim Hong was taken aback. She did not expect Feng Yuan to find a suitable immortal zombie reincarnation method so quickly. How about this? I know that Spirit Affinity House's research on dream realms is ahead of the other 9 great ancient sections. I only need the recipe of a dream path mortal goo. I'll let you guard this dream realm and explore it for some time. How about that? You have dream wings immortal goo. Don't tell me you don't know the recipes of some dream path mortal goo. Feng Yuan suggested. According to the rules set by the 10 great sects, if Spirit Affinity House's representative, Feng Kim Hong, wanted to occupy this place, she would have to face the challenge of any sect. Only after winning 2 out of 3 rounds could she get rid of the opponent's right to occupy this place. Feng Kim Hong had the immortal goo that Fairy Bai Qing gave her, as well as her will and immortal essence. But she was immortal after all. She could not defeat an immortal zombie like Feng Yuan. Feng Kim Hong had a bitter expression. Feng Yuan, your request is too much. Everyone knows that I have Dream Wings immortal goo. But you have severely underestimated the value of Dream Path Mortal Goo recipes. I have indeed used some Dream Path Mortal Goo before, but those were all secret experiments. I plan to use them with my Dream Wings to create an immortal killer move. Unfortunately, they all failed. And these Dream Goo were given to me by the sect. I do not know any Dream Path Mortal Goo recipes. Change your request. For example, Strength Path Mortal Goo recipes. At this time, Dream Realms had not appeared on a large scale yet. Dream Path was still being explored and had not taken shape. Even though Dream Path Goo worms had appeared, they were limited. To truly form a mature path like Dream Path, just Dream Wings Immortal Goo and Dream Travel were not enough. Only a path that everyone could cultivate could be called a path. Dream Path had just started to develop. it was showing signs of progress. In the 5 regions, only super forces had spare time to research it. Thus, the goo recipes of Dream Path Mortal Goo were extremely valuable. Feng Yuan did not persist. He knew, even if Feng Kim Hong knew the goo recipes of Dream Path Mortal Goo, he would not give them to him. The reason why he made this request was for his true motive. Feng Yuan said, "Then how about this? I need information on Sword Immortal Bo Qing. You might not know, but this person is a legendary figure in your spirit affinity house. Give me his information. Don't try to fool me with the information on the market." Feng Kim Hong thought, "This Feng Yuan is underestimating me. Even though I am a mortal goo master, I have been in contact with the world of goo immortals since young. How can I not know Bo Qing's name? However, why does Feng Yuan want Bo Qing's information?" He thought again. Bo Qing is already dead, so what if I agree to his request? It is easy for my mother to get this information. Even if it involves Spirit Affinity House's secrets, I have a sense of propriety. I will not foolishly hand over all the information to Feng Yuan. After thinking about it, Feng Kim Hong nodded in agreement. But Feng Yuan continued, "This dream realm is something that Crane Gate must obtain. How long you can explore it will depend on the amount of information you give me. You can send a letter now and ask your mother to prepare. I want to see the goods in 2 hours in Central Continent time. Then, I will give you more time according to the quality of the information." Feng Kim Huang's heart sank. She knew that Feng Yuan was not so easy to fool. She was the treasure of her parents. She naturally had a mortal goo and a large number of information path mortal goo to let Fairy Bai Qing know about Feng Kim Huang's condition. After a while, the two finally came to an agreement. Feng Yuan left the dream realm directly. In this blessed land, even though he had subdued the desolate beast dragonfish, he still had a desolate beast hidden essence turtle and a desolate plant nethergrass to collect. 2 hours later in Central Continent time, several days had passed in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's fragment world. Feng Yuan subdued the hidden essence turtle and nethergrass. Like in his previous life, he released some rockmen to search for valuable goo worms or goo materials in his place. He returned to the dream realm, where Feng Kim Hong could not conceal her dispirited and irritated mood as she handed him the first batch of information. Feng Yuan looked through it and nodded repeatedly. This information was very detailed, worthy of being the internal information of Spirit Affinity House. In my previous life, when Central Continent's falling heavenly river changed, many goo immortals gained benefits, but I could not interfere. In this life, I have my previous life's experience and insights. I do not need to make many deductions. I can save a lot of time and energy. Maybe I can explore falling heavenly river. Feng Yuan thought in his heart while commenting. Although this information is detailed, it doesn't touch on many secrets. According to our previous agreement, I will give you 3 days. Of course, this time refers to the time in the fragment world. Feng Kim Hong nodded, sighing inwardly. She had overestimated herself and underestimated the difficulty of this dream realm. Until now, even though she had Dreamwings Immortal Goo, she could not get through the first layer of the dream realm. She had thought that she could explore this dream realm in 6 to 7 days and obtain a huge improvement. But the cruel reality gave her a resounding slap in the face. If I had known this would happen, I would have insisted on the price. But now, this information can only be exchanged for 3 days. This time is not even enough for me to fully recover from my injuries. Sigh. Feng Kim Hong sighed deeply again. Feng Yuan was well aware of her condition, but he pretended not to know and left again. But secretly, he returned to the other side of the dream realm and entered it. With his previous life's experience, he was very familiar with it, and with his ample preparations this time, he had a large number of Dream Path Mortal Goo. He could use Unravel Dream many times. The first layer of the Beastman Wind, not Grass Dream Realm, and the second layer of the Astrolabe Chessboard Dream Realm were all broken by Feng Yuan. He finally arrived at the third layer of the Dream Realm. This was a dream realm that he had never been to in his previous life. On the willow shore, the lake's surface was like a mirror. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, a female immortal was gently playing the zither. "You are finally here." She looked at Feng Yuan, her eyes shining brightly as a mysterious smile appeared on her face. Feng Yuan's body shook. Chapter 991. This was the third layer of the dream realm. The night sky was gentle. Stars were sparse in the sky. The lake was calm. The moment Feng Yuan entered the dream realm, he was already in the pavilion at the center of the lake. His gaze was fixed on the female immortal in the pavilion. He was very surprised. Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Since ancient times, among the 10 venerables, only Red Lotus Demon Venerable was mysterious and unfathomable. His appearance could not be verified. The others, however, had names and appearances. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the second venerable in history. She was primordial origin Immortal Venerable's disciple, and also the second-generation Immortal King of Celestial Court. Her great achievements, her voice and appearance were naturally widely known. Thus Feng Yuan recognized her at first glance. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was tall. She wore a long blue dress that dragged on the ground. She had long black hair that extended all the way to her waist. Her eyelashes were thick and long. Her eyes were like the moon in a well. They were tranquil but had a hint of spirituality and mysteriousness. Her skin was as white as snow. She was looking at Feng Yuan with an eerie expression. Her hands were gently stroking the zither in front of her. "You are finally here." She spoke slowly. Her voice was gentle like the beautiful night sky. "Interesting. Who am I acting as in this dream realm?" Feng Yuan looked at his own attire and found that he was in his original appearance. This made Feng Yuan quite surprised. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. Earlier, in the first layer of the dream realm, Feng Yuan was a child who had encountered misfortune. In the second layer of the dream realm, he was a mortal youngster seeking immortality. Why did he return to his original appearance in the third layer of the dream realm? Before I entered the dream realm, I had been activating the immortal killer move Familiar Face. But now, even this killer move has failed. Could it be that this dream realm is so deep that my soul has unknowingly become addicted? As Feng Yuan thought of this, he became even more vigilant. He had just explored the first 2 layers of the dream realm. He knew clearly that this was a dream. It was not real. But if his soul was completely addicted, he would lose this knowledge and feel that everything was real. Just like back then, He Lulan fell into a dream during her tribulation. The dream continued to cycle, but she was unable to extricate herself. In this dream, I discovered my original appearance. This is a sign that my soul is in a trance. It seems that the third layer of the dreamland is not a trivial matter. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan did not dare to be careless and was on full alert. But star constellation Immortal Venerable seemed to have seen through Feng Yuan's thoughts. "You don't have to be afraid. Listen to my song." As soon as she finished speaking, her fingers, which were as tender as spring onions, moved. Under her control, the strings produced a melodious and beautiful sound. It was as slow as a spring, and it was pleasant to listen to. Then, she opened her mouth and began to sing in an ancient rhythm. Feng Yuan heard her sing. The song is lonely. The hero is down and out. The road of life is full of troubles. Broken sword sinks into sand. The rise and fall of the ancient times. The unceasing heavenly river surges. Worry. The night is long and dreamy. Where can I rest in peace? How many spring and autumn does it take to change a person's heart? Only providence is boundless. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sang in the night. Her voice was like a clear spring that flowed into the deepest part of Feng Yuan's heart. Feng Yuan frowned deeply. Hearing this, he felt that this song was like a prophecy. It had deep meaning, but he could not understand it in the short term. After star constellation Immortal Venerable finished her song, her figure dissipated. A mysterious smile hung on her lips the entire time. Feng Yuan's concentration was completely focused, but in the next moment, the dream suddenly dissipated. What's going on? Why did this dream realm vanish? Outside the dream realm, Feng Kim Hong, who was recuperating, suddenly opened his eyes, shocked and suspicious. Feng Yuan concealed himself in time. He did not expose himself. He quietly left this place, feeling very surprised. How can this be? Before I explored the third layer of the dream realm, it vanished on its own. What kind of dream is this? Why is it so strange? Even with my 500 years of experience, I have never heard of such a dream realm. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He vaguely felt that this dream realm was very special. It seemed to have a very important meaning to him. In the dream, what did star constellation Immortal Venerable sing? What did she want to tell me? Fang Yuan tried to recall, but could not remember anything. It was like a normal person waking up from a dream. Even though they knew it was a dream, they could not recall the details of the dream. Fang Yuan thought hard. He even used wisdom path methods, but he could not recall the content of star constellation Immortal Venerable's song. Only that slow zither music was reverberating in his mind. Almost at the same time, in southern border, Shadow Sect's headquarters, Life and Death Blessed Land. Life and Death Blessed Land had the door of life and death, and in front of this door, there was a dream realm. Old Man Inkstone held 9 rank 8 immortal goo as he entered the dream realm calmly. The moment he entered, Old Man Inkstone felt an intense killing intent that was as cold as winter. Kill, kill, kill. A man in a black robe with bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair pounced at him. At once, Old Man Inkstone could not move at all. If anyone was here and saw this man in a black robe, they would cry out in shock. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. At the next moment, Old Man Inkstone was forced out. His soul was injured. After returning to his body, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's dream realm was much more difficult than star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm that Fang Yuan explored. Old Man Inkstone had only entered the first layer of the dream realm, but he was already forced to play the role of a character in the dream. And this character was the enemy that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable killed. Old Man Inkstone tried countless times, but he was killed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable the moment he entered the dream. He could not react in time. But I have already left the immortal goo in the dream. Now, it is time to activate the killer move. Old Man Inkstone ignored his injuries. His right hand that was as dry as wood opened up, revealing another immortal goo in his palm. This immortal goo was refined by Central Continent's Yumu Chun. It was Rule Path and was called Reality. Reality Immortal Goo was activated by Old Man Inkstone using his immortal essence. It turned into a silver light that flew into the sky at an incredible speed. In the air, it kept flying around the dream, dragging out a long silver tail that stopped in midair. It did not dissipate. Rise. Old Man Inkstone thought in his mind. Countless goo worms flew out of his immortal aperture, surrounding Spectral Soul's dream realm. They formed a formation in the air. Hundreds and thousands of mortal goo, all of them rank 5. They used Reality Immortal Goo. There were also 9 immortal goo left in the dream realm as the cores, forming a mysterious immortal killer move. An hour later, Old Man Inkstone's face turned purple gold. Most of the immortal essence that he had accumulated in his life had been expended. All of his goo worms were destroyed. Only a silver cocoon of light was left. The cocoon was huge. It completely covered Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's dream realm. Old Man Inkstone let out a breath of turbid air. His body shook. He almost fell to the ground. He was extremely tired, but also had a gratified expression. He looked at the silver cocoon in front of him, muttering, "Next, I just have to wait for the nurturing to succeed." Several days later, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan laughed loudly, walking out of the underground cave. He succeeded. After spending a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he finally created an immortal battlefield killer move. This move was called Star Soul Battlefield. It used Cleanse Soul, Star Mark, Star Shoot, Starlight, and Star Thought as the cores. Even though the explosive power was not strong, it was endless. It could expend a lot of the enemy's battle strength. The light of wisdom is truly amazing. If I had to deduce it myself, I might not even be able to deduce it in 3 years. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. This Star Soul battlefield might only have over 600 goo, including immortal goo. But the truth was, the coordination and usage of goo worms were extremely complex. Thus, Fang Yuan needed at least 5 minutes to set up this Star Soul battlefield. This time was not long. Compared to other battlefield killer moves, it was still below average. Normally speaking, battlefield killer moves needed a lot of time to set up. In his previous life, Fairy Li Shan fought against He Tribe's 4 old-timers Green City Rampage. She used the immortal battlefield killer move Pear Garden in Mountain. She had already started preparing it when she was lying in ambush earlier. In terms of trapping enemies, my Star Soul battlefield cannot compare to Pear Garden in Mountain. But the battlefield has countless ways to wear them down. It is far superior to Pear Garden in Mountain in this aspect. After all, this Star Soul battlefield mainly uses Battle Soul battlefield as a reference. With Star Soul battlefield, Fang Yuan wanted to find a suitable opponent to test it on. He quickly thought of that One-Finger Flow Shark. One-Finger Flow Shark has rank 8 battle strength and has 3-time path immortal goo. My Star Soul battlefield cannot trap it. Moreover, to deal with the One-Finger Flow Shark, I have to deal with Shark Demon and Su Bai Man at the same time. Fang Yuan immediately dispelled this unrealistic idea. He could of course cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness. According to this time, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness had already exchanged letters many times, reaching an initial understanding and some common understandings. Fang Yuan could rely on his status as He Lolan's ally to cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness to deal with the One-Finger Flow Shark. It was highly possible. However, Fang Yuan did not choose this method. Even if he succeeded in dealing with the One-Finger Flow Shark, Fang Yuan would not be able to compete with Blazing Heaven Demoness in terms of battle spoils. He would only get a small portion of the benefits. And it was also impossible to cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness to kill Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. Although Fang Yuan was not a member of Zombie Alliance, Blazing Heaven Demoness was. Due to the Zombie Alliance's agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness could at most suppress Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. She could not take their lives. However, I still need to find Blazing Heaven Demoness. If I don't find her, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan might still conceal Blazing Heaven Demoness' existence and use her as a surprise weapon to deal with me. If I take the initiative to find her, I will cut off this layer of hope of He Lulan and the others, and also act as a deterrent to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan then returned to Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea's Shark Demon couple had been anxiously waiting for Fang Yuan for a long time. In this life, because of Fang Yuan, their progress in attacking Yulu Blessed Land was greatly advanced. But the final obstacle, biting your troops, was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Shark Demon and the others had no idea where to start. They could only look at the immortal goo fluttering in front of them and sigh. Shark Demon's desire towards Fang Yuan could be imagined. But Fang Yuan did not want to pay any attention to him. Rather than cooperating with Shark Demon, it would be better to help Blazing Heaven Demoness take over Yulu Blessed Land. Chapter 992. The sky was blue. There were only a few clouds. Fang Yuan floated in the sky, looking afar. He saw a vast sea and sky. The sea was blue. There were no waves. It was a grand sight. This was the unique sight of Eastern Sea. It was completely different from the mountainous southern border. When Eastern Sea was calm, it was quite similar to the bold and unrestrained northern plains. When huge waves appeared on the surface of the sea, it would be dangerous and violent, and the resemblance to northern plains would vanish. Eastern Sea had a lot of water. It had many changes. It was precisely because of this change that this magnificent scenery was created, and it also brewed the unique cultural styles. Fang Yuan waited patiently. The sea area below him was small. It was the territory of Zombie Alliance, Bu Dan's private sea area. But Bu Dan had already been chased out. The one occupying this place was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, the rank 8 Fire Path Immortal Zombie Blazing Heaven Demoness. A while ago, Fang Yuan's letter to Blazing Heaven Demoness had already been sent to the bottom of the sea. But there were no movements in the sea. Who are you? Such guts. You dare to disturb me at the most crucial moment of the goo refinement. Suddenly, a voice resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan was shocked. He had already activated his investigative methods, but Blazing Heaven Demoness movements were untraceable. Fang Yuan could not sense her. She actually got close to him, and even before she spoke, Fang Yuan did not sense anything. On the surface, Fang Yuan was calm and collected. He turned around and bowed. I am Fang Yuan. Greetings to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan? Blazing Heaven Demoness' eyes shined with bright light. These last days, She had been in a good mood. Because she and Fairy Li Shan had resumed their correspondence, in the letter, Fairy Li Shan expressed her understanding for He Lulan. Earlier, she was not really refining Gu. She only received an information path mortal Gu. The Gu's message was friend of He Lulan. This made Blazing Heaven Demoness curious and wary. She concealed herself and got close to Feng Yuan to probe him. Feng Yuan did not sense anything. He only had rank 6 cultivation level. This made Blazing Heaven Demoness wariness lower. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a strong personality. She immediately accused Feng Yuan of disturbing her Gu refinement. She wanted to take the initiative to force him, but she did not say anything. Blazing Heaven Demoness words made Blazing Heaven Demoness admire Feng Yuan a little more. Feng Yuan nodded. That is me? Saying so, he deactivated familiar face, turning from resourceful star's image back to his immortal zombie body appearance. Blazing Demoness pupils dilated slightly. Blazing Heaven Demoness sighed. This rank 8 attitude Gu really is. I, Gu Demoness Gu. Dao is. Gu. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Wisdom Star Chen Dao is me, but I am not just the Wisdom Star. Gu, and she, and was, she. Gu. Gu Demoness and Demoness. She had long coveted Yulu blessed land. Hence, he had been secretly paying attention to and collecting information on Shark Demon. The Blazing Heaven Demoness had long since learned about Feng Yuan's disguise as the resourceful Star Chen Dao. If I did not have Wisdom Path attainment, how could I create Imperial Court Blessed Land alone? The Blazing Heaven Demoness. I wonder if you are interested in Yulu Blessed Land? Feng Yuan revealed his intentions. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled. What do you think? Feng Yuan smiled and said calmly, if you are not interested, I would not have come here. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed. Is this also what your master, Zishan Makoto, wants? Feng Yuan did not deny it. With my ability, as long as I have some time, I will be able to break the final battlefield killer move in Yulu Blessed Land. However, it's up to you to push Shark Demon and Subaiman out. If he did not have Star Thought Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan might not have the confidence. But with Wisdom Path Immortal Gu and the unmoving battlefield killer move, Feng Yuan would not have a hard time taking it down. Blazing Heaven Demoness expression turned grim. Feng Yuan controlled the tempo of the conversation. She finally felt impatient. Words are no proof, she said coldly. Just because you say you have the ability, does that mean you have the ability? How can I trust you? The anger of a rank 8 Gu Immortal was not a small matter. The atmosphere became heavy. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. He had expected Blazing Heaven Demoness to have such a reaction. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not know Feng Yuan, but Feng Yuan had his previous life's experience and knew about Blazing Heaven Demoness. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Precisely so, Feng Yuan took the initiative in the conversation. It is easy to make Lord believe in my ability. I will show my incompetence first. Saying so, Feng Yuan used his fingers to make deductions. At once, starlight appeared on his body. Immortal Gu auras fluctuated. More than 10 breaths of time later, Feng Yuan stopped pretending. He sighed to Blazing Heaven Demoness. A rank 8 great expert is truly not easy to deduce. This is your excuse for failure? Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her eyebrows. Of course not. Feng Yuan's lips curled up. I have already deduced that Lord has already contacted people in Zombie Alliance's headquarters and is preparing to expel Shark Demon and Subaiman. I'm afraid Budan has already been captured by you, right? First subdue him, then release him and let him use Immortal Gu materials to bribe Subaiman. By then, you can find an excuse to steal the Gu materials, and you can openly find trouble with them. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard this and her expression changed. She was extremely shocked. She did not expect Feng Yuan to deduce her plan in such a short time. She was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Even though she cultivated Fire Path, she had methods to defend against Wisdom Path Gu Immortal's deductions. Why was this method so useless in front of Feng Yuan? No wonder this person could make my sister wary and make little Lan suffer. No, that might not be the case. Maybe this was deduced by Zishan Makoto. He is just putting on a show in front of me. Blazing Heaven Demoness calmed down. She was not an ordinary immortal zombie. Those who could cultivate to rank 8 were not easy to fool. Good. Since you have such ability, I have a problem to solve now. Before she finished speaking, Blazing Heaven Demoness grabbed with her hand. Flames rose and enveloped Feng Yuan's body. Feng Yuan's heart shook. He once again experienced Blazing Heaven Demoness' domineering nature, but he was not worried that she would harm him, because Halo Lan's attitude Immortal Goo was in his hands. If Blazing Heaven Demoness wanted to kill Feng Yuan, was she not afraid that Feng Yuan would fight to the death and destroy attitude Immortal Goo? Feng Yuan did not resist. He was grabbed by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Next, Blazing Heaven Demoness shouted. She turned into a blazing rainbow that tore through the sky. Feng Yuan's eyes were filled with a fiery red color, unable to move. He did not know how long had passed, but suddenly, the flames in front of him disappeared. Feng Yuan found that he was in the middle of a wilderness. The plains stretched as far as the eye could see. Green grass covered the whole field. They were cute and fresh. There were few trees in the field. They had a wide field of vision. The most eye-catching thing was a palace not far away. This palace had azure gold carvings. On the surface were images of seas, the sky, mountains, and so on. This was the rough style of the remote antiquity era. The overflowing aura of Immortal Goo showed how extraordinary this palace was. This was an Immortal Goo house. At this moment, many Goo immortals were standing in groups on the field, surrounding this Immortal Goo house from all directions. There were also some Goo immortals. They were floating in the air, far away from the Immortal Goo house. But no matter which Goo immortal it was, their gazes were focused on Blazing Heaven Demoness and Feng Yuan. Earlier, a blazing rainbow descended from the sky. It had a grand momentum. It was hard not to notice. Blazing Heaven Demoness rank 8 Goo immortal aura was even harder to ignore. With such a high-profile appearance, Feng Yuan, who came with her, was also targeted by countless gazes. I am Song Chi Yuan. Greetings to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Kai Xiong greets you. To be able to see Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness personally, it is my honor as Rualai. Soon, 3 Goo immortals acted as representatives, speaking, even though they did not have as much cultivation as Blazing Heaven Demoness. But they represented Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Rualai Clan. These 3 clans of Eastern Sea were super forces. They were also the main force that fought for ascending Heaven Plane in his previous life. Even Blazing Heaven Demoness could not be too arrogant. She nodded lightly at the 3, saying loudly, I have heard of old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. I came here to try it. Go ahead. The 3 clans were silent. Blazing Heaven Demoness spoke casually, but the 3 clans did not dare to be careless. Not mentioning Blazing Heaven Demoness rank 8 cultivation level. Behind her was the colossal force known as Zombie Alliance. If Zombie Alliance also wanted to interfere in Ascending Heaven Plane, then Ascending Heaven Plane situation would be in huge turmoil. Lady Blazing Heaven comes from Northern Plains. You are a guest. How can my Song family be lacking in etiquette? This one is untalented, so let me accompany you. Song Chi Yuan took the initiative to slowly fly over. Brother Chi Yuan is right. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness has just arrived. Kai Xiong is willing to explain to you. Kai Xiong had just finished speaking when Rualai Gue also flew to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at the 3 immortals. She did not chase them away, letting them stand beside her. Ascending Heaven Plane's location determined that Zombie Alliance could not reach it. There were many super forces in Eastern Sea, but only 3 were truly fighting for the hegemony here. These 3 clans fought openly and secretly, but when Blazing Heaven Demoness, a powerful external force, suddenly appeared, they allied together to resist Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not need to guess to know that these 3 clans had already sent an urgent message. Soon, there would be rank 8 experts appearing to control the situation here. But Blazing Heaven Demoness also knew that even though Ascending Heaven Plane was good, she could not touch it. Even though she was a rank 8 Goo immortal, if she tried to take over Ascending Heaven Plane, not only would Zombie Alliance not support her, she would also offend the 3 super forces. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a domineering nature, but she was not stupid. She was very intelligent and knew how to compromise. Otherwise, in Feng Yuan's previous life, she would not have made that new alliance agreement with Feng Yuan. Chapter 993. Wisdom Star. This is Ascending Heaven Plane, one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth. The Legends of Ranzu has records of it. This place is filled with space path Dao marks. Not only are they irregular, they are also complex and ever-changing. Since you are confident in your wisdom path methods, show me Tian Nan's inheritance. Blazing Heaven Demoness said to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan nodded. He already knew Blazing Heaven Demoness' intention. His wisdom path methods had just been exposed not long ago. Even He Lulan and the rest did not know. Since Blazing Heaven Demoness wanted to take down Yulu Blessed Land, she had to personally probe Feng Yuan's wisdom path abilities. If Feng Yuan had good strength, she would trust Feng Yuan and place the responsibility of taking down Yulu Blessed Land on his shoulders. If Feng Yuan was just an idiot, Blazing Heaven Demoness would find someone else to help him. As for Feng Yuan, he was useless. He could only stay at the side. Wisdom Star, why does this name sound familiar? Since this person is favored by Blazing Heaven Demoness, he must have some ability. Himph. Ascending Heaven Plane's space path Dao marks are not only complex, they are constantly changing. Our 3 clans are restricted by them. Our progress is slow. With his own strength, how is that possible? Song Qiyuan, Kai Xiong, and Ruolai Gue conversed secretly. They watched as Feng Yuan landed on the ground and walked towards the immortal Gu house left behind by old eccentric Tian Nan. Not just the 3 of them, the other Gu immortals' gazes were also focused on Feng Yuan. In Song Clan's camp, there was a young girl dressed in white. Her immortal light was like snow. She was the pearl of Song Clan, one of the beauties of Eastern Sea, Song Yishur. Wisdom Star Chen Dao. At this moment, Song Yishur stared at Feng Yuan without blinking. She had a curious expression. I know this person. Recently, Shark Demon tried to take down Yulu Blessed Land. He tried all ways to ask for this person's help. Previously, Chen Dao helped Shark Demon unravel several battlefield killer moves. His progress was extremely fast. But for some reason, Chen Dao suddenly ignored Shark Demon. Strange. Shika-chan, why do you know so much about Chen Dao? But speaking of which, this kid was indeed elegant and graceful. You are extraordinarily handsome. People will have a good impression of you at first glance. A female Gu immortal elder of Song Clan teased Song Yishur. A blush flashed across Song Yishur's face as she explained. Chen Dao once revealed one of Shark Demon's secrets, and in order to protect this secret, Shark Demon once asked Uncle Song Jiadan for help. That's why I value him. This was different from his previous life. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had disguised himself as Xing Xiangzi. It was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. But in this life, since he had rank 8 attitude Gu and familiar face, Feng Yuan naturally wanted to make full use of this killer move. Changing into a good-looking face could make people lower their guard, making it easier for Feng Yuan to act. Song Clan's Gu immortals heard this and their expressions changed. Song Jiadan was the pride of Song tribe. He was publicly recognized as one of the 3 wisdom path Gu immortals in Eastern Sea. Feng Yuan could actually break Song Jiadan's method. Just this alone was enough to show how amazing he was. At once, Song Clan's Gu immortals looked at Feng Yuan with different gazes. Feng Yuan walked in front of everyone. After taking 5 or 6 steps, he slowly came to a halt. He had a calm expression on his face, but he was secretly concentrating on something. Ascending Heaven Plane was not simple. These secluded domains of heaven and earth often had their own mystical properties. For example, Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were filled with soul path Dao marks, while Ascending Heaven Plane had countless space path Dao marks. Because of these space path Dao marks, Ascending Heaven Plane could connect to the immemorial 9 heavens. Even mortals could enter the immemorial 9 heavens through Ascending Heaven Plane. However, after Ranzu's children wreaked havoc in the 9 heavens, they destroyed many immemorial heavens. Even Ascending Heaven Plane was affected. Ascending Heaven Plane was no longer as safe as the immemorial era. The space path Dao marks here were complex like countless spider webs, and they were still changing. Even though ascending heaven plane looked peaceful on the surface, it was actually filled with danger and killing intent. Even if a Gu immortal was here, they would suffer terrifying damage from the space path Dao marks if they were not careful. Blazing Heaven Demoness brought me here to test my wisdom path ability, and also to suppress me. She is probably still suspecting that I am relying on Zishan Makoto, that I have no wisdom path method and am only a messenger. After all, the things I deduced are all dead or already established facts. Only the environment here, which is constantly changing, can truly test my wisdom path abilities. It was no wonder that Blazing Heaven Demoness was suspicious. After all, Fong Yuan's wisdom path method was too sudden. Moreover, he was an immortal zombie. It was not that there were no wisdom path immortal zombies, but it was very rare for them to have such powerful wisdom path methods after becoming immortal zombies. In Fong Yuan's mind, star thoughts collided and fused with each other. With star thought immortal Gu, he no longer lacked star thoughts. This gave Fong Yuan endless confidence. After calculating for a while, he continued to move forward, towards the immortal Gu house left behind by old eccentric Tian Nan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After 11 steps, Fong Yuan stopped again. At this moment, he was still 300 steps away from the immortal Gu house left behind by old eccentric Tian Nan, but he had already caught up to the Gu immortal at the end. This Gu immortal came from Rualai clan. Seeing that Fong Yuan was on par with him, he laughed, not minding it. Fong Yuan continued his deductions. The space path Dao marks here were formless and traceless. He had to make deductions. The distance that he had deduced earlier had already been completed. Fong Yuan had to move and stop from time to make deductions. It was not worth it to deduce a longer distance in one go. Because the space path Dao marks were constantly changing, sometimes they changed rapidly, sometimes they changed slowly. If the distance was too long, halfway through, the later half of the journey would change. The results that he deduced after so much effort would be in vain. I need to display my value and participate in Yulu Blessed Land. I will need to display my wisdom path abilities. It seems that my name, Wisdom Star, is going to become famous in Eastern Sea. Fong Yuan's eyes shined with starlight. He had already gained some understanding during his deductions. 15 minutes later, he surpassed most of the Gu immortals on the ground, getting to the front. Wisdom Star Chen Dao. Kai Xiong stared at Fong Yuan's back as he muttered. How old is he? At this attainment level, he is at least a wisdom path grandmaster. Rualai Gue gritted his teeth. Song Chi Yuan sighed to himself. It is a pity that my Song clan Song Jiadan could not come personally. Otherwise, this inheritance would have been obtained by my Song clan long ago. Blazing Heaven Demoness was very satisfied. Such an achievement was enough to take down Yulu Blessed Land even in the huge Eastern Sea. At the same time, Blazing Heaven Demoness could not help but feel shocked. How many years has it been since Fong Yuan became an immortal? He not only cultivates strength path, but also has such deep wisdom path attainment. And from my sister's letter, he seems to have displayed impressive enslavement path attainment in the Imperial Court contest. With such a disciple, his master, Zishan Makoto, must be extraordinary. It is about time. I am about 108 steps away from the Immortal Gu house. Even though I can continue moving forward, I am already at the front. If I shorten the distance, I might attract trouble. Fong Yuan assessed the situation. With Blazing Heaven Demoness, he could easily take down Shark Demon and Subai Man. But against Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Rualai Clan, Blazing Heaven Demoness alone was too weak. The space path Dao marks here increased in number as they got closer to the inheritance, and they were changing rapidly. Thus, the difficulty of deductions rose rapidly. With just Fong Yuan's ability, he could not reach the Immortal Gu house. Especially after 80 steps, he needed Wisdom Path Killer moves. The Wisdom Path Killer moves here were not defensive methods like Star Fog Concealment, nor were they offensive moves like Hataru. They were used for deductions. Fong Yuan did not have such a foundation, but he had Wisdom Gu. Even though he did not subdue Wisdom Gu, he could use the Light of Wisdom. With just this Light of Wisdom, he could leave countless Wisdom Path Killer moves that were used for deductions far behind. If he had the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan would have broken through long ago. He would be at least 50 steps away, not 100 steps away. The light of wisdom could not be exposed. Even if Fang Yuan obtained the inheritance, he would not be able to leave today. The three super forces were eyeing this place. How could they let Fang Yuan leave after taking advantage of them? Thus, Fang Yuan stopped and looked at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness snickered to herself. This Fang Yuan knew his place. Not to mention that Fang Yuan was only a rank 6 immortal zombie. Even if she had rank 8 cultivation level, she would not dare to covet the things here. She had wanted to retreat long ago, but retreating without fighting was troublesome. Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Rualai Clan. These three super forces viewed Ascending Heaven Plane as their exclusive territory. Blazing Heaven Demoness barged in. If the three clans did not take a firm stance, even more people would covet her. And for Blazing Heaven Demoness, if she left early, the three super forces would pursue her. She might as well stay and deal with this matter first. She had to fight rank 8 Gu Immortals. Sure enough, not long later, the three clans rank 8 Gu Immortals appeared. They formed an alliance and negotiated with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness was alone, but her aura was not weak. She took the initiative to fight. The four immortals flew to White Heaven. Nobody knew of their sparring. After the sparring, Blazing Heaven Demoness landed and laughed heartily, leaving Ascending Heaven Plane with Fang Yuan. In contrast, the three rank 8s of Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Rualai Clan had wariness and seriousness in their eyes. They conversed secretly. I have heard that Northern Plains Gu Immortals have extraordinary battle strength, far surpassing Gu Immortals of the four regions. Today's battle with Blazing Heaven was as expected. Even though she is an immortal zombie, she has incredible battle strength. We need at least 2 people to resist her. Great Grandmaster Fire Path Attainment level. This woman cannot be underestimated. Back then in Northern Plains, she destroyed a fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. Thus she is called Blazing Heaven Demoness. She has a shameless nature. Even though she retreated, in my opinion, we need to be more vigilant. That makes sense. Chapter 994. East Sea, Bipolar Strait. The sound of the waves penetrated through the thick fog and faintly reached the strait. Song Jiadan sat cross-legged on the cliff with his eyes closed. His lower body was made of gray stone. His upper body was that of an old man, covered in wrinkles and extremely old. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched. He sensed the token of Song Clan's first Supreme Elder, rank 8 Gu Immortal Song Chi Yuan. With a thought from Song Jiadan, the fog surged and revealed an empty tunnel. A moment later, 2 figures walked out from the tunnel. A man and a woman, both Gu Immortals. The female immortal was dressed in white, like a lotus fairy, pure and moving. Her spirited eyes looked around with a hint of liveliness. The male immortal was a middle-aged man. He was mature and steady. He walked behind the woman. Clan Uncle Jiadan. Song Yishir shouted from afar. Song Jiadan wanted to reveal a trace of a smile, but in the end, he could not. He could no longer move, and the muscles on his face were completely stiff. His wisdom path cultivation was very unique. He could use providence to deduce matters and objects. It was usually very accurate. However, there were advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that Song Jiadan would lose his freedom from then on. His lower body would be petrified, and he had already become one with the bipolar strait. When his lifespan was exhausted, his entire body would turn into a piece of stone, without any signs of life. In the end, Song Jiadan could only say slowly and expressionlessly, "Little Sure, Cousin Xia Qi, long time no see." The ones who came to the twin polar straits to visit Song Jiadan were the Song clans Song Yishir and Song Xia Qi. "Uncle Jiadan, this is the token grandfather gave me. Please take a look." Song Yishir first handed the token in her hand to Song Jiadan. After Song Jiadan confirmed that there was no mistake, he nodded and asked, "What do you want to calculate this time?" Song Xiaqi opened his mouth and said, "This time, we're here for the Tian Nan inheritance in the Ascending Heaven Plane." Song Jiadan pondered. There are many chaotic space path Dao marks in Ascending Heaven Plane, and they are constantly changing. If I can't be there in person, I can't adapt to local conditions. He calculated the path in time. But Rualai and Kai Clan did not have any powerful wisdom path Gu immortals. I believe that with my wisdom path immortal Gu, you won't be able to escape. We should be able to come out on top. Song Yishur smiled lightly and said, Uncle Jadan, there has been a new change in the ascending heaven plane. Oh. Song Yishur then explained how the sky-scorching Demonis and Fang Yuan had barged into the ascending heaven plane. Song Jadan immediately understood the purpose of Song Yishur and Song Xiaqi's visit and said in realization, So you want to hire this resourceful star to help the Song clan obtain Tiannan's inheritance? Not bad. Wisdom Star was not a member of Zombie Alliance. He was a good friend of Tai Bai Yunsheng. He was a Northern Plains Gu immortal. Because the Earth Tide had come to the East Sea. Since he can work for Zombie Alliance, naturally our Song family can also hire him. His wisdom path attainment is quite good. If our Song clan is a step slower and the other two clans get it first, we will be in a passive situation. Song Xiaqi said, That's why you came here this time to ask me to divine the matter of this resourceful star, continued Song Jiadan. Song Yishur nodded repeatedly. I really can't hide anything from you, uncle. That's right, since we're going to hire resourceful star, we need to know him well. After all, he was not one of their clansmen. Most importantly, the other party is also a wisdom path Gu immortal. If he tries to scheme, not only will our Song clan suffer a loss, we will also suffer a huge loss. We will also lose face. So this time, I hope Uncle can use your methods to see if you can suppress this Northern Plains wisdom path Gu immortal. Song Jiadan lowered his eyes. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. But this resourceful star Qindao was able to break the method I used on Shark Demon and was also able to shine in ascending heaven plane. This means that he not only has wisdom path attainment level, he also does not lack wisdom path immortal Gu. If I rashly make deductions on such a wisdom path expert, it might go against the rules of us wisdom path Gu immortals. If I am not careful, I might attract the other party's enmity and create a strong wisdom path enemy for our clan. In the previous life, Fang Yuan disguised as Xing Xiangzi because he peeked at Song Yishur bathing. Thus, Song Jiadan had a reason to appear. In this life, Fang Yuan disguised as Wisdom Star. He did not leave behind any evidence, and most importantly, he displayed superior wisdom path methods, causing Song Jiadan to feel wariness towards him. Song Yishur and Song Xiaqi looked at each other. The former did not speak, while the latter spoke. Everything has its pros and cons, it is just a matter of choice. Before we came, we had already discussed with First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder, we would like to ask Cousin Jadan to make a move. Song Jiadan nodded. Even though he was a wisdom path Gu immortal, he was not the decision-maker of the clan. Since that was the case, he did not hesitate anymore. After preparing for a while, he made his move. A long while later, Song Jiadan slowly opened his eyes, showing a trace of fatigue. I cannot deduce it. What, uncle? You are one of the 3 strongest wisdom path Gu immortals in Eastern Sea. How can you not deduce it? Don't tell me this Qindao is really so strong in wisdom path. He is already on par with cousin. Song Yishur and Song Xiaqi were very shocked. Song Jiadan shook his head. The human heart is limited, providence is hard to predict. Maybe this Qindao is really amazing. He blocked all of my deductions. Or maybe he is not in Eastern Sea. If not in Eastern Sea, where else? The Earth Tide has already subsided. There is still a long time before the next Earth Tide. Song Yishur was very confused. Every immortal aperture is a small world. It is isolated from the outside world. My cultivation level is only rank 7. It is not strange that I could not deduce it. Is that so? Song Yishur muttered, feeling a little dejected and disappointed. Song Jiadan's tone changed, saying, I am more concerned about ascending heaven plane itself. This place can connect to White Heaven and Black Heaven. It is a strategic location that people covet. This time, even though Blazing Heaven Demonis retreated, she did not lose her prestige. In this way, it would fuel the flames of greed in some people with ulterior motives. Eastern Sea's lone immortals and demonic cultivators need to be careful. As for the other righteous path superforces, even though they cannot directly interfere, they can still disrupt ascending heaven plane situation. This is the greatest danger that is currently lurking. Cousin is truly insightful. Your words make sense. Song Xiaqi's expression changed as he nodded. Song Yishe also showed some worry on her face. If you want me to deduce why Starch and Dao, I might as well deduce this matter. Don't worry, as long as we follow my arrangements, we will be able to attack the invading lone immortals and demonic cultivators. We can even use their strength to weaken Ruolai clan and Kai clan. Song Jiadan said confidently. Central Continent. Who immortal blessed land. Star Fog Concealment. Fong Yuan willed as he activated an immortal killer move. Immediately, a hazy starlight fog appeared. It slowly flowed out of his second immortal aperture. Soon, the starlight fog covered Fong Yuan's whole body, so that his features were blurred. Outsiders could only see Fong Yuan's figure through the starlight fog. The modified star fog concealment seems to have succeeded. Fong Yuan inspected it and was overjoyed. This star fog concealment could defend against other people's deductions against him. Fong Yuan left Ascending Heaven Plane. After negotiating with Blazing Heaven Demoness, he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and used the Light of Wisdom. He modified the original star fog concealment. The original star fog concealment had 2 core immortal goo. One of them was Star Thought Immortal Goo. The modified star fog concealment also had 2 core immortal goo. Star Thought Immortal Goo was still among them. The other was replaced by Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo by Fong Yuan. Right now, Fong Yuan had Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment level, Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, which he could not use earlier, could now be put to good use. After my trip to Ascending Heaven Plane, the name of Wisdom Star Qin Dao will soon spread throughout Eastern Sea's Goo Immortal World. At that time, they will deduce me. There will definitely be many Goo Immortals looking for information about Wisdom Star. Familiar Face is a transformation path killer move. It can disguise oneself, but it cannot deal with deductions. With Star Fog Concealment now, I will be much safer in Eastern Sea. Fong Yuan thought. Of course, Star Fog Concealment had its limits. Firstly, its defense was only against other people's deductions. It could not defend against earth, water, wind, fire, or physical attacks. Secondly, its cores were only 2 rank 6 Immortal Goo. Even a rank 7 Wisdom Path Goo Immortal's deductions could only block them for a while. Then, it would collapse. Finally, Star Fog Concealment did not need to be activated continuously. The star fog produced by this move was a layer of defense. As long as the star fog did not dissipate, it could defend against deductions. It was a layer of defense, as long as the star fog did not dissipate. This layer of star fog is filled with star path and wisdom path Dao marks. It is these disorderly Dao marks that can block deductions from the outside world. Even if Song Jiadan tries to deduce me, the star fog can block them for a while. I will be alerted and have enough time to use fixed immortal travel to hide in my immortal aperture. Once he entered the immortal aperture, he would be in a different world. Even a rank 8 wisdom path great expert could not do anything if they wanted to deduce it. First was the battlefield killer move Star Soul, then Star Fog Concealment. Fong Yuan's 2 shortcomings were fixed. Next, he would refine the rank 6 all-out effort Immortal Goo. At the same time, he would wait patiently for Blazing Heaven Demoness to make her move. In my previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already pushed aside Shark Demon and Subai Man, but the timing was wrong. She could only go to Northern Plains. In this life, with my influence, the progress of Yulu Blessed Land was greatly advanced. She made her move earlier. There should be enough time. I hope that Yulu Blessed Land's gains this time will not be as disappointing as the Dream Realm and the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven Fragment. Earlier, even though Fong Yuan broke through the second layer of the Dream Realm and reached the third layer, he had reached the same progress as in his previous life. Be it Wisdom Path or Star Path attainment levels, they had risen slightly, but they were still at Grandmaster level. Most importantly, the third layer of the Dream Realm was very strange. Fong Yuan could not understand it. The third layer of the Dream Realm dissipated naturally. It did not give Fong Yuan any gains in attainment level. In the Dream Realm, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable recited a poem. Fong Yuan could not remember it no matter how hard he tried. Days passed. Blazing Heaven Demoness finally established a good relationship with Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. It was similar to in his previous life. She used Budan to take the initiative to push aside Shark Demon and Subai Man. Fang Yuan did not participate in this process. He only took action when blazing heaven demoness attacked Yulu Blessed Land, just like he expected. Even though the battlefield killer move unmoving troops was mystical, without anyone controlling it, it was like an empty formation. Fang Yuan expended a lot of energy and immortal essence to break through the final round, completely taking over Yulu Blessed Land. There is only one strength path, Immortal Gu. Don't think about it. This is my gift to Little Lon. According to our agreement, you can take 2 rank 6 Immortal Gu. But this star path Immortal Gu, even though it is rank 6, it is on the list of the top 10 mystical Gu. It has high value. If you choose it, you will not be able to choose any other Immortal Gu. Blazing Heaven Demoness said to Fang Yuan. Chapter 995. Central Continent, Star Form Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was focused. He was refining all-out effort Gu meticulously. Large numbers of immortal materials had already melted into a lump of liquid. The yellow-brown liquid floated in the air. Fang Yuan willed as his second vital Gu, the rank 5 all-out effort Gu, was thrown into the liquid. Rise. Soon after, Fang Yuan shouted and stretched out his palm. His 5 fingers spread open as he grabbed at the ground. Crack, crack. With a loud sound, the soil and rocks on the ground flew, enveloping the liquid and forming a ball of soil. This was a refinement path killer move. It was an earth path killer move. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had exchanged for it from Land Spirit of Langya. This was a small benefit of joining Langya sect. Of course, it was not free. Fang Yuan had also deduced an immortal Gu recipe for Land Spirit of Langya. It was about 30% complete. This refinement path killer move was not at Gu immortal level, but it was very useful. After Fang Yuan modified the all-out effort immortal Gu recipe, he used this refinement path killer move many times during the Gu refinement process. Blood refinement killer move, blood refinement snake. Fang Yuan's body shook, blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, ears, and other orifices. The blood did not stop. It turned into 7 snakes that slithered around, hissing and hissing. The 7 blood snakes climbed onto the soil ball. The soil ball coiled into a snake ball. Fang Yuan threw mortal Gu one after another. The blood snakes opened their mouths and swallowed. Every time it swallowed a Gu worm, its snake body would sink a little deeper into the soil ball. Over 2 hours later, the blood snakes completely fused into the soil ball. The surface of the earthen ball was covered with densely packed crimson snake scales. The entire earthen ball seemed to have a life of its own. The crimson snake scales constantly flickered with a faint light. It was as if the soil ball was breathing. Fang Yuan used fire to roast it again. These were 3 different colored flames, roasting the snake scale soil ball. In the blue flame, the flickering light on the soil ball became longer. A layer of white frost appeared on the red snake scales. Fang Yuan used the green flame again. After the barbecue, the glimmer on the earthen ball became livelier, and a thin layer of moss grew out of the frost. Finally, Fang Yuan used some kind of yellow flame. In the flames, the moss on the surface of the earthen ball hardened. The blood cocoon had turned brown. The blood cocoon was decorated with specks of golden light. It was as if Jin Sha had joined in. The yellow flame roasted the earthen ball for the longest time. After roasting it for an entire day and night, the entire brown ball of earth finally turned into a pure gold color. After reaching this step, it finally came to an end. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. He had obtained a precious breather, and then rested for 2 days and 2 nights. After recovering, he took out the golden earthen orb. Originally, the brown earthen ball was as big as a wash basin, but after being roasted to a golden color, the earthen ball was only slightly bigger than a baby's head. The next step was crucial. Fang Yuan took a deep breath and activated a specific Gu worm to attack the golden ball. With a bang, the golden earthen ball exploded. Countless golden powder immediately spread out, covering a radius of 3 miles. I failed. Fang Yuan's expression sank. His gaze that was filled with anticipation dimmed. The sky was filled with golden powder, but there was nothing left. If he had succeeded, he would have formed a semi-finished immortal Gu. But unfortunately, he did not succeed this time. The immortal materials, immortal yuan stone, and countless mortal goo that he had invested earlier had all gone to waste. The only gain was that Fang Yuan gained some experience in goo refinement. The next time he tried it, he would be able to refine it. The next time he tried, he might be slightly more proficient. Sighing, Fang Yuan quickly returned to his normal state of mind. He calmed down. Refining immortal goo was not easy. The success rate was too low. It was normal to have such a failure. Next, he had to accumulate more immortal materials and try again. Fang Yuan refined spring-autumn cicada in his previous life, and after experiencing star-thought immortal goo in this life, his mental fortitude in this aspect rose sharply. After resting, he used fixed immortal travel to leave the blessed land, arriving in southern border. The night was deep. Fang Yuan flew all the way to the clouds. Above the clouds, the stars were even clearer and more dazzling. Star eyes. Fang Yuan had obtained this immortal goo recently. It was his harvest from Yulu blessed land. Fang Yuan activated this immortal goo. Immediately, his pupils turned into whirlpools that rotated continuously. A formless attraction force pulled the starlight in the night sky towards Fang Yuan's eyes. Rank 6 immortal goo star eyes, ranked 10th in the list of 10 mystical goo. This was an investigative immortal goo. Fang Yuan did not lack investigative methods, but after thinking about it, he still chose this immortal goo. Because this goo's investigative ability had already surpassed most investigative immortal killer moves. Using star eyes, Fang Yuan could turn the stars in the night sky into his own eyes for observation. The starlight in black heaven shone on the 5 regions. As long as the starlight shone on a place, Fang Yuan would be able to investigate it. Fang Yuan could stay in central continent and use the starlight in the night sky to observe southern border, northern plains, and other places. Thus, this goo was ranked 10th. What a pity! If there were no drawbacks, this ranking could rise by 2 or 3 places. Star Eye's immortal goo's drawback was that it could not be used immediately. Before using it, there was a process of communicating with the stars. This was what Fang Yuan was doing right now. The whirlpools in his eyes became slower as the starlight was filtered and eliminated. Eventually, the starlight turned into countless threads that tangled together, forming a thumb-sized starlight thread, one in his left eye and one in his right eye, a total of 2 starlight threads. These 2 starlight threads were connected to Fang Yuan's pupil, while the other was connected to a star in black heaven. Beads of green grape immortal essence were expended one after another. Star Eye's immortal goo continued to be activated. A mysterious force passed through the starlight thread and spread all the way to the end. Fang Yuan's eyes were wide open, but his vision was filled with darkness. But as Star Eye's immortal goo continued to be activated, he could barely see a faint blue in the darkness. Time passed, and soon, a night had passed. Fang Yuan's vision was still filled with darkness. But at the center, the blue dot had already expanded by a lot. As time passes, this blue dot will become bigger and bigger. It will gradually restore the full appearance of the star. I hope the star I chose is slightly smaller, otherwise, I will need a lot of time and effort to completely transform it into my own. If the star was slightly smaller, the time needed for Fang Yuan to completely transform it into his own would be much earlier. Even though the small star's starlight was dim, the large star's starlight had more penetrative power. But Fang Yuan would rather it be like this. He wanted to quickly realize the wondrous use of Star Eye's immortal goo. The sky gradually turned white. Fang Yuan finally stopped. He counted, in just one night, he had used up 8 beads of immortal essence to activate Star Eyes. Star Eyes is 10th. The drawback is that it consumes too much. To refine one star, it is no less than 10 rank 6 immortal goo refinements. Fortunately, I can handle this. Let's not talk about my star path attainment level. I am already a grandmaster and have the light of wisdom. Star Eyes can be used with other immortal killer moves. It has a wide range of usage. Most importantly, if Star Eyes and fixed immortal travel are used together. Fang Yuan's thoughts spread out. He could not help but smile as he thought of the wondrous use. Blazing Heaven Demoness must have known this. That was why she used Star Eyes immortal goo. Undeniably, fixed immortal travel and Star Eyes immortal goo were very compatible. In the following days, Fang Yuan tried to refine all-out effort immortal goo while thinking about the battlefield killer move that Fairy Yulu left behind. The most important content was how to construct the battlefield killer move in the immortal aperture without damaging it. At the same time, Fang Yuan used his free time to use Star Eyes immortal goo to refine the stars in Black Heaven. Furthermore, he had been paying close attention to the outside world's information. Time passed as Fang Yuan cultivated. Northern Plains, Central Continent, and other places were not much different from his previous life. But in Eastern Sea, Ascending Heaven Plains' situation had changed. In Fang Yuan's previous life, large numbers of lone cultivators and demonic immortals barged into Ascending Heaven Plain, messing up the situation that Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Rualai Clan had painstakingly maintained. During this process, Seven Seas Snake Lady even mocked and ridiculed Song Yishur, causing her to exterminate the small village by the sea and kill Li Xiao Yao's ancestors. But in this life, these lone immortals and demonic cultivators were jointly attacked by Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Rualai Clan. Before they could change the situation, they fell apart. The reason was that Blazing Heaven Demoness had brought Fang Yuan to roam around. The three Gu immortals were alerted. When the three clans fought among themselves, they restrained themselves even more. Once an external force tried to interfere, the three clans would immediately join hands. Fang Yuan was most concerned about Luopa Valley. He knew that 100 Days battle was happening in Luopa Valley. The Central Continent Gu Immortals led by Feng Jiaga were fighting against the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals led by Qin Baisheng. Fang Yuan wanted to find out what the situation was like, but he did not have the ability to do so. He could only set up some investigative Gu worms within 100 li of Luopa Valley. This distance was already very dangerous. If he got any closer, he would be discovered by the Gu Immortals of both sides. Be it Central Continent or the Shadow Sect, they were not to be trifled with. They were fighting for their lives in the valley. They would definitely be worried about a third party taking advantage of them. They would definitely make many investigative and counter-investigations, setting up battlefield killer moves, setting up Gu formations, and other preparations. This life is different from my previous life. I purposely left Xuesong Zi alive to increase the strength of Shadow Sect side. There will definitely be some changes in the situation of the 100 Days battle. In his previous life, Shadow Sect failed, but some people managed to break through. And even though Central Continent won, they lost Feng Jiaga. It could only be considered a Pyrrhic victory. Fang Yuan was also very curious about the result of the 100 Days battle in this life. But before the outcome was decided, he did not want to get involved. Without self-strength and without refining all-out effort Gu, he did not have much confidence in his battle strength. Unknowingly, time passed. 3 days had passed since the end of the 100 Days battle in his previous life. Fang Yuan pinched his fingers and deduced he was already squatting in Northern Plains, patiently waiting. Chapter 996. Two figures broke out of Luopa Valley, one at the front and one at the back. They were the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and Hei Chung. Fang Yuan had a thought. His gaze followed the two, but he did not chase after them. After a while, the Central Continent Gu Immortals did not come out of Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan guessed. It seems that even though I purposely kept Xuesong Zi, I only delayed the result by 3 days. Shadow Sect still lost. So far, only the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and Hei Chung managed to escape. Actually, this result was not strange. The key to the outcome of this battle was still Feng Jiagu and Qin Baisheng. Fang Yuan kept Xuesong Zi, but a mere Xuesong Zi did not have much effect on these two. I wonder what will happen in the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley in this life? Fang Yuan thought as he chased after them. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie escaped rapidly. His speed was extremely fast. His body turned into a black line in the air as he flew forward. Who is it? Suddenly, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie stopped, his eyes spewing fire. Tai Bai Yun Sheng appeared with a sneer on his face. You finally came. Today you will die without a doubt. A mere rank 6, humph. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance's killing intent erupted as he charged at lightning speed. Boom. He hit Tai Bai Yunsheng fiercely. The latter turned into a lump of bubbles and dissipated on the spot. It's fake. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's heart shook. He is just a rank 6. He actually dared to stop me, a rank 7. The most important thing is, how did he know my location? Is he a pawn recruited by Central Continent in Northern Plains? He did not participate in the 100 Days battle earlier because his battle strength was too low. He could not be of use? Or did he just arrive? Or do the Central Continent Goo immortals not trust him? This blazing glory lightning brilliance was an immortal zombie, but his wisdom path attainment was high. Almost instantly, countless thoughts flashed in his mind. He realized the reason behind Tai Bai Yunqing's arrival. He is only rank 6. I have rank 7 cultivation level. I still have 40% of my battle strength. He is not my match and has the aura of a Northern Plains Goo immortal. Therefore, it was the most likely possibility. It's to stop me and slow down my escape. Take your time. There's no hurry. Tai Bai Yunqing's illusion appeared again. This illusion was extremely lifelike. Previously, the blazing glory lightning brilliance had been careless and had mistakenly thought that it was the real body. But now, the blazing glory lightning brilliance activated his divination technique, and with a single glance, he found some clues. Humph! He sneered and fled. Tai Bai Yunqing's battle prowess wasn't strong, and he didn't have any powerful means of escape, so he could only cause chaos. However, the blazing glory lightning brilliance didn't care. He had seen through Tai Bai Yunqing's intentions and was focused on escaping. Where do you think you're going? You shall stay here today. Fang Yuan finally caught up to him. He had fixed immortal travel and arranged for Tai Bai Yunqing to create havoc. Both sides used information path methods to monitor the blazing glory lightning brilliance. They could definitely catch up. If not for the fact that Fang Yuan did not want to expose fixed immortal travel and his identity in front of the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, he would have arrived long ago. Seeing Fang Yuan arrive, Tai Bai Yunqing's heart jumped. Next, it was the crucial moment. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's heart jumped when he saw Fang Yuan. He was so scared that his whole body shivered. Feng Jioga! He cried out in shock. As it turned out, Fang Yuan had already used familiar face to disguise himself as Feng Jioga. His battle strength was only at the peak of rank 6, and because he enslaved the Featherman Goo immortal, his battle strength fell greatly. If they fought, he would not be able to use his full strength. However, Fang Yuan had a trump card. This trump card was the Star Soul battlefield. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was only at rank 7. After going through the 100 Days battle and breaking out of the encirclement, it would be good if he could use half of his remaining battle strength. In this situation, as long as he forced the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie into Star Soul battlefield and used the battlefield to whittle down the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, Fang Yuan would likely win. Ignore He Chung, he is like a stray dog. I'm afraid that like in my previous life, the immortal Goo house is already lost in Luopa Valley. Otherwise, why did the Central Continent Goo immortals not chase after him? He is injured and only has one dark arrow immortal Goo. He is not a threat. And this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie is a crucial person. Qin Bai Sheng and Jiang Yu are trying to protect his life. During the Battle of Etian Mountain, he was a member of the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Battle Formation. He was one of the formation cores. He has a heavy responsibility. He will not die easily. In my previous life, old ancestor Shui who captured him alive, he was waiting for Zombie Alliance's reinforcements. Thus, there is a high chance that I can capture him. As long as I capture him, I can soul search him. The secrets of Shadow Sect will be exposed in front of me. Of course, if his soul is tampered with, he will be like Shui Songzi in my previous life. Then, even if I kill him, it will cause a huge disruption to Shadow Sect's plans. Fang Yuan had ulterior motives. Shadow Sect was a huge force. If he wanted to take graceful chaotic dual stage, he would have to face this mysterious and powerful Goo immortal force. With Fang Yuan's shrewdness and ruthlessness, as well as his aggressive nature, how could he not take the initiative to find trouble with Shadow Sect? Fang Yuan was not going to wait passively. This time, he seemed to be targeting the weak spot of a venomous snake. He made his move. Is it really Feng Jioge? The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie saw that Feng Yuan was getting closer. He suddenly had a thought. He was a core member of Shadow Sect. Qin Baisheng's plan was not hidden from him. Before the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie broke out of the encirclement, he had seen Qin Baisheng use the terrain to drag Feng Jioge, Ao Shui, and Ling Mei into the space of thieving heaven's true inheritance. After that, Qin Baisheng would destroy himself and use the winds of assimilation to get rid of Feng Jioge and the rest. Why was Feng Jioge here now? The possibility was very small. Because Shadow Sect had already found out, Zhao Lianyun had been secretly sent back to Central Continent. As for Spirit Affinity House, they had a thieving heaven true inheritance. They were naturally anxious to bring Zhao Lianyun back. Unless one of Feng Jioge, Ao Shui, or Ling Mei is also an otherworldly demon. But we have already investigated this before. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie thought quickly, thinking about Tai Bai Yunqing's illusion. He became even more suspicious of this Feng Jioge. Thus, he escaped while activating an investigative immortal killer move. After probing, he broke out in cold sweat. This is the real Feng Jioge. At once, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie wished he could grow 70 or 80 wings to help him fly. My familiar face can deceive even rank 8 Gu immortals. How can you see through it? Furthermore, I have star fog concealment to protect me. That is to say, even if you use wisdom path methods to deduce my true appearance, you will need some time. With star fog concealment, familiar faces' flaws were reduced by more than half. Furthermore, if the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie deduced Feng Yuan, and Feng Yuan sensed that the star fog was decreasing, he was not a fool. He would continue to use the immortal killer move star fog concealment to resist the deduction and continue to conceal the truth. Unless the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie had very strong wisdom path methods that could make star fog concealment useless. But the possibility was too low. At least, from the information that Feng Yuan obtained from his previous life's He Lulan, this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie did not display any wisdom path abilities during the 100 Days battle. Familiar Face's power was displayed to its fullest at this moment. Even though it did not have offensive strength, the grand blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, with one of the 10 extreme physiques and rank 7 battle strength, was scared half to death by Feng Yuan. It escaped in panic. It had strong movement abilities. It had at least 2 immortal killer moves that were used for movement. Feng Yuan's flying speed could not keep up with the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. But Feng Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Feng Yuan had already used wisdom path methods to memorize his surroundings. As long as he saw the direction that the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was escaping in, Feng Yuan would teleport there and block its path. This way, Feng Yuan chased and blocked its path at times. Under the encirclement, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was gradually forced to a specific location. Over there, Feng Yuan had already set up many goo worms. Half of the Star Soul battlefield had been set up. As long as he got there and activated his immortal goo, he would only need a few breaths of time to completely open the Star Soul battlefield. Once the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was trapped in the Star Soul battlefield, he would be trapped. But right when the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was forced into Feng Yuan's trap, he suddenly turned around and used an immortal killer move to attack Feng Yuan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Intense crimson flames surged towards Feng Yuan. The temperature in the air rose rapidly. Before the flames even reached him, Feng Yuan could already feel the intense heat. His eyebrows and hair turned yellow instantly. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light. He had to retreat. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie laughed loudly. Scoundrel, you actually dared to deceive me. Feng Yuan sighed to himself. There were no loopholes without a plan. And his biggest loophole was that his flying speed was not fast enough. During the 100 Days battle, Feng Jioge displayed lightning speed, but Feng Yuan could not do the same. This loophole made the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie even more suspicious. As his suspicions grew, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie started to guess Feng Yuan's motives. Not only did he have strong battle strength, he also had a meticulous mind. Even as an immortal zombie, he was not burdened by his body, he was extremely shrewd. Feng Yuan's scheme almost succeeded, but at the last moment, he failed. Now, the situation was reversed. It was Feng Yuan's turn to be in deep danger. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's flying speed was much faster than Feng Yuan's. Feng Yuan had enslaved a featherman Gu immortal. The situation was not looking good. After dodging the flames with difficulty, Feng Yuan was in a sorry state. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie hated Feng Yuan's deception. He was extremely furious. He charged towards Feng Jiaoge. Feng Yuan became spirited. He laughed loudly. Blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, you fell for it. Everyone, my mission is complete. I will leave the rest to you. Chapter 997. Seeing that the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie flew away, Feng Yuan relaxed. He immediately flew in the opposite direction. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, it was best not to expose this goo. After all, fixed immortal travel was too obvious. Once it was exposed, even if one was not a wisdom path Gu immortal, they would be able to deduce Feng Yuan's true identity. I have fixed immortal travel. Many Gu immortals know about it. Sigh, if they did not know about this, it would be much more convenient for me to act. Feng Yuan flew towards the location where the battlefield killer move was set up. After a while, he arrived at his destination. There, Tai Bai Yunsheng had been waiting for a long time. The tactic of luring the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie failed. Feng Yuan said solemnly. Tai Bai Yunsheng let out a sigh of relief. In my opinion, this is a good thing. After all, with just the two of us, it is very dangerous to deal with a rank 7 Gu immortal. Actually, Feng Yuan, you don't need to be so anxious. Central Continent has not discovered us yet, right? Even if he discovers us, Master won't just stand by and watch. Don't forget, we still have fixed immortal travel. In this huge world, where can't we go? We can develop in peace and accumulate our strength. Why must we be the first in everything and put ourselves in danger? Feng Yuan sighed. He shook his head and did not speak. Feng Yuan did not tell Tai Bai Yunsheng about the immortal Gu house. It was not that he did not want to develop in peace, but the situation did not allow it. Tai Bai Yunsheng was not like the reborn Feng Yuan. Only the reborn Feng Yuan knew how deep the waters of the Gu immortal world were. Once the truth about 88-point Jinyang Tower was exposed, the suppression from the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects was far more severe than Tai Bai Yunsheng could imagine. Even if Feng Yuan wanted to develop in peace, he could not do so. His trade would definitely be destroyed. As long as the Celestial Court releases false information, he would tell the world that Feng Yuan had obtained extraordinary benefits from 88-point Jinyang Tower, that he had countless immortal Gu, as well as Giant Sun Immortal's luck path true inheritance. Then no matter where Feng Yuan went, he would be suppressed and hunted down. After all, this was not a great era where dreams were rampant. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Feng Yuan, who possessed Giant Sun's true inheritance, would be able to defeat him. He would become the focus of the Gu immortal world. But Feng Yuan was at the bottom of rank 6 cultivation level. He would become the target of countless people. At that time, Feng Yuan, who lacked combat strength, could only wander around like a stray dog. Even if they wanted to develop, they wouldn't be able to. Don't forget, there were still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. He would come looking for trouble with Feng Yuan. But if he had the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic dual stage, the situation would be different. Rank 8 battle strength was the peak of the Gu immortal world. Feng Yuan, who was at the bottom of rank 6 cultivation level, could be hunted down by the whole world. Then Feng Yuan, who had rank 8 battle strength, could only be targeted by rank 8 Gu immortals or super forces with immortal Gu houses. Even if they had strength, they would need time, energy, and most importantly, confidence in plotting against Feng Yuan. Thus, there were two situations. The difference was like heaven and earth. Tai Bai Yunsheng saw that Feng Yuan was silent and consoled. Feng Yuan, aren't you forcing yourself too much? There is no need to be like this. Actually, you can change your way of life. We are already immortals. Can't we enjoy life once in a while? I am enjoying life. Fang Yuan glanced at Tai by Yunsheng before raising his head to look afar. After waiting for a while, that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie still hasn't caught up. This person is very calm. With his intellect, he should quickly realize that I had deceived him and that I was just pretending. But this person did not lose his rationality because of anger. Instead, he focused on escaping. Oh, you. Tai Bai Yunsheng shook his head, sighing. But this goo formation you set up is really good. It is very interesting. It covers an area of tens of thousands of li. It is the largest goo formation I have ever seen. Moreover, while I am inside, I can control goo worms from all over the place and create illusions. What is even more precious is that the goo worms that make up this goo formation are all mortal goo. Where did you get them? Did you get them from Yulu Blessed Land too? Fang Yuan nodded, but did not admit it. He had not only obtained Star Eyes immortal goo from Yulu Blessed Land, he had also obtained Fairy Yulu's cultivation insights. Using the light of wisdom and the inspiration he gained from this, Fang Yuan designed this extremely large goo formation at the last moment. Fang Yuan said, "So what if it covers an area of tens of thousands of li? Think about the 88-point Jinyang Tower. It covers the whole of northern plains. And this goo formation is actually very fragile. The reason why the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie did not break it was because he was busy escaping and did not have time to care about it. All right, pack up. We are going to chase after He Chung." Fang Yuan's scheme against the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie did not succeed. The other party was too astute and calm. But Fang Yuan would not let He Chung go. Fang Yuan had already arranged for the Featherman Goo immortal Zhou Zhong to follow He Chung. He instructed him to follow him and avoid fighting. The process of chasing after He Chung was very smooth. Even though He Chung had high cultivation level, he was injured and only had Dark Arrow immortal goo. He had also gone through 100 days of battle. Fang Yuan used the same trick, setting up a trap. This time, he did not disguise as Feng Jiuge. He disguised as Kenyang Lao Jun. He Chung was exhausted from escaping. He fell into the trap. Fang Yuan had been waiting for a long time. He activated his immortal goo and activated Star Soul Battlefield. The pitiful He Chung was constantly being worn down by Star Soul Battlefield. He had no choice but to surrender. Fang Yuan had a thought. He did not take his life. He chose to capture him alive. Just like this, He Chung became the first dazzling achievement in the creation of Star Soul Battlefield. He Chung had great value. At least if he sold him to He Lulan, she would be willing to be slaughtered by Fang Yuan. But before that, Fang Yuan had to conduct a detailed soul search on He Chung. In his previous life, he had obtained a lot of information from He Lulan, but how could it compare to Fang Yuan doing it himself? Bringing the captive He Chung, Fang Yuan returned to Hu immortal Blessed Land. He rested while observing Northern Plains situation. My next target is Luopa Valley. Once I have this valley, together with Deng Hun Mountain, my soul foundation will advance rapidly. The aftereffects of using slavery immortal goo will disappear quickly. My battle strength will also recover rapidly. Fang Yuan had a deep desire for Luopa Valley. Back then, he chose to exchange for slavery immortal goo because of Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan wanted to take Luopa Valley, but he needed to wait for some time. After soul-searching He Chung, Fang Yuan knew that Shuesongzi had already died during the early stage of the 100 Days War. The situation in the middle stage was similar to his previous life, but towards the end, it was almost the same. I don't know what kind of means Qin Bai Shang used to bind Feng Jiuge's limbs. Right now, Luopa Valley is already occupied by Central Continent's Gu Immortals. It is not the best time for me to go. Fang Yuan waited patiently. He never lacked patience. Soon, Northern Plains' situation changed. Fang Yuan's attention was drawn over. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie escaped and sneaked into Earth Trench, but found that old ancestor Shui who was stealing the immortal zombie's body. An intense battle erupted. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was captured. Old ancestor Shui whose matter was exposed. Zombie Alliance was furious. Even though the 100 Days War ended a few days later than in his previous life. But old ancestor Shui whose matter still happened. This made Fang Yuan feel some regret. He did not want Blazing Heaven Demonis to return to Northern Plains so early. If Blazing Heaven Demonis, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan worked together, Fang Yuan's side would face huge pressure. Next, he wanted to sell He Chung for a good price. But if Blazing Heaven Demonis helped He Lulan, Fang Yuan would be in a much more passive position. What happened next was no different from his previous life. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance ordered Blazing Heaven Demonis to go to Northern Plains and defend Dark Flow Giant City. Blazing Heaven Demonis was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She was responsible for this. Even though she knew that Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel, to keep it a secret, she chose to go through the regional wall with the 2 rank 8 immortal zombies and the others. Fang Yuan took the initiative to propose a plan to Blazing Heaven Demonis, telling her that this was a plan that he had deduced using wisdom path methods. After Blazing Heaven Demonis heard it, she praised, "This is a great plan. I like it." Old Ancestor Shui, who is hard to deal with, but he has a huge weakness. He lacks immortal materials to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. "Tell me, with your personality, what do you want from me by proposing this plan?" Blazing Heaven Demonis did not know that this plan was something that she had thought of after returning to Dark Flow City in her previous life. Fang Yuan told her about his desire for a strength path immortal zombie body. Blazing Heaven Demonis hesitated for a moment, but considering Fang Yuan's deep background, she reluctantly agreed to Fang Yuan's request. Fang Yuan did this to be safe. If he failed in obtaining the immortal goo house and the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie body, he still had a way out. Time passed quickly, in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan investigated carefully in Central Continent. He found out that the Central Continent goo immortals in Northern Plains had returned. It is time to obtain Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan mobilized Tai, Bai Yunsheng, and Zhou Zhong. Using fixed immortal travel, they went to the depths of Luopa Valley. He had been here in his previous life, and in this life, after soul-searching He Chung, he knew about the situation inside Luopa Valley. Thus, it was very convenient for him to come here. At this time, Hui Fengzi, who had surrendered to Central Continent, was still waiting outside, monitoring and preventing outsiders from discovering Luopa Valley. But little did he know that Fang Yuan had already entered the valley. Immortal Goo Pulling Mountain. Fang Yuan had just activated this Immortal Goo and was about to store Luopa Valley in his Immortal Aperture when a change occurred. There was a song lingering in his ears. This was the song that star constellation Immortal Venerable had sung in the dream realm. The song was lonely, the hero was in dire straits, life was full of difficulties. Bent swords sink into the sand, rise and fall since ancient times, endless heavenly rivers surge. Sorrow. Spectral night is long and dreamy, where can one rest in peace? Things change and hearts shift, only providence is boundless. This time, Fang Yuan heard it clearly. At the same time, a wave of information flowed into his mind. Fang Yuan's shock was indescribable. This Luopa Valley actually has a thieving heaven true inheritance? Chapter 998. Even the person in question, Fang Yuan, did not know why. When star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice resounded in his ears again, he inexplicably gained some information in his mind. This information told him that thieving heaven's true inheritance was hidden somewhere in this Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan's heart thumped with excitement. At the same time, he was suspicious. Could this be a trap left behind by Central Continent's goo immortals? There is no thieving heaven true inheritance, but a wisdom path method used to influence the minds of enemies who infiltrate the valley? Fang Yuan quickly calmed down. He started to inspect his body and his surroundings. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice appeared suddenly and disappeared quickly. Fang Yuan inspected himself. He did not find anything wrong. He then inspected his surroundings. There were many goo formations set up in Luopa Valley. There were also many remnants of goo formations. However, Fang Yuan did not find any wisdom path goo formations. He lowered his head and pondered. He felt that even though there was something fishy about this matter, it was still very believable. Why? Firstly, it was because of star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice. Secondly, The information told Fang Yuan that he needed to use open-door goo to enter thieving heaven's true inheritance. I am already a wisdom path grandmaster. Ordinary wisdom path methods cannot affect me. Not to mention that among Central Continent's goo immortals, the only wisdom path goo immortal, Old Oracle, is already dead. Actually, the way to prove it is true is very simple. I need to check it out myself. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He carefully approached his destination. On the way, he bypassed 4 goo formations and even unraveled 3. Central Continent's goo immortals set up a large number of goo formations around Luopa Valley. This was because they had been attacking Shadow Sect from the outside for a long time. When they attacked the valley, the goo formations set up by Shadow Sect's goo immortals, they were all destroyed by the Central Continent goo immortals. After the battle, Central Continent's goo immortals officially occupied this valley. By then, the intense battle had already ended. There was no need to set up any goo formations. Adding on Fang Yuan's rising wisdom path attainment, these goo formations could not obstruct him. A moment later, he arrived at the location indicated by star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice. Fang Yuan observed for a long time. He was not in a hurry to activate open-door goo. In the end, he didn't find any clues. It was very safe here. At the very least, Fang Yuan had put in a lot of effort and means. None of them managed to detect anything. After confirming again and again, his eyes shone, finally making up his mind and activating open-door goo. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also used open-door goo in Luopa Valley, but it had no effect. Fang Yuan had always thought that thieving heaven demon Venerable's arrangements were already destroyed by the Shadow Sect. But this time, not long after Fang Yuan activated it, something strange happened. A door of light suddenly appeared in midair. Then, a beam of light shone on Fang Yuan, who was ready for battle. Fang Yuan was shocked. After thinking for a moment, he allowed the light pillar to suck him in. At the next moment, Fang Yuan entered the thieving heaven true inheritance space. This space was empty. It was very vast. Behind him was the door of light. It did not disappear because he had entered, and it was still there. However, the size of the light door was getting smaller and smaller. If it shrunk to its limit, it might vanish. The sound of wind could be heard from not far away. Fang Yuan shifted his gaze to take a look. His body shook slightly. Winds of assimilation, he exclaimed. His gaze was filled with wariness. He was very clear of the power of the winds of assimilation. This wind could assimilate everything and grow him. Back then, Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by the winds of assimilation. At this moment, dozens of winds of assimilation formed a tornado pillar, moving slowly in the true inheritance space. Fang Yuan quickly retreated, pulling apart the distance between him and the winds of assimilation. After a few hundred steps, Fang Yuan calmed down and started to observe this true inheritance space. To think that there is a space here. Is that strange information real? Fang Yuan was vigilant. He was still suspicious of star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice. He was not in a hurry to search for some true inheritance in this true inheritance space. Instead, he concentrated on closed-door goo. If open-door goo can enter, then closed-door goo can close-door goo? Fang Yuan activated closed-door goo. Sure enough, at the next moment, the shrinking light door in his vision vanished. Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He activated open-door goo again. Under the effect of this rank 5 mortal goo, a brand new light door formed in front of him. Fang Yuan stepped through this light door, leaving thieving heaven's true inheritance space and returning to Luopa Valley. This means that the information should be real. No, more accurately speaking, the parts regarding open-door goo and closed-door goo should be real. Fang Yuan could not help but feel anticipation. He entered the true inheritance space again. According to the information, although these winds of assimilation are real, they are harmless to me. And I have to get rid of these winds of assimilation to trigger the inheritance of the true inheritance. Fang Yuan carefully got close to one of the winds of assimilation, revealing his true form and extending his 8 thick arms. He slowly extended one of his arms into the tornado pillar. Suddenly, the deep roaring winds of assimilation dissipated completely. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He muttered, "Unbelievable." These winds of assimilation can assimilate everything, but in this true inheritance space, they are restricted to this extent. Even if the Gu immortal who set this up is not thieving heaven demon Venerable, just based on this method, he is definitely an unparalleled great expert. Although one of the winds of assimilation disappeared, Feng Yuan was not careless. Every time he touched the wind pillar, he was extremely cautious. If anything went wrong, he would retreat at lightning speed. Every time he moved a certain distance, he would use open door Gu and closed door Gu to keep the light door closest to him. This way, even if something happened and he could not use fixed immortal travel in time, Feng Yuan could travel through the light door at an even faster speed and return to the outside world. Under Feng Yuan's hard work, the winds of assimilation disappeared one after another. They disappeared one after another. After a while, all that was left was the tornado pillar in the center. Feng Yuan looked at it and found. This tornado pillar was not only the largest, it was also the fastest. The sound of the wind whistled in Feng Yuan's ears. He could vaguely hear something. There seemed to be something hidden at the center of the wind pillar. Don't tell me thieving heaven demon Venerable's true inheritance is inside the wind pillar? Feng Yuan could not help but guess. He stretched out his finger and touched this dark green wind pillar. The winds of assimilation suddenly vanished. A person appeared. This person was sitting cross-legged in the air, wearing a red and white robe. He let out a weak trace of rank 8 aura. Feng Jioga! Feng Yuan shouted. He subconsciously retreated. But Feng Jioga reacted faster than him. He abruptly opened his eyes, which shot out an inch of light. After the dazzling light swept past Feng Yuan's body, Feng Jioga turned into a rainbow light and moved at lightning speed, passing through Feng Yuan's body and entering the light door. The entire process happened in less than a blink of an eye. Feng Yuan reacted. His first action was to activate closed door Gu. As the light door closed, Feng Yuan's heart that was in his throat finally calmed down. Why is Feng Jioga here? Could it be that the place he was trapped in was this true inheritance space? Since he is here, where are the others? Qin Bai Sheng, where are Ao Shui and Ling Mei? Feng Yuan quickly checked, but the true inheritance space was empty. There was only an information path mortal Gu floating in front of Feng Yuan. This information path Gu worm was left behind by Feng Jioga. After Feng Yuan picked it up, after finding nothing wrong, he injected his divine sense into it. Feng Yuan, so you are an otherworldly demon. I will keep this secret for you. You want to ask me why I know you? Because I am Feng Kim Huang's father. You saved my life today. I will return it to you in the future. After I leave, you will be the only one left in the true inheritance space. You will inherit thieving heaven's true inheritance. Until we meet again. Feng Jioga. Feng Yuan touched this letter Gu. He had a complex expression. He sighed, placing this letter Gu into his immortal aperture. At this time, the entire true inheritance space started to dim. The originally bright light turned into darkness in the blink of an eye. In this darkness, there was only a faint light left. It was where Feng Yuan was standing. A man's voice filled with magnetism could be heard from the darkness. Wanderer from afar, you are the same as me, a pitiful person who has no home to return to. My name is Bin Jiesun. People call me thieving heaven demon Venerable. Actually, I am just a wanderer who wants to return home. This world is like a cage of despair. If you also want to go home, then accept this gift from me. I believe it will definitely help you. But if you want to return home, you will need to rely on your own hard work. Also, this gift is called ghostly concealment. At the next moment, Feng Yuan appeared in Luopa Valley. His whole body was covered in a layer of gray light. Feng Yuan ignored this gray light. He activated his investigative and defensive methods, staying alert of his surroundings. Feng Jioga did not appear. It seems that his injuries are extremely severe. He does not even have 5% of his battle strength left. If not for this, he might have attacked me in the true inheritance space. But this person is indeed clear about gratitude and grudges. He will repay kindness and take revenge for hatred. His biography after his death also proved this point. He said he wanted to repay me for saving his life. I am afraid. It is true. Feng Yuan pondered. Thinking of this, Feng Jioga did not attack Feng Yuan directly. It might not be because he did not have enough battle strength, but because Fang Yuan had saved his life. No matter what, Fang Yuan had profited greatly this time. Showing kindness to Feng Jiege, this huge favor might be of great use in the future. Obtaining ghostly concealment, even though Fang Yuan did not know what use it had, but it was still the thieving heaven inheritance. Other than these two, there was also this Luopo Valley. Feng Jiege might have already left Luopo Valley. Now is the best time to take this valley. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decided to act. Chapter 999. Hui Fengzi was shocked and furious. Even though he did not surrender willingly, he was forced by the situation. But since he had joined a Central Continent force, he could only work for Central Continent for the time being. Since the Central Continent Gu Immortals placed him here and ordered him to guard Luopo Valley, they had naturally arranged many methods on him. Hui Fengzi was controlled by others. For his own safety, he had to stand up and stop Fang Yuan from taking Luopo Valley. But when he saw Fang Yuan, the furious Hui Fengzi's body shook as he shouted in fear, "Feng Jiege!" Fang Yuan glanced at him plainly with a plain expression. The Central Continent Gu Immortals had already left Northern Plains and returned to Central Continent. Thus, they had to arrange some backup plans in Northern Plains. As astute as Fang Yuan was, how could he not consider this? Therefore, before he collected Luopo Valley, he changed into Feng Jiuji's appearance. So the Central Continent Gu Immortals arranged for Hui Fengzi to stay here. It seems that Central Continent's methods are not bad. They made this Northern Plains fastest person go against his will to protect Central Continent's benefits. Furthermore, looking at his expression, did he not see Feng Jiege leave earlier? Is Feng Jiege still in this valley? No, that is not possible. During the 100 Days battle, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals have already broken out. Feng Jiege knows this is a dangerous place. His injuries are extremely severe. Even though he wants to repay me for saving his life, he is indeed in a hurry to escape. In the true inheritance space, he did not even say a word to me. One must be vigilant against others. Feng Jiege's decision was very wise. After all, Fang Yuan was not Zhao Lianyun. In the previous life, when Zhao Lianyun appeared, Feng Jiege took the initiative to instruct. In this life, when it was Fang Yuan's turn, Feng Jiege kept quiet. Needless to say, if Fang Yuan knew of Feng Jiege's existence, he would have attacked. Even if they killed one Feng Jiege, they would not be able to obtain his immortal Gu. Obtaining his soul and searching his soul was also a great fortune. Furthermore, if they captured Feng Jiege alive, be it extorting Spirit Affinity House, or Feng Jiege's enemies, it would be a huge deal. Feng Jiege's injuries are extremely serious. He was deeply vigilant. He didn't say a word to me. Perhaps after leaving Luopo Valley, he had also discovered Hui Fengzi, but he did not greet him. Firstly, he didn't know that Hui Fengzi had surrendered. Secondly, even if he knew that Hui Fengzi had surrendered to Zhongzhou State, he was still afraid of internal strife among the 10 ancient sections. After all, the human heart was unfathomable. In Feng Jiege's current state, we can no longer take the risk. Fang Yuan's expression didn't change, but his mind was already racing. In the short span of a few breaths, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. It's true. Hui Fengzi secretly used some methods. After verifying the authenticity, he let out a sigh of relief. Feng Jiege was the leader of Central Continent's Gu Immortals. If he took Luopo Valley, Hui Fengzi would have no reason to stop him. This subordinate greets Lord Feng Jiege. Hui Fengzi obediently flew over and bowed towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. I understand what happened. I have already understood it. Protect me. Do not disturb me when taking Luopo Valley. It was a short sentence. Not much was said, but he had already explained some problems in advance to prevent Hui Fengzi from having more suspicions. Yes, Lord. Hui Fengzi quickly nodded. Like this, under Hui Fengzi's loyal protection, Fang Yuan successfully took Luopo Valley. This is Luopo Valley. Even though it has been taken, there are still many blessed lands left. You will continue to guard this place. Do not make any mistakes. Before leaving, Fang Yuan told Hui Fengzi solemnly. Hui Fengzi did not suspect anything. He quickly acknowledged. Fang Yuan slowly flew away from this place. Since Feng Jiugu has already escaped, it means that Qin Baisheng has already been defeated. Hui Fengzi looked at Feng Juji's back and sighed in his heart at Feng Juji's strength. Hui Fengzi was not surprised at this result. After all, he knew that Qin Baisheng was heavily injured. Hui Fengzi suddenly thought, oh no, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are restraining each other. There is internal competition. Feng Jiuge is only a member of Spirit Affinity House. I have no reason to stop him from taking Luopa Valley, but I need to spread this information to the other 9 sections. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate. He quickly used his information path method. Prince's impatience soon received his message. Oh, Feng Jiuge is still alive? Not only did he come out, he even took Luopa Valley. Prince's impatience could not contain his joy. He laughed heartily. Furthermore, after Fang Yuan left Hui Fengzi, he flew quickly and met up with Tai Bai Yunsheng and the Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong after he was relatively safe. These two had already been arranged by Fang Yuan to stay far away. They were prepared for emergencies. At the same time, he had been communicating with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. If there was any danger, he would inform them. Adding on the relationship between He Lulan and Blazing Heaven Demonis, even if a rank 8 Gu immortal appeared, Fang Yuan could barely deal with them. Of course, the current situation could not be any better. Fang Yuan alone successfully took Luopa Valley, and He Lulan was not like in his previous life. She did not have He Qing's soul. She could not know of Luopa Valley's existence. Fang Yuan planned to get rich silently. He would not tell them about Luopa Valley's matter. Fairy Li Shan had once suppressed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not tell them about Luopa Valley. Once they knew, with Blazing Heaven Demoness' domineering attitude, she would definitely demand something from Luopa Valley. Even if I want to use Luopa Valley to transact with them in the future, that will be when my soul attains great completion. Fang Yuan returned to Star-Form Blessed Land. He placed Luopa Valley there. He Lulan often went to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She wanted to use Strength Chi Immortal Gu to help the hairy men refine Ersak Gu. Thus, it was not wise to place Luopa Valley in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The matter of Luopa Valley came to an end, but Fang Yuan's mental state was still unsettled. Luopa Valley's gains far surpassed his expectations, but the process was far beyond Fang Yuan's control of the situation. He lost control of the situation. Fang Yuan hated this feeling. He felt waves of unease. In Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, Fang Yuan obtained ghostly concealment. Fang Yuan inspected his body. He found that his soul was wrapped in a layer of Dao marks. But what was the true use of ghostly concealment? Fang Yuan still had not figured it out. Fortunately, he had already joined Langya's sect. Thus, Fang Yuan personally went to Langya Blessed Land to ask about Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Land Spirit of Langya did not conceal anything. He did not make any requests. He told Fang Yuan a lot of information. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable has many inheritances, but there are only 10 true inheritances. The inheritance you obtained earlier made me promise to refine Gu 3 times. These are not true inheritances. Every Thieving Heaven true inheritance. They are all peerless treasures. They are the essence of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's cultivation. Even chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven if they obtain them. But there is only one standard for every true inheritance. That is, the inheritor must be an otherworldly demon. According to rumors, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable has 2 defensive killer moves called Divine Concealment. The use of Divine Concealment is to block all deductions of thoughts, wills, and emotions. As for Ghostly Concealment, it has always been very mysterious. I do not know much about it. It seems to be related to the soul. You are suddenly interested in Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's information? Why? Did you obtain some clues about Thieving Heaven true inheritances? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. You guessed right. Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment, Land Spirit of Langya side. If I had Divine Concealment, Langya Blessed Land would become a true paradise. It would no longer be harassed by heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. It is a pity that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable arranged 10 true inheritances in the past. They are extremely secretive. Until now, I have not heard of anyone obtaining his true inheritance. His true inheritances come in pairs. Divine concealment and ghostly concealment are a pair. Inheriting one of them will give you clues to the other. Feng Yuan, if you can obtain divine concealment and contribute it to Langya's sect, I will make you the second supreme elder. In the whole of Langya's sect, you will only be below me. You will have great authority. Furthermore, you can also obtain a rank 7 immortal goo from my treasury for free. No. At least 2 rank 7 immortal goo. Feng Yuan nodded. The change in land spirit of Langya's nature was indeed very beneficial to him. At least, if it was the previous land spirit of Langya, with his conservative nature, he would not have promised Feng Yuan such benefits. However, if I obtain divine concealment, it will be Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritance. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable stole everywhere. Nobody could deduce his location. Wasn't it because of divine concealment and ghostly concealment? This inheritance is countless times more precious than 2 rank 7 immortal goo. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with joy. Land spirit of Langya had an awkward expression before laughing, resolving the awkwardness. You are right. Actually, I have not finished speaking. Not only are there 2 rank 7 immortal goo, there are also countless immortal goo recipes and even immortal killer moves, all sorts of secrets, inheritance clues, and so on. You can check them all. How is it? Is this reward enough? That's more like it. When I obtain divine concealment, I will return. Feng Yuan obtained the information he wanted. He did not linger in Langya blessed land. He turned around and left. Langya land spirit's eyes were wide open as he looked at Feng Yuan's back, muttering, "This guy, he might really have some clues. If I obtain divine concealment, what I have to worry about? Waha! Even if he becomes the second supreme elder, the other hairy man-goo immortals will only listen to me. Waha! I accidentally blurted out the words in my heart again." Land spirit of Langya covered his mouth, looking at Feng Yuan anxiously. Feng Yuan was already used to this. He laughed internally. If it were any other force or organization, he might be on guard and be careful. But after joining Langya's sect, with such a leader, it was simply too easy. "I heard everything you said," Wang Yao said. Feng Yuan waved his hand at land spirit of Langya without turning back, activating fixed immortal travel and leaving Langya blessed land. Land spirit of Langya was left behind with a dejected expression, stomping his feet in hatred as he mumbled, "Damn it! Damn it!" After returning to Hu immortal blessed land, Feng Yuan's gaze flickered as he fell into deep thought. "I am a transmigrator. Even though my body is born here, my soul is an otherworldly guest. Thus, I am an otherworldly demon. I have the qualifications to inherit Thieving Heaven's true inheritance." Earlier, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's words seemed to imply that he is also an otherworldly demon. Inheriting Thieving Heaven's true inheritance is both difficult and easy. The key is only one point, that is my identity as an otherworldly demon. No wonder Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable set up this true inheritance and spread clues everywhere. I was curious earlier why the clues of open door goo and closed door goo were so easily obtained. But after I obtained ghostly concealment, there are no clues of divine concealment. This means that divine concealment has already been obtained by someone else? Chapter 1000. Feng Yuan still had many questions. He consulted the land spirit of Langya, but it did not give him the answer he wanted. As for ghostly concealment, Feng Yuan still did not have any concrete clues. Up till now, he only knew that ghostly concealment targeted the soul. Concealment of God is already so extraordinary. The ghostly concealment that is on par with it shouldn't be too far off. Actually, compared to ghostly concealment, I'm more concerned about that song. Every time he thought of this, Feng Yuan would subconsciously frown. The poem that star constellation Immortal Venerable sang in the dream realm was very strange. Logically speaking, the poem originated from a dream and should have nothing to do with reality. But Feng Yuan's experience in Luopa Valley showed that this poem had a great practical meaning. It was almost a prophetic poem. Speaking of predictions, this has always been the forte of Wisdom Path great experts. For example, Immortal Yin prophesied about the three Venerables. Is this a prophecy dream realm left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable? Fang Yuan guessed. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 person in Wisdom Path. After her death, she left behind a method to scheme against 3 demon venerables and protect Celestial Court. Such dazzling battle achievements made her position in Wisdom Path as firm as a mountain, and future generations could only look up to her. Her dream was special, and it was not surprising that it had the function of prophecy. Moreover, although Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life, at that time, the dream path was developing rapidly and was in full swing. There were countless dream realms that had yet to be fully explored. It wasn't strange that Fang Yuan didn't know about such a special dream. The song is lonely, the hero is down and out. Life is full of misfortunes. The first line of this poem should be talking about Luo Pavali's thieving heaven true inheritance and Feng Jioga. What's the second sentence? Broken swords sink into the sand, rise and fall through the ages. The endless heavenly river surges. Fang Yuan murmured. Heavenly river? Falling heavenly river? Broken sword sinks into sand. Are you talking about the #1 swordsman, Bo Qing? It has already been countless years since he lost his life to the calamity. When he rose, the 5 regions all had their eyes on him. When he was defeated, there was no corpse left, and the light dissipated. It can be said to be the rise and fall of thousands of years. After experiencing Luo Pavali, Fang Yuan had already memorized the entire poem. The more he calculated, the more he felt. The second line of the poem was related to Sword Immortal Bo Qing. Combined with the memories of his past life, Fang Yuan's determination to explore the falling sky river became even firmer. He had always wanted to go. Even though it was dangerous, the corpses of the ancient and primordial level wild beasts and desolate plants at the source of the falling heavenly river were all excellent immortal ingredients. Even though it could not compare to the rank 8 and quasi-rank 9 immortal materials that Fang Yuan obtained in Earth Trench, it was still not enough. But the amount of immortal materials was extremely huge, and the total value was even higher than what Fang Yuan had gained in the Earth Trench, even though he had fallen to the bottom of the heavenly river. A large number of Gu immortals died. But at the initial stage of the exploration, almost every Gu immortal made a huge profit. It was a huge windfall. It seems that immortal zombie Bo Qing's appearance has great value. However, now is not the best time to explore. Firstly, there is no pattern when the sword lights erupt, just a graze and you will be injured. It is too dangerous. Secondly, there are countless ancient and immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants living at the bottom of falling heavenly river. There are turbulent undercurrents and whirlpools everywhere. It is extremely dangerous. Even though Fang Yuan had the modified immortal killer move Familiar Face, this move had its limits. Fang Yuan could only transform into a human form at the moment. He could not transform into beasts or other species. The original version of Familiar Face could change anything. Why? Because Fang Yuan had not refined Change Form Immortal Gu. Change Form Immortal Gu was the core of Familiar Face. Once he had Change Form Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan could transform into other species and break away from the shackles of only being able to disguise as a human. But even with Change Form Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan could not enter the bottom of falling heavenly river. Besides ancient and immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants, there were countless dangerous natural traps in falling heavenly river that could take Fang Yuan's life. Only when Bo Qing's sword lights finished erupting would falling heavenly river be cleansed by the sword lights. The beasts and plants would be cleared, and the natural traps would also be destroyed. This was the best chance to enter the bottom of falling heavenly river. For the time being, Fang Yuan could only wait. There was no better way. Back to Prince's Impatience. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Prince's Impatience was one of the peak existences in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. But his true identity was a Central Continent spy arranged by Spirit Affinity House for many years. He had infiltrated Northern Plains when he was a Gu master. He ascended to Gu Immortal along the way, becoming a genuine Northern Plains Gu Immortal. On one hand, it was because of Spirit Affinity House's support. On the other hand, it was his own hard work and talent that allowed him to reach his current level. Prince's Impatience was loyal to Spirit Affinity House. He was clear about Feng Zheg's strategic importance to Spirit Affinity House. During the period when Feng Zhege was missing, he had been extremely worried. When he received Hui Fengzi's message and learned that Feng Zhege had appeared, he was overjoyed. However, he did not know that the Feng Zhege in this message was Feng Yuan in disguise. He waited for a few days, but did not see Feng Zhege. I am Spirit Affinity House's leader in Northern Plains. Since Feng Zhege has escaped, why didn't he come to find me? Did he encounter some strong enemy or trouble? Prince's Impatience knew about Feng Zhege's battle strength, but he also knew about the intense battle between Feng Zhege and Qin Baisheng. Feng Zhege had been trapped for so long, and only now did he appear. This information itself hinted at Feng Zhege's sorry state. But since Feng Zhege has escaped, why didn't he come to find me at the first moment? Right now, the other Central Continent Gu immortals have already returned. If he wants to return to Central Continent, he might not be able to do it alone. He needs to borrow my strength. Does he not trust me? Prince's Impatience was puzzled when he received a letter from Spirit Affinity House's headquarters. The letter stated that several days ago, Zhao Lianyun had successfully obtained divine concealment and also learned that ghostly concealment was the thieving heaven-true inheritance in Luopa Valley. Since Prince's Impatience could become rank 8, he was naturally a perceptive person. After receiving the letter, he suddenly understood. So that's it. He heaved a long sigh. A world with people. There would be conflicts. No matter how united an organization was, there would be internal strife. Feng Zhege had been domineering for too long. He had definitely caused dissatisfaction among Spirit Affinity House's internal forces. This dissatisfaction erupted when Feng Zhege went missing. Just by looking at the date when Zhao Lianyun obtained divine concealment, Prince's Impatience knew that someone was intentionally stalling for time. He immediately understood Feng Zhege's plan. It seems that Feng Zhege is restraining himself. He wants to see who in the sect is plotting against him. Or perhaps he has already seen through them, but he could not find an excuse to suppress them. He wants to use this chance to grab hold of their weakness. He will send these people into the abyss. Thus, there's no way Feng Zhege would come to me so soon. Because he knows that he cannot influence me, I will immediately send this news back to the sect. But I am the safest here. I am the force he needs to rely on to return to Central Continent. He was not a man without wisdom, but a hero with a strategy. Outside, there is Shadow Sect. Inside, there is internal strife. He is likely to be injured. Even if he does not come here, he will definitely get close to me. If anything happens, he will be able to ask for help from me in time. Thus, if I search, I should first search the surroundings. Thinking of this, Prince's Impatience's eyes flickered with bright light. He immediately moved. When a rank 8 Gu Impatience searched with all his might, the results were extraordinary. Soon, Prince's Impatience found Feng Zhege. Ha ha ha, Brother Zhege. You made me search for so long. You made me look for you for a long time. He was extremely happy as he patted Feng Zhege's shoulder and laughed loudly. I hope Brother Crown Prince will not blame me. Feng Zhege's expression was still pale. I understand. Prince's Impatience nodded. Let's go. My grotto heaven is the safest place to recuperate. This Feng Zhege was naturally not Feng Yuan in disguise. The two entered the grotto heaven and talked. They knew that someone else was involved in the matter of Luopa Valley. Prince's Impatience was slightly angry. Hui Fengzi did not do his job well. He should be punished. As for the Gu immortal who took Luopa Valley, he might be from Shadow Sect. Feng Yuan's image flashed in Feng Zhege's mind. He did not speak. Prince's Impatience continued. When I saw you, I sent a message back to the sect. The fact that you came back alive is the best news I've ever received. I can't let my sister-in-law and niece wait for me in sorrow. When you recover, I will hold a celebration banquet for you for 7 days and 7 nights before arranging for your return to Central Continent. At that time, we will drink to our heart's content. Feng Zhege smiled bitterly. He knew what Prince's Impatience meant. To Prince's Impatience, he was in Central Continent. He was half an outsider. He had to consider the rise and fall of the sect and its benefits. Feng Zhege wanted to suppress the other Gu immortals and other sects. If it was too intense, it would cause internal friction in the sect. Prince's impatience did not want to see this. But when he thought of his wife and daughter, Feng Juge's heart softened. Never mind. Brother Crown Prince is truly considerate. Feng Juge cupped his fists. His words were very subtle. Hearing this reply, Prince's impatience laughed even more happily. When the news spread to Spirit Affinity House, the higher-ups cheered. Feng Juge's disappearance gave these Gu immortals a lot of mental pressure. When Feng Juge was around, they had subconsciously neglected his importance. This time, his disappearance made Spirit Affinity House's Gu immortals realize the importance of Feng Juge to the whole of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Kim Hong stopped crying and smiled. Fairy Bai Qing also had a smile on her face. Some were happy, while others were sad. Feng Juge did not die? We will not have a good time in the following days. Su Hao and Li Juning had heavy moods. They purposely delayed and did not report the news of Zhao Yinyun. Although it was not obvious, anyone with a discerning eye could see it. Even if Feng Juge could not find any evidence against them, when he returns, he would definitely be dissatisfied with Su Hao and Li Juning. It was natural for him to suppress them. Feng Juge's news was sent to Spirit Affinity House in advance. There was naturally no higher-ups meeting. There was also no Fairy Bai Qing investigating Bo Qing. However, the matter of Bo Qing's immortal zombie reappearing still happened unstoppably. Swords traverse central continent. Countless sword lights shocked mortals and immortals. When the sword lights calmed down, countless Gu immortals started to rush to the source of falling heavenly river. But before them, Feng Yuan had already arrived at the scene of the incident. Chapter 1001. This is the immemorial desolate beast myriad eyes clear bull? Feng Yuan looked at falling heavenly river. A sinking bull head attracted his attention. He quickly went over and used his methods to fish up this bull head. Immemorial desolate beasts were powerful life forms that could rival rank 8 Gu immortals. Myriad Eyes Clear Bull had a huge body. Just this bullhead was the size of a hill, and it was very heavy. Feng Yuan had pulled out Luopa Valley before, but just this bullhead was heavier than Luopa Valley. Most of this bullhead's weight is on the bull's horns. Amazing, this bull horn was cut off by the sword light. Only half is left, but it is still so heavy. Feng Yuan was inwardly tongue-tied. This bull horn was a rank 8 immortal material. It was filled with metal path and earth path Dao marks. And this bull's skin was very rare. It had a lot of water path Dao marks. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan only had the bull's head part of the hide. If it was the bull's myriad eyes striped hide, not only would it have water path Dao marks, it would also have light path Dao marks. It would be great for making investigative immortal goo. However, the pair of eyes on the bull's head was where the essence of the 1,000 eyes clear bull lay. This bull's eyes were dark and deep. They had a lot of dark path Dao marks. When Feng Yuan obtained it, there were still many wild dark path mortal goo inside. Most of them were rank 5. They had not escaped yet. The eyes of the 10,000 eyes bright bull could not see. They were blind to begin with. The myriad eyes clear bull's true organs for seeing were the eye patterns on its thick bull skin. This was very mystical. For a rank 8 life form like this, the Dao marks on its body had formed a mystical life instinct. For example, the 10,000 Li mouth boa was also an immemorial desolate beast. It had the powerful ability to regrow broken limbs. And what gave it this ability were the mystical Dao marks on its body. Only by destroying these Dao marks could it truly kill the 10,000 Li mouth boa. But the 10,000 Li mouth boa was a life form that lived in the depths of earth trenches or earth abyss. It did not exist in Falling Heavenly River. The life forms in Falling Heavenly River mainly used water path, with earth path, metal path, wind path, light path, and dark path as supplementary paths. There were very few fire path life forms. This is the right arm of the ancient, desolate beast Icefall Divine Ape. This is the tail of an ancient, desolate beast, Snow Mud Crocodile. What is this? Whatever. I'll put it away first. Feng Yuan was prepared for this and quickly plundered everything. These were all broken limbs and body parts. There were some that Feng Yuan could recognize, and some that he couldn't. There were many ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants. There were only a few primordial beasts. But this was a rank 8 immortal material. It was also extremely valuable. Every time Fang Yuan made a discovery, he could not help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. Good heavens! This looks like a life and death Kuan Pong, Fang Yuan exclaimed. When he was about to collect all the immortal materials floating on the river, he found the 19th rank 8 immortal material. It was a gray fish the size of a ship. It does not have fins, but in the fin area, there were Taoist markings of feathers and wings. Life and Death Kuan Pong is a rule path immemorial desolate beast. It is extremely special. Its body was filled with life and death Tao marks, and it had 2 life forms. One was a fish, the other was a bird. As a fish, it lived for 8,000 years. After dying, it turned into a bird and lived for another 8,000 years before truly dying. This life and death Kuan Pong looks like it is about to turn into a bird. It is probably over 7,000 years old. Fang Yuan sighed. Even though humans were the spirit of all living beings, their lifespan was very short, especially immemorial desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. They could live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, not to mention the plants and trees. The most famous example was Northern Plains Ku Mu Mountain. It was not a mountain, but an old earth tree. This tree had over 1,000,000 years of history. It was extremely huge. That was why it was called a mountain. Compared to it, even primordial origin immortal Venerable, who had the longest lifespan, was only 25,000 years. Red Lotus Demon Venerable, who had the shortest lifespan, was only 3,000 years. He was not even a fraction of the old earth tree's age. This life and death Kuan Pong. Its corpse was relatively intact. Only the fish head was cut off by the sword light, but the entire fish body was still intact. Furthermore, it had life and death Tao marks. This special rule path Tao mark was very rare in the world. Thus, it was even more valuable. This life and death Kuan Pong is probably my biggest gain this time. After keeping the life and death Kuan Pong in his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan sighed to himself. At this time, the blood and falling heavenly river was boiling. Large numbers of fierce beasts, and even some immemorial level water plants. They were all fighting over these broken corpses and limbs. Fang Yuan did not have enough battle strength. He could only rely on his sharp eyes and quick hands to collect the immortal materials that floated out of the river. But from time to time, some immortal materials floated out. Most of these immortal materials were collected by Fang Yuan. Some were intimidated by the ferocious beasts in the water. Fang Yuan wisely did not fight with these beasts for food. Gradually, the situation under the river was in chaos. These severed limbs and minced meat were also excellent food for these creatures. As their food dwindled, they started to fight and kill each other. Sometimes, the corpses of some dead ancient, desolate beasts would float out of the river. Fang Yuan took the chance to take advantage of them. He really made a fortune. As time passed, Fang Yuan's gains became lesser and lesser. The risk of picking up immortal materials also became higher. He was hesitant. On one hand, he wanted to stop and leave. On the other hand, he wanted to explore the river. After all, the second line of star constellation Immortal Venerable's poem seemed to be referring to immortal zombie Bo Ching. But all of this was just his guess. He was not too sure. Right at this time, star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice resounded in his ears again. Her voice was lonely, a hero in dire straits. Life is full of troubles. Bent swords sink into the sand, rise and fall since ancient times. Endless heavenly river rumbles. Sorrow, spectral night is long and dreamy. Where can I find peace? Things change and hearts change. Only providence is boundless. As the song faded, a second mysterious message appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Sword Immortal Bo Ching, Imo Yao's remnant soul. Fang Yuan was shocked. Bright light shined in his eyes. So what if I take a risk? As long as I obtain Sword Immortal Bo Ching's Sword Path Immortal Gu, even if I cannot display its true power, I can still obtain a quasi-immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan was very decisive. He immediately left this area of the river and dove into the river far away. Because the sword lights had swept through the area, and because almost all of the fierce life forms were fighting in that river, Fang Yuan's diving was very smooth. In fact, he even picked up many natural immortal materials, like snow mud, refractory water, Chill ice, and so on. Arriving at the place where the mysterious message pointed him, Fang Yuan slowly stopped in the river. He took out Imo Yao's fake will. Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do? Imo Yao's fake will was furious at first, but it was soon weakened by Fang Yuan's methods. It was defenseless and could only let Fang Yuan do whatever he wanted. There seems to be providence in it. Imo Yao, your fake will cause me to collapse 88-point Jinyang Tower. I will take it back today. Imo Yao's fake will was restrained by Fang Yuan. It slowly dissipated as an intense aura spread out. Sensing this aura, a pillar of light appeared. An unparalleled sword chi soared into the sky. Fang Yuan almost retreated in shock, but the sword chi did not affect him. It only cleared the surroundings and was very gentle to him. In the pillar of light, Sword Immortal Bo Qing's immortal zombie body slowly appeared. Fang Yuan held his breath, his eyes fixed on Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. The latter did not open his eyes. They were still shut. This meant that Imo Yao's remnant soul inside the zombie body was still in a daze. This remnant soul had only sensed a familiar aura and was lured by Fang Yuan's method, appearing earlier. His whole body was shrouded in sword light. Fang Yuan could only get 3 steps closer. This distance was already the limit. If he got any closer, Fang Yuan would not be able to conceal himself. After all, he was only relying on Imo Yao's remnant fake will from back then, and this fake will had already been weakened by Fang Yuan many times. Basically, I cannot use any other methods now. I can only use Imo Yao's will to disguise my aura and lure the immortal goo out of immortal zombie Bo Qing's body. Fang Yuan was very careful, afraid that he would wake the other party up if he made any big movements. Actually, the most effective method was to take away all of immortal zombie Bo Qing's rank 8 immortal essence. That way, no matter how many immortal goo he had, no matter how powerful they would have no origin. However, there was also the possibility of special existences like Dreamwing's immortal goo. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had been dead for a long time. His immortal aperture's deadland had already dissipated. If not for the dense sword light surrounding his body, Fang Yuan could even capture him alive. But reality did not go as Fang Yuan wished. The dense sword light protected immortal zombie Bo Qing. If it offended him, he would be struck by the destructive sword light. According to the mysterious information in his mind, Fang Yuan acted according to the method. He soon obtained an immortal goo. This immortal goo was like a goose egg. The eggshell was translucent. From the outside, one could see a dense jade green light inside. As it got closer, Fang Yuan could feel a bone-chilling coldness coming from this immortal goo. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Although he did not know what immortal goo this was, or what use it had, the strong aura of the immortal goo told him that this was a rank 7 immortal goo. What kind of person was Bo Qing back then? Even in history, he had the highest battle strength below Venerable. Although he was not invincible in the world, it was still easy for him to suppress Zhongzhou state. The immortal goo he used were probably not rank 6. They were at least rank 7, and his core sword path immortal goo were definitely rank 8. If not for that, he would not have such terrifying battle strength in history. Fang Yuan used Imo Yao's aura to carefully wrap around this immortal goo. He then used wisdom path methods to seal it layer by layer. These seals were very weak. They could only deceive. They deceived this immortal goo's consciousness, making it think that it was still in its owner's hands and had not fallen into someone else's hands. Fang Yuan could not touch this immortal goo for now. He kept it in his immortal aperture. Next, he did the same thing to Bo Qing, using his methods. Chapter 1002. This immortal goo was only the size of an adult's index finger. It was silvery white in color, shining with a dazzling luster. It was shaped like a centipede, but the centipede's 100 feet were covered with soft hairs. This looks like Sword Eyebrow's immortal goo? Fang Yuan thought for a moment, and an idea flashed through his mind. This was one of the pieces of information he learned from the information given by Feng Kim Hong. Sword Immortal Bo Qing had a rank 7 immortal goo Jian Mei. It was not an offensive goo but used for sword path cultivation. When a goo immortal uses it, it can transform the goo immortal's eyebrows. Every thin eyebrow was engraved with a sword Dao mark. Dao marks had a huge amplification effect on the power of immortal goo. No matter how thick or short a person's eyebrows were, if one were to really count them, there would definitely be quite a number of eyebrows. This immortal goo is very valuable, but to me, it is better than nothing. After all, I do not walk the path of sword path. Fang Yuan also used Emo Yao's aura to cover this immortal goo, storing it carefully. A moment later, the third immortal goo appeared in front of Fang Yuan. This immortal goo was quite special. Its shape was uncertain. It looked like a snake, but it also looked like a sword. Its entire body seemed to be a light blue, translucent liquid. After it was lured out, it flew around Fang Yuan's surroundings. The liquid formed the shape of a blade, vivid and lifelike. However, due to the constant movement of the sword, the blade was as smooth as silk, yet it gave Fang Yuan an extremely sharp feeling. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body's defense was not bad, but when this immortal goo revolved around his body, everywhere he went, Fang Yuan could feel a splitting sensation coming from the skin closest to it. Combining the information, Fang Yuan guessed that this immortal goo should be rank 7 wave sword goo. According to Spirit Affinity House's historical records, back then, Sword Immortal Bo Qing had tried to kill him. He was preparing to raise this wave sword goo to rank 8, but he failed. The goo refinement failure caused Bo Qing to suffer heavy losses. The rank 7 wave sword goo was completely destroyed. But later, Bo Qing spent a lot of time and effort to refine the rank 6 wave sword goo. After that, he worked tirelessly to raise the rank 6 wave sword goo to rank 7. The fourth immortal goo. It was the flying sword goo. From the outside, it had the appearance of a silver-winged dragonfly. This rank 7 immortal goo was one of Sword Immortal Bo Qing's most commonly used immortal goo in battle. He used this goo as the core, along with other immortal goo and a large number of mortal goo. He created many sword path killer moves that left a deep mark in history. For example, Invisible Flying Sword Killer Move, Sky Flying Sword Killer Move, Chasing Flying Sword Killer Move, 10,000 Li Flying Sword Killer Move, the fifth immortal goo. It was an immortal goo used for movement, called Sword Escape Goo. It was shaped like a bee with golden needles. Once it was activated, its body turned into a sharp sword that pierced through space and moved forward. Its speed was almost on par with Chi Escape Immortal Goo of the same rank. In Bo Qing's life, there was one such example among the countless illustrious military achievements. When he was rank 7, he fought against a Goo Immortal of the same rank. After 3 rounds, the Goo Immortal was no match. He used the rank 7 Chi Escape Immortal Goo to escape. Bo Qing chased with Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Although he did not chase, the distance did not increase. Next, Bo Qing used the Immortal Killer move. One of the core immortal goo of this move was this Sword Escape Immortal Goo. With one move, the enemy's head flew off. Life and death were decided. After collecting the 5 immortal goo, Fang Yuan did not want to end here. He continued to attack the sleeping Bo Qing immortal zombie. Mo Yao's fake will was limited. He had already expended 65% of it. I wonder what immortal goo will be next? Fang Yuan was filled with anticipation and nervousness. It was like he was dancing on the tip of a knife. If immortal zombie Bo Qing woke up, it would be very disadvantageous to him. But Fang Yuan already knew that the one occupying the corpse was Mo Yao's remnant soul. He had methods to deal with it. With his glib tongue, it was not impossible to deceive the immortal zombie and remnant soul. What he was afraid of was that once immortal zombie Bo Qing woke up, he would be furious and not give Fang Yuan any time. He would directly kill him. Fang Yuan naturally would not take the initiative to awaken immortal zombie Bo Qing. He would not entrust his life to other people's reactions. This time, he activated the immortal goo, but there was no reaction. This was the longest time in history. More than half an hour had passed, but there were still no clues. Could it be that immortal zombie Bo Qing no longer has any immortal goo? That should not be possible, right? If he only has these immortal goo, how could he activate the sword light that covered the whole of Central Continent and had unparalleled might? After a full 2 hours, there was not much Mo Yao's fake will left in Fang Yuan's hands. He suddenly had a thought. He had set up many investigative mortal goo and goo formations near the shore of falling Heavenly River. Suddenly, a large number of mortal goo and goo formations were pulled out one after another. Other Gu immortals are coming. Fang Yuan's expression sank. Earlier, Fang Yuan had been picking up immortal materials on the river surface. He had been delayed for a long time. Thinking about it, it was not strange for a Gu immortal to come now. But if this Gu immortal discovered the abnormality at the bottom of the river and approached Fang Yuan, then Fang Yuan would be in trouble. Fang Yuan was not worried about this Gu immortal, but immortal zombie Bo Qing. After all, outsiders did not have Mo Yao's fake will and did not know the situation. What if they woke up immortal zombie Bo Qing and let the latter see that Fang Yuan was stealing his immortal Gu? The result was obvious. It was very likely that Fang Yuan would not even have time to speak before he was killed by immortal zombie Bo Qing. Mo Yao's fake will is almost completely used up. I need to leave in time. After all, I need to continue concealing my aura on the way. So I cannot completely use up Mo Yao's fake will in front of immortal zombie Bo Qing. Fang Yuan was too close to Bo Qing. If he directly activated fixed immortal travel, the immortal Gu's aura would definitely wake up Mo Yao's remnant soul in Bo Qing. He would be courting death. However, just as Fang Yuan was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out. The sixth immortal Gu finally appeared in front of him after a long time. This immortal Gu's appearance was very simple. It was like a bubble. It was fluttering and did not look impressive. But the aura it emitted caused Fang Yuan's eyes to widen involuntarily. This was a rank 8 Sword Path immortal Gu. No wonder it took so long to hook it out. But what immortal Gu is this? At once, Fang Yuan could not figure out what this rank 8 immortal Gu was. He did not have time to think. He immediately used the previous method, keeping it in his immortal aperture. Leave. Leave quickly. This time, his gains were already huge, far exceeding Fang Yuan's expectations. Huge gains, a huge pot full. These were not enough to describe his gains. In comparison, the gains in the Earth Trench inheritance could not even compare to this. Next, Gu immortals who came to explore Falling Heavenly River. There would be more and more of them. If they woke up immortal zombie Bo Qing, Thus, he could not stay here for long. The process of leaving Falling Heavenly River was very smooth. That Gu immortal who came had rank 7 cultivation level. He had already digested the shock in his heart. At this moment, his attention was attracted by the fierce battle between the fierce beasts in the river. From time to time, there would be top-quality immortal materials. They would float to the surface. Then, they would be swallowed by the surging waves. This Gu immortal wanted to snatch these flesh and limbs, but he was hesitant and did not dare to make a move. After all, the best time had passed. If he wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, the risk would be huge. Fang Yuan left Falling Heavenly River far away. His heart relaxed slightly. Just as he was activating fixed immortal travel, his body suddenly shook. I remember now. This rank 8 immortal Gu is likely the legendary Wisdom Sword Gu. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with wild joy. This immortal Gu was created by Bo Qing. Back then, even though he had outstanding battle strength, he suffered a lot from Wisdom Path Gu immortals. To deal with Wisdom Path Gu immortals, he created Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu is not just a Sword Path Immortal Gu. It also contains Wisdom Path profundities. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan immediately decided that when he subdued these Immortal Gu in the future, he would choose this Gu first. Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment Level. This gave Fang Yuan a vague realization. As long as he obtained Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu and used it, Fang Yuan's gains would not be as simple as a rank 8 Immortal Gu. His Wisdom Path methods would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. There would be a huge qualitative change. After safely returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan realized another important point. Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path Inheritance, Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment Level, Rank 6 Star Thought Gu, Rank 8 Wisdom Sword Gu, and Rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Unknowingly, my Wisdom Path future seems to have become brighter. With the current situation, Strength Path and Time Path are more helpful to me. But in terms of prospects, Wisdom Path's prospects are far greater than Strength Path and Time Path. These Immortal Gu that he obtained were all arranged by him. Large numbers of Mo Yao's fake will were created by Fang Yuan and used as consumables to temporarily seal these Immortal Gu. As long as the will was not asleep and was thinking, It would expend a lot of energy. Back then in Imperial Court Blessed Land, Mo Yao's fake will relied on happy will immortal goo to strengthen itself. The more it expended, the more it replenished. Even though Fang Yuan did not have happy will immortal goo now, he had other methods. He was a wisdom path grandmaster. Creating Mo Yao's fake will was easy for him. But this required countless mortal goo of different types. Fang Yuan had to spend some time to prepare them. And not long ago in Falling Heavenly River, things happened suddenly. Fang Yuan was pressed for time. He could not create Mo Yao's will. Thinking about it, Fang Yuan felt that his gains were unimaginable. The opportunity to steal other people's immortal goo was extremely rare. Because under normal circumstances, immortal goo could self-destruct with just a thought. Fang Yuan took advantage of immortal zombie Bo Qing's slumber. And in history, only thieving heaven demon Venerable was able to steal the immortal goo of a goo immortal when they were awake. The prophecy dream realm left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable is so amazing. What true meaning does the next few lines of the poem contain? Fang Yuan thought of the reason for this huge gain. He was both doubtful and expectant. The song is lonely, the hero is down and out, life is full of troubles. Bent swords sink into the sand, rise and fall since ancient times. Endless heavenly river roars. Sorrow. Spectral night is long and dreamy. Where can one rest in peace? Things change and hearts shift. Only providence is boundless. Fang Yuan knew the true meaning of the first two lines, but what did the last three lines prophesy? This was too vague. Fang Yuan could not make any guesses at the moment. Chapter 1003. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. Give up. This immortal goo cannot be saved. Bai Qin Tian urged. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not reply. At this moment, his hands were clasped together, emitting a warm orange light. An immortal goo was almost cut in half. It was hanging on by the orange light. Its aura fluctuated. It was very unstable. Lien Jiusheng also had a worried expression. He was a refinement path great expert. In his opinion, this immortal goo had already been sentenced to death. Even Lien Jiusheng could not save it. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was determined to try. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower. He was a wisdom path goo immortal. Any goo immortal at his level, even if they cultivated one path, they would be proficient in one path and knowledgeable in 100 paths. He had no shortcomings. He could use wisdom path to imitate the specialty of other paths. He could even surpass them by taking a different path. Right now, Lien Jiusheng could not do anything to this immortal goo, but Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had wisdom path methods. He had a trace of hope. But this method, in Bai Qin Tian's and Lien Jiusheng's opinion, was too risky. If there was a slight mistake, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord would suffer a backlash. His Dao marks would become chaotic. Not only would he be heavily injured, he would not be able to use any immortal goo for 30 years, otherwise, his injuries would worsen. Swoosh! Suddenly, a sharp and formless sword chi shot out from the immortal goo. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could not even react, but fortunately, this formless sword chi only brushed past his ear, cutting off a strand of his white hair. Bai Qin Tian jumped in fright. All right. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression eased. He let out a breath of turbid air, saying in relief, I pulled out the sword chi in the goo. This immortal goo can be saved. Ever since Falling Heavenly River burst out with countless sword lights, they swept through Central Continent. A sword light with extraordinary sharpness, like in his previous life. It pierced through Celestial Court and cut Heaven Overseeing Tower into two. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord urgently called back Bai Qin Tian, Lien Jiusheng, and Bai Shui. After the four immortals discussed, Bai Shui went to the bottom of Falling Heavenly River to investigate the situation, while the other three immortals used the sword chi to corrode Heaven Overseeing Tower. The injuries did not worsen. He hurriedly repaired it. Soon, under the illumination of the orange light, the immortal goo in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's hand recovered at a visible speed. Lien Jiusheng's eyes shined as he clapped. Pagoda Lord, Your method of sacrificing your emotions to repair the immortal goo is a wisdom path method. It was truly unique. He actually came back from the dead. Amazing. But why do you have to take such a risk? This is only a rank 6 immortal goo. Our celestial court has a lot of it. We can refine it again. On the other hand, if you are injured and unable to fight for 30 years, it will be a great loss to the celestial court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shook his head, saying slowly, I don't know why, but recently, ever since the start of the Refinement Path Convention, there has been a strange phenomenon. I felt something was wrong. It was as if there was a hidden danger brewing somewhere. Once it happened, there would be terrifying consequences. We have just repaired Fate Goo once. It can display half of its power. But just as I was about to enter Heaven Overseeing Tower, a sword light slashed at me. Heaven Overseeing Tower was split into two. Is this all a coincidence? Bai Qin Tian and Lin Jiusheng looked at each other, their expressions turning solemn. I won't hide it from you. I have had this feeling recently as well. Bai Qin Tian said solemnly. But this feeling only started when I repaired Fate Goo. Lin Jiusheng also said. So it was not just me who sensed it. I had thought that my junior disciple had met with a calamity, causing me to sense it. But now, it seems that it is not so simple. Tower Lord, you are a wisdom path Goo immortal who controls Heaven Overseeing Tower. Your feeling is stronger than ours. I am afraid something is really going to happen. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord looked at the immortal goo that was being repaired in his hand. Thus, I am willing to take the risk to repair this immortal goo as soon as possible. Although this is not the core immortal goo of Heaven Overseeing Tower, saving it will solve the biggest problem of Heaven Overseeing Tower's injuries. We can repair Heaven Overseeing Tower as soon as possible and use its power to deduce the truth with our senses. Also, Bo Qing died in the tribulation back then. Why did he suddenly appear now? There seems to be a close connection between the two. Next, I will continue to use this method to repair other immortal goo. During this process, I need to be fully focused and single-minded. If Fairy Bai Shui replies, you two need to inform me immediately. Bai Tian and Lin Jiusheng replied, understood. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's matter continued to spread as time passed. It affected Central Continent and the Celestial Court. While Central Continent's Goo immortals were focusing their attention on Falling Heavenly River, Fang Yuan had already obtained the greatest harvest and was cultivating on Danghun Mountain. Right now, he was standing at the peak of Danghun Mountain, waving his hand and releasing tens of thousands of souls. These souls were mostly beast souls, like rabbit souls, goat souls, horse souls, and so on. Wolf souls, tiger souls, and other fierce beast souls were slightly smaller. There were also plant souls, while variant human souls and human souls were the least in number. Actually, the transaction of souls had always existed, because in this world, there were many Soul Path Goo immortals. Soul Path Goo worms had appeared since the immemorial antiquity era, but they did not form into a system. Only with the rise of a Goo immortal could Soul Path be created and flourished. This Goo immortal was one of the 10 venerables in human history, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was the founder of the Soul Dao, and he was also the one who brought the Soul Dao to the pinnacle of history by himself. In his era, among 10 Goo masters, almost half of them chose to cultivate Soul Path. In Soul Path cultivation, the soul was one of the most important resources. To refine Soul Path Goo worms, most needed souls as Goo materials. To refine Soul Path Goo worms, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered and hunted souls. Thus, in history, he had the highest killing nature among venerables. And the prosperity he brought to Soul Path also caused his era to be filled with slaughter. The world was dark and unstable. Because many Goo masters and Goo immortals also cultivated Soul Path, they naturally slaughtered and hunted souls as cultivation resources. It was also in that era that the transaction of souls was created. It was done openly and openly. After that, Spectral Soul died and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable appeared. This benevolent Immortal Venerable did not compete with others. He loved peace. As he grew up, he knew about the suffering of the people. He knew about the harm Spectral Soul caused. Thus, when he became an Immortal Venerable and became invincible in the world, the first thing he did was to suppress Soul Path. Soul Path Gu masters thus decreased in numbers. The transaction of souls was forced to go underground. The 5 regions in the world started to recuperate. Their killing nature was eliminated. The unrest also gradually subsided. The most touching thing was that Paradise Earth immortal Venerable did not use force. He used virtue to convince people. He used his actions to influence them. Thus, even now, even in jewel yellow skies, the largest and most free market in the world, the transaction of souls was very rare. Fang Yuan's souls were obtained by Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. Ever since Fang Yuan and He Lulan cooperated, they were in charge of the transaction of souls. It saved Fang Yuan a lot of trouble. They were the local tyrants of northern plains, especially Fairy Li Shan. She was the third in command of snowy mountain-blessed land. She had mountain pledge gu and a wide network. These souls immediately met with disaster when they landed on Danghun Mountain. After being cleansed and shaken by Danghun Mountain, the souls shattered, turning into countless soul essences that fused into the mountain. Not long later, because of these soul essences, a new batch of guts gu would be produced on Luo Hun Mountain. Normally speaking, the stronger the life form, the higher the quality of the soul. At the same time, the higher the intelligence of the life form, the higher the quality of the soul. This batch of souls is only ordinary. Because there are few fierce beasts and no desolate beasts, there are very few variant human and human souls. The number of guts gu produced will not be many. Fang Yuan estimated in his mind as he started to walk on Danghun Mountain. This batch of souls did not come from Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. Fang Yuan obtained them himself. He was different from before. He did not need Fairy Li Shan's help, nor did he need to make a move personally. He could obtain souls stably. Of course, it was not from jewel yellow skies, but from Western Desert. Western Desert was the most developed place in the 5 regions for commerce. Over there, Fang Yuan was no longer a newcomer who was unfamiliar with the place. He had already cooperated with Western Desert's Shao clan for some time. He had obtained a certain degree of recognition and obtained the crucial token. Western Desert's Shao clan was a super force. It was not hard for them to obtain souls. But if the soul transaction was exposed, Shao clan would never admit to it. The soul transaction could not be exposed, and Shao clan was a righteous path force after all. Fang Yuan obtained souls from Western Desert's transaction. It was naturally to guard against He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness. Although he had signed an alliance agreement with them, it did not mean that from now on, Fang Yuan did not need to guard against them. Fang Yuan had the heart to guard against others, but Fang Yuan also had the heart to harm others. If Fang Yuan started to cultivate his soul, it would definitely attract the suspicion of He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan did not want to leave any clues for them. If he secretly used guts gu to cultivate, it would definitely cause the number of guts gu to decrease drastically. To make up for this flaw, Fang Yuan secretly sent in his own soul to fill the gap. The precious guts gu were easily obtained under Fang Yuan's feet. Fang Yuan did the same. Once guts gu left Danghun Mountain, they would immediately be destroyed. But if they used the air sac gu that Fang Yuan invented, they could be packaged and sold. After expending a large number of guts gu, Fang Yuan's soul had grown to its limit. If it continued to grow blindly, his soul would collapse on its own. Fang Yuan felt that even his immortal zombie body had a feeling of being squeezed. It was like an adult wearing clothes that were a size smaller than his youth clothes. Chapter 1004. Actually, the limit of an immortal zombie's soul capacity was higher than an ordinary body of flesh and blood. It was just that it lacked the effect of nourishing the soul. Only a living body of flesh and blood could nourish the soul. In a dead body, the soul would wither. The main reason why Fang Yuan's soul could last until now was because of the guts gu. Other than that, he also used some other soul path methods to nourish it. Even though spectral soul demon Venerable caused great damage to all living beings in the world, his soul path also flourished for an era. Countless outstanding soul path experts appeared and created a vast number of soul path methods. Even after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era, there were still many precious soul path methods that were passed down to benefit future generations. I do not cultivate soul path. Soul path gu immortals have soul path Dao marks in their bodies. They can allow their bodies to contain stronger souls. After realizing that he had reached his limit, Feng Yuan left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and went to Star Form Blessed Land. Luopa Valley was placed here. Feng Yuan entered Luopa Valley. Luopa Valley had been modified by Shadow Sect. It was completely different from before. But after Feng Yuan asked Tai by Yunxing to take action, Luopa Valley regained its original environment. Luopa Valley's terrain was complex. It was like a maze. The legends of Ranzhou recorded that Ranzhou was trapped in a maze and could not find a way out. Feng Yuan imitated Ranzhou and came to Luopa Valley. He directly let his soul leave his body. A wave of gray-white fog spread out. This was the famous fog. Feng Yuan's soul was shrouded by the fog. It gradually loosened. After the fog passed, a wave of eerie wind blew. This was the famous Luopa wind. The eerie wind was like blades. Feng Yuan's soul was cut by the wind blades. Countless wounds were created. The unparalleled pain made Feng Yuan almost go crazy. This pain was rooted in the depths of his soul. It was 10,000 times more painful than death by 1,000 cuts. Feng Yuan raised his head and roared, but he lacked a body. He could only let out sharp soul cries. After enduring for a while, Feng Yuan struggled to realize that he had reached his limit again. He wisely chose to retreat, and his soul returned to the immortal zombie body. With the protection of the immortal zombie body, the power of the fog and the Luopa wind was greatly reduced. Instantly, it dropped by a large margin. Feng Yuan was able to safely leave Luopa Valley. He checked his soul. After experiencing the fog and the ravages of the lost soul wind, Feng Yuan's soul had shrunk by a large margin. It was clear that he had suffered considerable damage. If he stayed any longer, it wouldn't be to the extent where his soul would scatter and scatter. But the enslaved Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong, it was probably going to get out of control. This was because the soul was the cornerstone of a slave. If the soul was severely wounded, the slave's effects would be greatly reduced. This would give the enslaved a chance to resist and escape. I wonder how the Ren ancestor managed to stay in Luopa Valley for such a long time back then. Feng Yuan sighed and returned to Danghun Mountain. He continued to use Guts Gu. Guts Gu might be immortal Gu, but it was indeed a legendary item. Using it to treat the injuries on the soul would produce instant results. Very soon, the injuries on Feng Yuan's soul completely disappeared. He was completely healed. At this moment, Feng Yuan inspected his soul again. Very clearly, he found that his soul was at least twice as condensed as before. Moreover, the soul itself seemed to be coated with a layer of oil, emitting a faint, eerie light. He then sensed the burden on his soul caused by enslaving the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. It had also shrunk by 30%. Earlier in Luopa Valley, Feng Yuan had suffered inhuman torture and pain. It was all worth it. Because in Luopa Valley, the impurities in his soul were removed. It was like a piece of iron being forged and smelted countless times, before finally turning into steel. The quality of his soul immediately rose to a new level. And on Danghun Mountain, Guts Gu continued to be expended. The soul was growing at an unimaginable speed. The quantity was rising steadily. Luopa Valley refines the soul. Danghun Mountain strengthens the soul. Qualitative and quantitative changes combine together. The soul's foundation grows by leaps and bounds. This huge success came so quickly. No wonder in my previous life, after He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan obtained Luopa Valley, they went back and forth between Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley all day to increase their soul foundation. They're getting a thrill from cultivating. Feng Yuan sighed. He wanted to imitate He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, but he still had many things to do. The most important thing in front of him was the Battle of Etian Mountain and the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. Undeniably, the stronger Feng Yuan was, the higher the chance of him obtaining Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage at the crucial moment. Feng Yuan could only try his best to think of every possibility, to arrange every important matter in a more reasonable manner. He squeezed out every minute and second he had, seizing every minute and second to cultivate. Finally, Feng Yuan received news of the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage appearing. What's going on? I set up many methods near Etian Mountain. but they were actually silently taken out by someone. Fang Yuan took some time out of his busy schedule to personally investigate southern border, but he did not find any valuable information. Just like in his previous life, Etion Mountain repeatedly showed an intense battle from ancient times. In the intense battle, the mysterious Gu immortal with the red lotus mark on his forehead used the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage to suppress the rank 8 enemy with great strength true martial physique. This Gu immortal has a red lotus mark on his forehead. Is it related to Red Lotus Demon Venerable? When I was reborn, I had already failed, but in the river of time, a red lotus suddenly appeared, turning my defeat into victory and successfully reborn. What is the relationship between the red lotus in the river of time and this mysterious Gu immortal? Fang Yuan was confused. He could only shake his head and leave. He still had many things to arrange. Graceful chaotic duel stage might have appeared, but there was still some time before the Battle of Etion Mountain. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had to at least get rid of the repercussions of enslaving the Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong. Through Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan's soul foundation had risen sharply, while Zhou Zhong's soul was still at the same spot. After removing the burden of enslaving the Gu immortal, I can easily sneak into Etion Mountain and secretly refine the immortal Gu house. The body nourished the soul, and the soul was filled with intelligence, producing thoughts, wills, emotions, and thinking. The increase in soul foundation was greatly beneficial to Fang Yuan's refinement of the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic duel stage. Besides the aspect of the soul, if I can make Bo Qing's sword path immortal Gu my own, my battle strength will also rise greatly. That would be even better. Although he had tried several times with all-out effort immortal Gu, he had not succeeded. At this moment, Fang Yuan's rebirth plan had reached the final juncture. He resolutely gave up on the refinement of all-out effort immortal Gu. He did not want to struggle in this pit. During this final period of time, Fang Yuan did his best to make preparations. Central Continent. Immortal zombie Bo Qing left Falling Heavenly River and slowly rose. Below his feet, Falling Heavenly River's surface was surging with waves, crashing against the shore and sweeping up piles of snow. The blood was already gone. Countless fierce beasts in the river felt Bo Qing's aura and scurried away in fear. At the bottom of Falling Heavenly River, a large number of Gu immortals lost their lives. Even Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu immortal by Tsang Shui was not spared. I lost many immortal Gu. My battle strength is going to fall. Immortal zombie Bo Qing spoke in a low voice. What should we do now? At this moment, standing beside him were Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, Shadow Sect's envoy Lan, Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child, Blood Path Demonic Immortal Song Zixing who was known as Blood Dragon, as well as Hairy Man Refinement Path Gu Immortal Yumu Chun. For some reason, this situation was different from his previous life. In his previous life, 7-Star Child and Song Zixing died at Bo Qing's hands. But now, both of them were alive. Maybe this was Fang Yuan's plan, using Mo Yao's fake will to lure out Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Song Zixing and Yumu Chun did not speak. Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child spoke. Next, Song Zixing, Yumu Chun, and I will work together and use an immortal killer move to teleport the 4 of us to Central Continent's northeast area to attack Heavenly Lotus Sect. He had already made arrangements. In his previous life, 7-Star Child and Song Zixing died. Only Yumu Chun was left. He could not use this powerful immortal killer move. But now, it was different. In Celestial Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was furious and shocked. He looked at the 4 immortals led by immortal zombie Bo Qing, attacking one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Heavenly Lotus Sect. He could no longer watch. Because he, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, was a Gu immortal from Heavenly Lotus Sect. In Heavenly Lotus Sect, he had many disciples and grand disciples. Right now, immortal zombie Bo Qing had awakened. Heavenly Lotus Sect was in danger. Only Celestial Court's Gu immortals could save them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, recalling Lien Jiushang and Bai Chen Tian. There is a huge change at the bottom of Falling Heavenly River. Bai Tsang Shui has already died. Immortal zombie Bo Qing has awakened and is attacking combat Immortal Sect. We need to quickly go and save them. The two immortals were extremely shocked. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord's words contained a huge amount of information. Go. The two immortals' shock only lasted for a moment, but soon they reacted. The three immortals walked into Celestial Court's teleportation goo formation, arriving at Heavenly Lotus Sect's headquarters at the next moment. At this time, Bo Qing and the others had just arrived. Beside them, the remnant light of the teleportation immortal killer move had yet to dissipate. The two goo immortals looked at each other, their battle intent surging. What happened? Heavenly Lotus Sect's goo masters and goo immortals were still confused. Fight. A super battle of rank 8s erupted. Central continent, who immortal blessed land, underground cave. Success. Fang Yuan looked at the goo formation in front of him, his eyes shining with joy and regret. These last days, he had been using the light of wisdom to make deductions. He had obtained a powerful goo formation to refine Bo Qing's sword path immortal goo. This goo formation actually used the light of wisdom as the core. It used Emo Yao's fake will as well as poison path immortal goo woman's heart and wisdom path immortal goo unravel mystery to refine Bo Qing's immortal goo. Chapter 1005. Southern Border, Tian Mountain. Fang Yuan walked barefooted, taking big steps. His appearance had changed greatly. His muscles were bulging, his chest was exposed. His hair, beard, chest hair, and even the hair on his legs and legs were very thick. Its fur was an earthy yellow color, and its clothes were almost tattered. His cheekbones were protruding. The joints of his fingers and toes were much thicker than a normal person's. His nose bridge was short and short. His two nostrils were facing outwards. The nose hairs inside were also very thick, as if they were rushing out of his nostrils. Don't be fooled by this ugly appearance. It was carefully chosen by Fang Yuan based on his previous life's memories. In Fang Yuan's previous life, the original owner of this appearance had joined Tian Mountain at this time. But after Fang Yuan revived, he secretly killed this person. Fang Yuan replaced him and came to Tian Mountain. The sun had just risen. There was a thin layer of fog. Tian Mountain was still very quiet. Birds chirping could be heard from time to time in the forest. At this time, the righteous and demonic battle had not even started yet. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan disguised his identity and joined Tian Mountain, it was already the time when the righteous and demonic paths were fighting intensely. Even the foot of the mountain was guarded by demonic path lackeys. But in this life, Fang Yuan appeared several months earlier. At this time, Xiao Shan had just been exiled by Xiao Clan. He, Zhou Xingxing, and Sun Peng who had created Tian Village not long ago. Fang Yuan walked past the foot of the mountain but did not see anyone. After climbing halfway up the mountain, he finally saw a glimpse of Tian Village through the gaps of the lush forest. Tian Village was still under construction. It had not been completed yet. Who is this person? Which goo immortal's pawn is he? He does not seem to be a pure human. He seems to have hairy man bloodline. This bastard. I'm afraid no one will choose him as a pawn, right? Hee hee. Far away, the southern border goo immortals discussed with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked calmly. He was confident and calm. In his previous life, he used familiar face. These southern border goo immortals could not see through it. In this life, he had used the immortal killer move that used attitude goo as the core. Familiar face. If this was seen through, it would be strange. He strutted along. He walked toward the mountain peak. After a while, when he approached Tian Village, he was finally stopped by someone. The newcomer was a rank 3 demonic goo master. But the person Fang Yuan was disguised as was also a rank 3 goo master, so he did not dare to be careless. He asked seriously, "Who are you?" Fang Yuan cupped his fists and said rudely, "I am Huang Sha. I heard about Hero Zhao's matter, so I came to seek shelter with you." The rank 3 demonic goo master's body shook. He wasn't shocked by the name of Yellow Sand, but Fang Yuan's voice was too loud. "All right, lower your voice. What are you yelling for? Since you know the name of the leader, then follow me to pay respects to him." The rank 3 goo master picked his ears and left. Fang Yuan snorted. He tried to catch up. His physique was larger than normal people. He took big steps. In just 3 steps, he had caught up to the former. The demonic goo master was unhappy. He stretched out his hand and pulled Feng Yuan back. Why are you running so fast? If you want to join Etion village, you need to know the rules. Do you understand? First come, first serve. My position is higher than yours. Follow behind me. Oh. Feng Yuan quickly nodded his head, showing his bulky physique. He had a large physique and a small brain. We need to focus on the construction of this building. If someone attacks in the future, we need to defend this place. We need to set up at least 100 iron snake vine goo. Xiao Shan pointed at a place, instructing the goo master beside him. At this time, he heard someone shouting, "Big chieftain, your fame has spread throughout the 4 seas and the entire southern border. Now, another hero has joined us." Xiao Shan heard this and was overjoyed. Turning around to look, he saw Feng Yuan. The joy in his heart dissipated. He was slightly disappointed, but at the same time, he had a joyous smile on his face. He quickly walked forward, patting Feng Yuan's shoulder. Such a strong man. Feng Yuan laughed heartily, cupping his fists. You are Hero Xiao? I am here to join you. You have guts. You dare to go against the righteous path. Saying so, Feng Yuan gave Xiao Shan a thumbs up, saying, just based on this, I am convinced, I am willing to follow you. But you have to feed me 3 meals a day. Xiao Shan saw that Feng Yuan was so boorish. He felt even more disappointed. But on the surface, he did not show it. He praised Feng Yuan and gave him a mission on the spot. After Feng Yuan left, Xiao Shan called Zhou Xingxing, asking, this Huang Sha, what is his origin? I am not sure. Zhou Xingxing thought about it, smiling. Big brother, what kind of person are you? You come and go as you please. How can such a minor character enter your eyes? I happen to know this person. His father is human. His mother is hairy man. He was born as a slave who mined sand and rocks on the sand mountain. In the end, he obtained an inheritance on the sand mountain and became a goo master. Later, he occupied a part of the river with a water path goo master. They became known as the White Sand Generals. Later, they were defeated by Tai clan goo masters. White General died, but this Huang Sha escaped. His whereabouts are unknown. To think that he admires Big Brother's fame, he came to join Etion village. So that's it. I remember now, there was indeed news of the White Sand Generals attacking Tai clan's merchant ship. Xiao Shan nodded. His expectations towards Feng Yuan fell to rock bottom. They even dared to attack Tai clan's merchant ship. This showed that these two were rash and did not use their brains. Moreover, this Huang Sha actually had hairy man bloodline. Xiao Shan looked down on him even more. Variant humans like hairy men, feathermen, and snowmen were all slaves of humans. How could human goo masters treat them equally? If Feng Yuan's cultivation was rank 4 or 5, Xiao Shan might be able to break the prejudice and pay attention to Feng Yuan. But this Huang Sha that Feng Yuan was disguised as was only rank 3. Even though rank 3 was higher than ordinary goo masters. But in this Etion village, it was not eye-catching. Thus, Xiao Shan soon threw this Huang Sha to the back of his mind. Feng Yuan was working at the construction site. Right now, I have already joined Etion Mountain. I was sent here by Xiao Shan to build Etion village. This shows that this person does not care about me. Very good, this is the goal I want to achieve. So far, everything is going smoothly. If Feng Yuan's cultivation was higher and Xiao Shan paid attention to him, he would have a heavy responsibility in the upcoming righteous demonic battle. If he did not carry out this task, he would expose himself. If he did, he would waste time. If his cultivation was lower, he would become cannon fodder and be sent to the front lines to attract firepower and waste the enemy's primeval essence. After a few battles between righteous and demonic, he would be sacrificed. Only with rank 3 cultivation, it would not be high or low. He would be a small leader. He would not be given an important task, and it would not be strange for him to survive in the battlefield. The forbidden zone for immortals on Etion Mountain only targeted immortal apertures. It did not target immortal goo. In his previous life, at this time, Feng Yuan was still deducing a method to seal the immortal aperture. But in this life, he directly grasped this method and joined Etion village several months in advance. Even though his immortal aperture was sealed, his body was still an immortal zombie. During the day, Feng Yuan did some manual labor at the construction site. It was easy. At night, when everyone else was asleep, he was still energetic, secretly refining the graceful chaotic duel stage at the bottom of the mountain. Graceful chaotic duel stage suppressed the great strength true martial immortal zombie. It was unbreakable. This rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie had no soul fluctuations. From the looks of it, it seemed like his soul had completely perished. But with his previous life's memories, Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He did not probe the great strength true martial immortal zombie. Instead, he focused on transforming his battle will. The southern border Gu immortals who participated in this duel had to use these mortal Gu masters as pawns to make them fight intensely, so that their battle will could resonate with each other. The pure battle will in the immortal Gu house would be transformed into the Gu master's personal battle will. But Fang Yuan was here personally, and was also a wisdom path grandmaster. He did not need to do this. Even if he did not fight, he could increase the battle will in his mind and transform the immortal Gu house's battle will. His efficiency was several times that of ordinary Gu immortals. As long as Fang Yuan transformed the battle will in these immortal Gu houses into his own battle will, then he would complete the last step that the rank 8 immortal zombie could not complete back then. That was to refine the immortal Gu house and become its true owner. Thus, if Fang Yuan wanted to successfully seize graceful chaotic duel stage from these southern border Gu immortals, there was still a hurdle. At the final juncture, the pure battle will in the immortal Gu house would be divided and transformed by everyone. But there could only be one winner. Thus, these battle wills would compete with each other and engage in an intense battle. In this fierce battle, any loser would vanish into thin air. There could only be one winner. I am a wisdom path grandmaster. I have a huge advantage in the battle of battle will. Moreover, I will definitely take the lead and transform my battle will several times faster than others. The more battle will I transform, the more advantage I will have in the decisive battle in the future. As long as I follow the plan, there is no doubt that I will obtain the immortal Gu house. I am just afraid of an accident. While Fang Yuan was thinking, the other southern border Gu immortals were also having their own thoughts. Shao Clan's supreme elder was paying close attention to the battlefield of Etion Mountain. He had barely survived the previous tribulation, and the next tribulation was approaching. He had no hope, but with the appearance of the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic duel stage, this Gu immortal saw a trace of light in the darkness. Thus, in this unprecedented duel, he staked everything he had. He had bet almost all of his assets. His stake was the highest among all the immortals, and according to the rules of the duel, one of the chess pieces he chose, Shao Shan, became the first Gu master to ascend Etion Mountain. Shao Clan's first supreme elder also became the first person among the southern border Gu immortals to transform the battle will in the immortal Gu house. I must succeed in this contest for the immortal Gu house. I cannot fail. If I do not have the immortal Gu house, I will have no chance of surviving this tribulation. Chapter 1006. But looking at it now, I have made a good start. I have converted the most battle will among them. As long as I maintain this advantage, the immortal Gu house will be mine. Shao Clan's supreme elder cheered himself on, but he was also clear. The biggest problem was how to maintain the current advantage. According to the bet, the second would be Wu Clan's Gu immortal, Wu Dangji. This female immortal of Wu Clan was also a very shrewd person. She would rather sacrifice some of her cultivation to allow her chosen pawn to enter Etion Mountain early. I hope Shao Shan will not disappoint me. Shao Clan's ancestors' wish was precisely what the other southern border Gu immortals did not want to see. Now that Shao Clan's ancestor had already established an early advantage, the southern border Gu immortals wanted to see Shao Shan defeated or even killed, so as to disrupt Shao Clan's ancestors' advantage and give them a chance. Wu Shan Tong arrived near Etion Mountain. Everyone, this time, I am carrying the clan's heavy responsibility on my shoulders. I will not hesitate to eliminate the demon's den. He pointed at Etion Mountain with a solemn expression and surging battle intent. There were many Gu masters around him. Among them, 3 had the highest cultivation, rank 4 Gu masters. One was Wu Clan's elder, his personal bodyguard, Wu Shan Tong. The other 2 were clan leaders of Wu Clan's clans. Wu Shuntong was a rank 4 peak stage enslavement path Gu master. He was thin and pale, coughing from time to time. He was like a sick scholar who could not even withstand the wind. But no one dared to underestimate him, because he cultivated enslavement path. This path could always fight one against many. On Etian Mountain, the strongest person is Shao Clan's original leader, Shao Shan. Below him are Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing, 2 demonic path Gu masters. These 3 are all rank 5 Gu masters. In my opinion, we should slow down and invite some righteous path experts to hold the fort. This will not only be safer, we can also fight and not let these demons escape. One of the rank 4 clan leaders suggested. Wu Shuntong's expression sank. He wanted to do this, but this mission was forced by the clan, and there was a time limit. It was so harsh and rushed. Wu Shuntong could not help but wonder if he had become a sacrifice in the clan's political struggle. He had done his best to rely on his connections to recruit these people around him. Wu Shuntong would never understand the truth of Etian Mountain. The Gu masters who were usually high and mighty. They were all used as gambling tools by Gu immortals. He naturally did not know that at this moment, countless southern border Gu immortals were looking at him with expectant gazes. You don't have to persuade me. As long as everyone protects me, even if they have rank 5 battle strength, how long can they last against the beast horde? Once their primeval essence is depleted, the merit of killing a rank 5 will be yours. Moreover, since I'm personally making a move, I'm naturally confident. Don't tell me that I'm courting death. Wu Shintong was also a person with means. This short sentence dispelled everyone's hesitation and boosted their morale. Speed was the most important thing in war, and what they were aiming for was the effect of surprise attacks. A moment later, under the command of Wu Shuntong, the entire mountain of beasts charged up Etian Mountain. At this time, Etian village was still under construction. The demonic path Gu masters were in a panic. They were used to fighting alone, even though Shao Shan and the others tried to organize them. They did not see any results in the short term. Shao Shan was extremely anxious, thinking, Etian village has just been built. There is still less than half of it left before it can be completed. This is the first time we are clashing with the demonic path. Etian village is like a flag. It cannot fall. Once it falls, our morale will fall. It will be like being hit in the head. We will not be able to raise our heads. If we lose our momentum, who will take the initiative to submit to me in the future? Thinking of this, Shao Shan quickly ordered the demonic path Gu masters to defend Etian village to the death. Shao Shan's thoughts were indeed insightful, but he had greatly overestimated the coordination of demonic path Gu masters. If demonic path Gu masters fought alone with righteous path Gu masters, they usually won more than they lost. But if there were many of them, in a battle of equal numbers, the righteous path usually won. Without coordination, the demonic path Gu masters were just a mob. Facing the huge beast horde, they did not defend themselves. They immediately fell into the situation that Wu Shuntong wanted to see the most. At first, large numbers of wild beasts died under the attacks of the demonic path Gu masters. But soon, the overwhelming attacks of the demonic path Gu masters started to weaken and become sparse. After all, mortal Gu masters had limited primeval essence. The wild beasts broke through the blockade of firepower and attacked the demonic path Gu masters. The demonic path Gu masters' casualties were increasing. The situation was tilting towards the righteous path. Good fight. Amazing. The southern border Gu immortals looked at the battlefield with joy in their eyes. Shao Clan's ancestor had a grim expression as he stared at Shao Shan. Shao Shan was also an experienced person. He knew he could not let the situation continue like this. He quickly shouted, Rank 5 and Rank 4 Gu masters, follow me. We will go down the mountain and kill the enslavement path Gu masters. The rest of you, retreat as you fight. In this situation, the demonic path had suffered huge losses. Although the righteous path had few Gu masters, they did not lose a single person. Everyone knew that a single person would not be able to gain any benefits. Only by relying on each other could they carve out a bloody path and have a chance to escape. Shao Shan's words were quickly answered by everyone. The difference was, the rank 4 and rank 5 Gu masters gathered around Shao Shan with joy in their hearts. As for the remaining rank 2 and 3 Gu masters, Their faces were pale. The people who broke out of the encirclement were strong. Even if they were not strong enough, they could escape by themselves after breaking out of the encirclement. But the Gu masters who stayed in the mountain were surrounded by beast groups. There was no way to escape. They could only wait for reinforcements. Only Fang Yuan, although he had a ferocious expression on his face, was calm on the inside. Even if the beast group expanded by 100 times, they could not pose any threat to Fang Yuan. Moreover, he was a reborn person. He knew how the situation was developing. Sure enough, the following development was similar to his previous life. In this sudden battle, the demonic path Gu masters advanced against the beast group. Many Gu masters died in battle along the way. But in the end, they still reached Wu Shintong. Xiao Shan, Sun Penghu, and Zhou Xingxing, the three rank 5 Gu masters, were forced into a desperate situation. They attacked the Righteous Path's defensive line. After an intense battle of life and death, the Righteous Path lost 2 rank 4 Gu masters, while Wu Shintong retreated with heavy injuries. Wu Clan's rank 4 elder tried his best to stop them. At the crucial moment, a group of flying birds came to their aid. The demonic path's plan to kill Wu Shintong did not succeed. They could only retreat to Yitian Mountain helplessly. That night, Xiao Shan gathered the remnants of the demonic path army in a cave. He was bathed in blood. His eyes were red as he shouted with a hoarse voice, "Wu Shintong is not dead. He is truly a threat. As long as he is alive, we will have to face the fearless charge of the beast groups. We have to kill him, otherwise, Yitian village will never be rebuilt." After Xiao Shan finished speaking, there were very few people who responded. The demonic path Gu masters had just lost. Their morale was very low. One of the rank 3 Gu masters said dejectedly, "Leader, let's retreat. The righteous path is too strong. It is natural that we cannot win. As long as there is life, there will be hope. Let's leave this dangerous place first. In the future, we can go to another mountain and rebuild Yitian village. It is possible." Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Shan's eyes shined with a sharp light. His body moved as he attacked. He raised his blade and killed the demonic path Gu master who spoke, shouting, "This person has shaken our morale. His death is not to be regretted. Anyone who dares to retreat will end up like him." Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing immediately stood up and walked to Xiao Shan's sides, looking at everyone with hostility. The demonic path Gu masters were intimidated by Xiao Shan's aura. They spoke one after another, willing to fight to the death. Xiao Shan's expression softened. "I know it is not easy for all of you. You are all heavily injured. But no matter how heavy your injuries are, they are still better than our comrades who sacrificed themselves today, right? Everyone, rest in this cave tonight. Tomorrow morning, we will gather everyone's strength and charge down the mountain. We will not rest until we kill Wu Shintong." Everyone quickly agreed. Fang Yuan was also among them. His wounds were still bleeding, of course. This was just a disguise. It was not worth mentioning. The night sky was getting darker. The cave was not big. There was not enough space for the demonic path Gu masters to sleep. Xiao Shan had purposely chosen this cave. It was convenient for everyone to monitor each other. Even if someone needed to relieve themselves, they had to do it in the cave. Soon, the cave was filled with the stench of blood, sweat, and feces. The demonic path Gu immortals tossed and turned. They were worried about tomorrow's battle. They could not sleep. Only one person was snoring. It was Fang Yuan. His snoring echoed throughout the entire cave. Xiao Shan was sleeping with his eyes closed. When he heard this sound, he slowly opened his eyes. After seeing Fang Yuan, he laughed lightly and said loudly, "This heartless fool." His voice attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Shan continued, "Everyone, don't worry. I have complete confidence in tomorrow's battle. That Wu Shintong has already been heavily injured by us. He will definitely die tomorrow. I, Xiao Shan, swear that I will not run away. If I go against my oath, may the heavens strike me down. I will be hated by all." The demons' morale was boosted. They admired Xiao Shan's heroic spirit. But they did not know that Xiao Shan was wholeheartedly trying to subdue the immortal Gu in his body and obtain Xiao Clan's ancestors' approval. Unless he was at the end of his rope, he would not leave this place. Xiao Shan treated these demonic path Gu masters in the cave as his chess pieces. and he himself was a chess piece of Shao clan's ancestor, but he did not know it. On this night, as a chess player, Shao clan's ancestor was also anxious and worried. He was anxious. After today's battle on Etion Mountain, after the results were out, he left his residence and went to a certain mountain peak. He had been standing in the mountain wind for a long time. Master, Shao clan's ancestor is asking for an audience, but you refuse to meet him. He is a rank 7 Gu immortal. He has already been standing outside the cave for over 2 hours. If this drags on, it won't be good, right? Lu Xuanfeng cautiously asked. Chapter 1007. His master, rank 7 lone immortal old man Yuxia, was sitting cross-legged on a cushion. Hearing Lu Xuanfeng's voice, he did not move, his eyes still closed. After a long while, Shao clan's ancestor spoke again, his voice transmitting into the cave. Brother Yuxia, I am willing to take out another 10 heavenly dragon pearls. Please help me this time. Old man Yuxia slowly opened his eyes, saying to Lu Xuanfeng, Disciple, go to Etion Mountain first and resolve this crisis for Shaoshan. Lu Xuanfeng quickly knelt down, kowtowing 3 times towards old man Yuxia. Master, disciple is going. Although he said so, Lu Xuanfeng was still kneeling on the ground, showing no signs of getting up. Old man Yuxia laughed. With your crafty nature, you are too careful. Saying so, he blew a breath of cold air towards Lu Xuanfeng. The cold air seeped into Lu Xuanfeng's stomach, lingering there. This immortal goo can save your life. Go. Lu Xuanfeng was overjoyed, kowtowing 3 more times. He stood up and said with a cheeky smile, Disciple is actually thinking for Master's sake. It's fine if I lose my life, but Master will have no one to serve you in the future. What will you do? Disciple is indebted to Master. I have not even repaid him. How can I die so easily? Go, go. Old man Yuxia sighed, waving his hand at Lu Xuanfeng. Wu Shantong led the beast group to attack Etion Mountain. Etion village had just been built when it was destroyed. The demonic path's morale fell. Shaoshan was determined to counterattack. But that night, rank 5 demonic path Gu Master Lu Xuanfeng infiltrated the righteous path camp and killed Wu Shantong, bringing his severed head to Etion Mountain. Shaoshan was overjoyed. He said to Lu Xuanfeng, Brother Lu is righteous. We have to thank Brother Lu for saving all of our lives. Lu Xuanfeng was an astute person. He quickly cupped his fists, saying sincerely, Brother Shao is too kind. I only picked up a bargain. If not for Brother Shao and the others fighting bravely and heavily injuring Wu Shintong, how could I have taken his life so easily? If there are 10 parts to this contribution, I only take 1. The remaining 9 belongs to everyone. When everyone heard this, they immediately felt that Lu Xuanfeng was much more pleasing to the eye. Shaoshan's heart sank. He did not manage to kill Lu Xuanfeng by flattering him, so he quickly changed his words, stabilize Lu Xuanfeng, and rope him into Etion's stronghold. Just like this, the righteous path's first wave of attacks collapsed under the attacks of Shaoshan, Lu Xuanfeng, and the others. Fang Yuan hid at the side and did nothing. From the beginning to the end, he looked on coldly and did not arouse any suspicions. He recalled the information he had gathered in his previous life. It seems that in this life, Wu Shantong is heavily injured but not dead. Shaoshan's situation is critical. The Shao clan's old ancestor behind him also went to ask Yuxia Lao to take action. This old man Yuxia is a famous itinerant immortal of the southern border. He had a grudge with the Wu clan. The Shao clan's old ancestor also invested heavily, causing him to increase the stakes at the last minute, pushing Lu Xuanfeng to Etion Mountain in advance. As for the Wu clan's female immortal, Wu Dangji, she was schemed against and her chosen chess piece lost his life. Although she converted a lot of battle intent, she suffered the greatest loss. The battle between the righteous and demonic sides of Etion Mountain is actually led by the contest of southern borders Gu immortals. Mortals are like ants. Let them scheme against each other. After this battle, the battle intent I converted has already surpassed Shaoshan. I have become the number 1. Like this, Fang Yuan made a huge profit silently. The battle intent that was converted in the dark increased, but no one noticed it. Time passed. the second battle between righteous and demonic erupted. In the first battle, Wu Dangji suffered a loss. She was not resigned to it. Old man Yu Xiao raised the stakes at the last minute. Why couldn't she? Thus, she chose another person and joined forces with Shang Clan's Gu Immortals, not repeating the previous mistake of fighting alone. Landing on the battlefield of Etion Mountain, Wu Clan sent Gu Masters to attack Etion Mountain again. At the same time, Shang Clan's two newly advanced elders, Yin Tu and Zhu Kai Bei, also joined them. Both sides challenged each other at the foot of Etion Mountain. Both sides won and lost. They were in a deadlock. At this time, Lan Mei He and Fei Yuang went up the mountain together, joining Etion village. These two Gu Masters were not simple. They were famous flying masters in southern borders Gu Master world. Etion village thus gained the upper hand, forcing the righteous path to retreat. To resist Lan Mei He and Fei Yuang, the righteous path invited a female Gu Master, Hong Fei Yu. She was also a flying master, but belonged to the righteous path. However, it was difficult for Hong Fei Yu to fight against two flying masters of the demonic Tao alone. At the moment of life and death for Hong Fei Yu, Shang Clan's reinforcements arrived. It was White Light Swordsman Wei Yang. With Shang Yinfei's help, Wei Yang's aptitude rose. His cultivation reached rank 4 initial stage. In this battle, not only did he save Hong Fei Yu, he also established his reputation. After Hong Fei Yu retreated with heavy injuries, he fought against Lan Mei He and Fei Yuang alone, finally stalling for time until the righteous path's reinforcements arrived. Lan Mei He and Fei Yuang had no choice but to retreat. After this battle, Wei Yang was recognized by the righteous and demonic paths, entering the ranks of flying masters. Southern Border's 3 flying masters became the 4 great flying masters with Wei Yang at the head. With Wei Yang's addition, the righteous and demonic battle fell into a deadlock again. However, as Second Zombie King went up Etion Mountain, enslavement path showed its might again. The righteous path lacked an enslavement path expert like Wu Shintong. They had no choice but to retreat. Thus, the second battle between righteous and demonic ended. Behind the scenes, the southern border Gu Immortals schemed and schemed. It was something that mortal Gu Masters could not imagine. The only person who understood the situation on Etion Mountain, Fang Yuan, was also silently making a fortune, turning a blind eye to it. He had used Huang Sha's identity and met Wei Yang on the battlefield. This was Shang Yinfei's capable general. He had once taken care of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing in Shangclan City. At this moment, Wei Yang had made huge progress. While Fang Yuan had already become an immortal, it could be said that things had changed. After this battle, Fang Yuan's converted battle will was already far ahead. The scale was so huge that even if all the southern border Gu Immortals battle will were added together, it would still be slightly inferior to Fang Yuan's. Central Continent, Heavenly Lotus Sect. Rumble. Explosions and explosions could be heard endlessly. The surrounding 100,000 li had turned into a barren land. Sand was flying everywhere. There were also deep pits in the wasteland, burning with flames. Chunks of glaciers were piled up, and traces of lightning were scattered about. There were also rivers of blood that flowed wantonly on the battlefield. Because of the rank 8 battle, the original mountainous terrain was completely changed. It was completely changed. And this was the location of Heavenly Lotus Sect's base. It was a famous mountain with deep natural Tao marks. Otherwise, the messy battlefield scene would be even more serious. After a round of battle, the Shadow Sect Immortals led by Sword Immortal Bo Qing retreated a distance, breathing roughly. Looking ahead, there were 3 immortal Gu houses floating in the sky. One was Canary Pavilion, small and exquisite. One was Yuyang Palace, beautiful and magnificent. But the Shadow Sect Immortals' gazes were focused on the immortal Gu house at the center. This immortal Gu house was rank 8. It was called Heavenly Pool. From the outside, it looked like a pond. It was not big at all. It could even be said to be the smallest immortal Gu house in the world. But in this heavenly pool, there were green lotuses and blooming lotuses, or closed. Inside each lotus, there was an immortal aperture blessed land or grotto heaven. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Heavenly Pool. This was the foundation of Heavenly Lotus Sect, created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Its greatest use was to store immortal apertures. If we don't take down Heavenly Pool, Heavenly Lotus Sect's losses will not even be severe, Song Zixing said solemnly. But it is too hard to take down. Among the 10 Venerables, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was most skilled in healing and recovery. This Heavenly Pool has inherited his style. If it is not destroyed in one attack, it will be able to recover in a short period of time. It can even recover. Yu Mu Chun's expression was grim. 7-star child Immortal Zombie shook his head. Not just Heavenly Pool, the other 2 Immortal Goo houses are also in a difficult situation. And Bo Qing is his greatest weakness. He is already in the enemy's hands. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's greatest weakness was Mo Yao's remnant soul in his body. This remnant soul was like a wooden barrel. Its greatest weakness was too easy to target. In the previous life, Bo Qing died because of this. His soul was destroyed by Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals. In this life, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing even lost Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. This Goo was Bo Qing's trump card against Wisdom Path methods when he was alive. After losing it, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing was even more restricted in battle. He was in a passive state. Let's go. We have achieved our goal of delaying them. 7-star child Immortal Zombie retreated first. He turned into a rainbow and left. Bo Qing and the rest followed closely behind. Escaping from fate and attacking the 10 great ancient sects. You are so daring. Your crimes are unforgivable. You still want to leave? Heavenly Lotus Sect's 3 Immortal Goo houses chased after them. From Heavenly Pool, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's voice could be heard. It was filled with anger and hatred. 7-star child's expression changed slightly. He said to the other Goo Immortals, "In this situation, we can only let one person sacrifice his life to stall for time for the rest to escape. I'll go." Immortal Zombie Bo Qing immediately spoke. "I'll go. Green, Blue, and Song Zixing, your battle strength is higher than mine. It will be of great help to our plan." Yu Mu Chun had a plain expression. He stayed behind. The 3 immortals' gazes flickered. They did not hesitate and quickly retreated. Only Yu Mu Chun was left behind. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. You overestimate yourself. Hee hee. Demonic path people are skilled at betraying their friends. You think you can stop us? Who gave you such arrogance? The righteous path Goo Immortals shouted furiously. The 3 Immortal Goo houses charged over. Yu Mu Chun showed a smile as if he was facing death calmly. You think we have no arrangements? Saying so, he landed on the ground. A huge Goo formation flickered with dazzling light. The news of this battle could not be concealed by Central Continent. After Fang Yuan learned of it, his gaze flickered. This matter was too different from his previous life. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing was not dead. This way, Fang Yuan, who stole his Immortal Goo, was definitely a thorn in his side. Fang Yuan sent his consciousness into his sealed Immortal Aperture. Inside, there was a mysterious Immortal Goo. This Immortal Goo was one of the gains Fang Yuan stole from Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. But the truth was, this Immortal Goo's original owner was not Bo Qing. It was Mo Yao. Precisely because this Immortal Goo was filled with Mo Yao's will, Fang Yuan could use Mo Yao's fake will to refine this Immortal Goo so quickly. As for the other Sword Path Immortal Goo, their true owner was Bo Qing. They contained a large amount of Bo Qing's will. Thus, when Fang Yuan used the same Goo formation to refine these Immortal Goo, he would need to spend a lot more time. Forget about these Sword Path Immortal Goo. They will not be able to make it in time for this battle. As for this mysterious Immortal Goo, I have been investigating it these last days, but even with Land Spirit of Langya, I did not gain anything. Right now, Righteous and Demonic have fought for the 6th time. The scale of my battle will in the Immortal Goo house is probably over 30 times the total number of Southern Border Goo Immortals. If I were to fight with them now, I would be able to wipe out the Southern Border's battle intent in less than the time it takes for an incense to burn. Even among Southern Border's Goo Immortals, there were many who had Wisdom Path attainment. But so what? Not mentioning Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, just the scale of his battle will was enough to give him an absolute advantage. Southern Border's Goo Immortals had already lost all hope. There was no chance of victory. It could be said that these Goo Immortals were no longer a concern. But Fang Yuan was still filled with worry. After so long, there is still some pure battle will left in the immortal Gu house. I wonder how many of them there are left. Can I make it in time? Fang Yuan raised his head to look at the sky. In the sky was dark and hazy. Fang Yuan could not help but feel some pressure in his heart. The pure battle will in graceful chaotic duel stage far surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations. His original plan was to collect the immortal Gu house and leave in a carefree manner. But now, time had already dragged on. When would it end? Chapter 1008. Time passed, more than a month passed. In southern border, be it the Gu immortal world or the mortal world, all of their attention was focused on one place. This place was Etion Mountain. Under the incitement of the Gu immortals behind the scenes, countless righteous path and demonic path Gu masters joined the two sides. The seventh righteous and demonic confrontation had already ended. The demonic path used a scheme to cut off the righteous path's supply line. When the righteous path was in danger, Shang clan leader Shang Yinfei personally led the troops and used gourmet food box Gu to reward the troops, foiling the demonic path scheme. Southern Border's super forces, Yi clan, Luo clan, Yao clan, Xia clan, and others, all of their clan leaders appeared and joined the battlefield. In this battlefield, rank 3 Gu masters were like bystanders. The rarely seen rank 4 Gu masters were everywhere, while rank 5 Gu masters were the main battle strength. Life and death blessed land. Spectral soul demon Venerable's dream realm had completely dissipated. 7-colored light shined dazzlingly, forming a cocoon of light. Crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds came from the cocoon of light. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the cocoon of light. Old Man Inkstone had a haggard expression, but his gaze was filled with joy. Under his ardent anticipation, the cocoon of light finally exploded. A naked young man appeared in front of Old Man Inkstone. He floated in the air with his eyes closed, as if he was in deep sleep. Old Man Yin Shi hurriedly took a few steps forward, using his hand to caress the young man's robust body, from his thighs to his chest, and then to his cheeks. Old Man Inkstone could not conceal his excitement. His fingers were trembling as he stroked the young man. He muttered, "Success! I really succeeded. I recreated Ranzu's method, using the dream realm to create a brand new 10 extreme physique. This is the moment of history. Ha ha ha." Old Man Inkstone laughed before calming down. "You were born from the dream realm. You created something from nothing. You used rule path become true immortal Gu. Let's call it the pure dream reality seeker physique." Saying so, Old Man Inkstone flipped his palm and took out a lump of soul. This soul was as black as ink and immediately flew into the pure dream reality seeker physique. Elder Inkstone waited for a moment. There was still no movement from the pure dream reality seeker physique. His brows furrowed even tighter. What's going on? Still not waking up? It doesn't make sense. He quickly inspected it, and after a while, he let out a long sigh. Looks like this pure dream reality seeker physique is indeed flawed. There were many dream path Dao marks on his body. They actually formed a force in his body. Any soul that entered it, they will gradually fall into a deep sleep and their memories will be erased. What should we do? Elder Inkstone paced around anxiously. The lifespan of the pure dream reality seeker physique is already decreasing. Time was limited, so I didn't have enough time to study it in detail and solve this problem. What should I do? After a long time, the pure dream reality seeker physique finally opened his eyes slowly and woke up. He looked at Elder Inkstone in ignorance. Then, he looked around, his eyes wide open, revealing an incomparably naive expression. Elder Inkstone felt regret. He had spent a lot of effort and methods to finally awaken the soul in the pure dream reality seeker physique, resolving the flaw of the soul falling into a deep sleep. But the memories contained in the soul were almost completely gone. But it doesn't matter. The pure dream reality seeker physique body is a consumable to begin with. The quick increase in rank 9 battle strength is the trump card to protect the core. As long as this plan succeeds, the pure dream reality seeker physique body's flaw is nothing. What's the big deal? Thinking of this, Old man Yin sure faintly smiled, a pair of black eyes staring at him, sizing him up, his tone difficult to hide his appreciation. Good, good, good. Pure dream reality seeker physique body. You are my greatest achievement in researching Dream Path. Many of Bo Qing's immortal goo were stolen, his battle strength fell. You will replace him and become our strongest battle strength to suppress the situation. Who are you and who am I? Who am I? Ing Wuxia asked curiously. You are me, I am you. I am Elder Inkstone, and you shall be called Ing Wuxia. Elder Inkstone chuckled. Next, he waved his sleeves. Countless thoughts poured into Ing Wuxia's mind. Ing Wuxia felt a surge of information flowing into his heart. Elder Inkstone continued, remember, you only have 18 hours to live. Every 2 hours, your cultivation level will rise by 1 rank. Time is limited. I will only teach you one immortal killer move. Although it has no offensive power, it is the peak of Dream Path in the current 5 regions. It is at the forefront of the current era. Even those celestial court goo immortals are far behind. As the saying goes, one move can dominate the world. You need to comprehend it well. When you become a goo immortal, I will give you a complete set of goo worms. You need to practice it then. Southern border, Tian Mountain. Fang Yuan, who was recuperating on the bed, suddenly shook. He opened his eyes. A look of pleasant surprise flashed in his eyes, but it soon became calm again. He looked around. There were many injured people on the beds, chatting. Some healing goo masters were moving around the injured. Some were healing them, while others were checking if their injuries were worsening. The air was filled with the smell of blood, lingering in the air for a long time. After the 7th righteous and demonic confrontation, Tian village's sick area was filled with injured people. Now that both sides had stopped fighting, both righteous and demonic sides were licking their wounds and recuperating. Thus, there were fewer and fewer injured people in the sick area. Most of them recovered from their injuries and walked out on their own, but a portion of them were too injured to recover and died here. People loved life and hated death. This sick area became a place that demonic path goo masters avoided. However, Fang Yuan did not mind it at all. He purposely got injured. He also disguised his injuries as if they were serious. Familiar face could even deceive rank 8 goo immortals, not to mention these mortal goo masters on Tian Mountain. This was the best place that Fang Yuan had found to convert the pure battle will of the immortal goo house. It was only in this place that he could openly lie down, calm down, and transform his battle intent almost constantly. Even though there were people coming and going, they could not threaten Fang Yuan, who was a goo immortal. Fang Yuan's strategy had shown results at that moment. After spending so much time, the battle will of graceful chaotic dual stage has finally been completely converted by me. Next, it is time to eliminate the battle will of other goo immortals. I am the sole ruler. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He did not hesitate and immediately took action. Inside the immortal goo house, his battle will created a tsunami that instantly drowned the other battle wills. The battle wills of these southern border goo immortals were fighting for themselves. They could not react in time and were engulfed and destroyed by Fang Yuan's battle will. At once, Fang Yuan poked a hornet's nest. The southern border goo immortals were shocked and furious. Some screamed. Some flew out of the cave. Some were dazed, not daring to believe this was real. They communicated and immediately understood that someone had not participated in the bet. He had secretly converted his battle will and deceived all the southern border goo immortals. The southern border goo immortals' anger and hatred could not be extinguished even if 3 rivers were poured into them. All their previous efforts had been for naught. The plot to plot against others now seemed like a joke. Who is it? Who dares to trick us like this? Find him and kill him. He is openly challenging the whole of southern border's goo immortal world. Not just kill him. I will pull out his tendons and skin him alive. I will extract his soul and torture him for 1,000 years. The southern border goo immortals had aggressive auras as they surrounded Tian Mountain. They could no longer hide their traces. Countless, overwhelming auras rose rapidly and enveloped the whole of Tian Mountain. The righteous and demonic path goo masters were dumbfounded. This, what is happening? Immortals, are they immortals? Such powerful auras, They are the legendary goo immortals. To think that I would be able to witness it in my lifetime. So many immortals. Is this a scheme of the righteous, demonic path? The goo masters of both sides fell into chaos. Their respective camps were filled with commotion. It is useless. There is a forbidden zone here. You don't have the immortal aperture sealing method. How can you enter? Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. But on the surface, he had a panicked expression. He acted like the people around him. At this crucial moment, Fang Yuan could not be careless. The forbidden zone could keep goo immortals out, but it only targeted the immortal aperture. It did not affect immortal goo. This meant that goo immortals could attack Etion Mountain from afar. Who is it? Come out. You have the guts to take our things, but don't have the guts to admit it? The goo immortals were flustered and exasperated. Their shouts were like thunder that resounded in the world. Even Etion Mountain was shaking from these shouts, not to mention the mortal goo masters. Including the rank 5 goo masters, many of them had pale expressions and were shivering. Fang Yuan's disguise did not reveal any flaws. After getting rid of the other battle wills, he immediately led the battle will army and started to take over graceful chaotic duel stage. This process needed some time. However, Fang Yuan was not worried that the southern border goo immortals would attack without saying a word. For righteous path goo immortals, they had to protect their reputation and would not commit such a massacre. Among the demonic path goo immortals, some placed their immortal goo on their pawns, like how Shao clan's ancestor left immortal goo on Shao Shan. Immortal goo were very fragile. Even a child could crush Fang Yuan's spring-autumn cicada. If they disregarded everything and attacked Etion Mountain, these immortal goo would be destroyed. As for lone immortals like Old Man Yuxia, his beloved disciple Lu Xuanfeng was trapped on Etion Mountain. How could he easily make a move? More and more goo worms fell into Fang Yuan's hands. The secret of the immortal goo house graceful chaotic duel stage was revealed in Fang Yuan's mind. So this immortal goo house is a time path immortal goo house. It can use the power of time path to seal any attacks from the outside world, and then use it. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. What an ingenious idea. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.